is it always 888 events? So weird. Just working on the problem, and I think we should be back.
We're back. There's Lime Ricky.
And we are back.
We are back. Don't know what happened there.
Just some gremlins.
Don't know what happened there, but we're back. Must have been a quick outage. We are back. Hello everybody. Welcome. Back on it. How bizarre.
How bizarre. We are good though.
Until the end of the session. Where's Big Simon there? What's happening there?
Table 17, please. That is at the far end around the corner. It'll be the same seating positions. I will move your
Just telling them that we're moving in 7 minutes' time. Nice one, Simon.
How you doing, Mick? The mod? Yeah, I think we won't even struggle. I think we will be fine.
Yeah, we've got 2 turbos left. We've got one tonight, one tomorrow.
Yeah, so far we have nearly 230 in. We need 70 entries with all the re-entries in this flight. Turbo tonight, turbo tomorrow. I don't think it's even going to go close, Mick. I think the guarantee will smash it. Oh, we're doing Mr. Whitehead. I'm surprised you haven't been in the stream more. No. You're the news reporter for all Scottish poker players.
Exactly. Can we make a request for a Westlife baddie on the live stream? My sources tell me he's playing today with his lucky signed Gareth Gates t-shirt.
Gareth Gates. What was that? Pop Idol 2004 I'm going to go with.
Is that what he was?
Maybe 2003. Lost heads up to Will Young, didn't he? That's my area of things I remember.
Yeah.
Gareth Gates.
Going up to the spirit in the sky. He did that for Comic Relief. That's on again this week.
Will Young won it with Evergreen. You remember that one?
I do.
It was heads up, Dire Straits. There were the last 2 left. He did lose heads up. That's how I book a restaurant, Dire Straits, when I call up and like can I have a table for 8 o'clock. How many of you will be seating with us tonight? Just heads up tonight, please. That's how I book a table at a restaurant. Just heads up table tonight, please. Not many of us coming.
Positive, are you sure? You better play well.
So 5 minutes going to take us to that first 15-minute break of the day. Make sure you return with us at 2:45, guys. We will have another 3 tickets to give away. We'll do 1 Finks and 1 more keyword in the next session. See, Richie Byrne is out tonight. He's booked a full ring table. There's 9 of us.
Raise 2.5.
So the last couple of hands to go today in the first session, and then a 15-minute break. Main event, yes, is 900.
Have a light. Finds Cowboys. Raises to 8. Not going to be getting any action unless the big blind is working with something, which Stephen is not. Raise and take for Heatherlight.
Final 2.5 of the session.
Yes, sir. Just gotta check if I need to replace that floor, please, on
Couple of
feature.
hands of the sesh. What's happening here?
Pitch
Oh,
card, yeah, his receipt.
show the card.
His receipt, card flipped over. Okay. Is it replace or just stay like this? So it says closed then.
I don't have a
Is
lot.
it action? Is it aggressive action? Very down, pass, pass.
What food have we had so far in the casino? We've just been brought in, Mick. We've just been brought in. Mr. Mick the Mod. Well, Jay's just gone for the teas, as he's going to get them before the break.
Raised.
We've been brought in the Tamashanta, apparently. Aye. And a bag, and I'm not kidding, Mick the Mod, a bag of pies. There's 15 pies in here. I don't know when we're having them, but right on top, doner meat and chilli pie. Doner meat, chilli, Scotch pie. Thanks to Mel Simpson. She's a gem. Right, when we were warming these up, I'm starving, by the way. Get these warmed up. Yes. But, crackers, absolute cracker. And as you can see, last 5 seconds. So we will see you in 15 minutes after the first session. We just finished in the first break of the day. New table on its way. We will see you in 15 minutes.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888 Poker, made to play.
Oh, look at this.
What a way to start for Kieran. Welcome to day 2. Ace King suited, thanks. Under the gun +1. We'll be bumping that up. Dan in seat 2, pocket 9s, straight off the bat here.
What's happening here? There's a right setup for the first hand of the day.
16 blinds, pocket 9s, +2 versus +1. So Ace King +1 open. Probably just, and Tom's got Ace King as well in the 6th seat from the small blind here. And lovely swell here for Tom. And he's going anywhere but all in the tower. There he goes. Over to Ben in.
Oh, what a setup this is!
Here we go. I mean, if this is the tone for Fridays this year, I can't wait for 2025. Let me tell you that.
What's
We got
happened to this
setup of the year already in the first hand of day 2.
It's like Sean Aiden's been doing.
+1 open, +2 3-bet, small blind all in, big blind all in. And action back now over to Kieran. And like in this exact action, we just know that we're probably going to be flipping at best, but there's no way we can fold here. Ace King suited.
What do the nines even do?
Nines have got to fold no tower, to be fair. I mean, there's just no way that we're going to get even a reasonable representative equity here 4 ways with 9s. And
it's 2 day, 2 bains.
don't think Dan ever had the intention of 3-bet folding the 9s here, but just got to get him in the bin. And here we go then, straight off the bat into 2025.
Wow.
Ace King and Queens.
Oh, Thomas is like, oh God.
So can he dodge? Well,
no.
Doesn't need to dodge, can we now? So this is
What
it.
about flopping him dead?
That is absolutely wild. I think 1%.
2
for
fives,
Kieran
running
for
fives, that's it.
Backdoor 5-5, yeah. Thanks for coming, boys. Thanks for coming, Mr. Miller. What a start.
Wow.
What a start. I don't think he could have envisaged.
Thomas is probably already out the door.
Yeah, I don't think he could have envisaged a better start to day 2 than this. That is absolutely wild.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty clean 3-bet jam here for Easty against Ben's open. And I don't know, be getting out of the way. I think we're going to be calling this one off tower for 10. Jake going to step out of the way and going to think about it. He's going to have a chuckle. Lays out the time banks. Yeah, these two know each other very well. But even in this situation, I don't think we're going to see. Oh, we can see that make the call.
Oh no,
here.
Easty's face.
King 9 of Hearts is going to take it. King 9 of Hearts through. Easty's pretty happy to see that with the Ace Queen.
And we need to play it over here, says Easty.
Well,
That's clean.
10-7-5 is reasonably clean. 4 direct outs for Ben, but definitely some fun turns. That's not one of them. And now that takes our outs down to 4. Can't be finding a diamond king or 9 as Ben now either.
Oh no!
Suit 9!
Oh no way, man!
Josh Manley, hand over head. What is going
How bad do we
on?
run?
Look at Josh. Look at Josh.
How bad do we run?
Look at Josh.
Oh, the rucksack's on. There's note in it, but the rucksack's on.
So John's turn for the 9s. Picking up some hands here, 3-handed John, I must say. Some nicely constructed hands as well, but certainly getting the goods so far. Makes it 75. Oh, wow. Jakey.
Wow.
We talk about people getting hands.
Looks down at the boots.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Clear 3-bet here. 240 maybe.
Yeah.
235, close enough. So John just going to make the call here.
Off to the flop. Jake with the aces. Oh, look at this. 9-7-4. He's just out-flopped him again with another set. He flopped 8s against 9s, flopped an 8.
Oh,
9s against aces, he flops a 9. Delicious. God,
Well-
that tea's going to taste beautiful very shortly.
Well, with these exact hands, I don't really think there's anything wrong John can do here other than fold, which is obviously not going to fold top set.
Can we flat?
Yeah, I think so too. I think flat's perfectly reasonable. You know, I do think raise is fine as well. When we raise, we flush out hands that will naturally fall C bets here as well, though. So ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen, king jack sometimes. I do like flat. I do like flat personally, but I don't think there's anything wrong with raise. It's just one of those where you struggle to do something
There we
wrong.
go.
That looks like a raise.
He
that
has
does.
raised it up. He has raised it up, and Jake's looking down now. You're not flopped another set, surely, John?
Jacob playing. I mean, John's got pot behind here, so we're already SPR1 for John. Jake doesn't have the ace of spades as well. Wow,
All in a snap
call.
call. He can't win.
Get him over.
Look at that.
Get him over.
Flop
Wow.
set again. Oh, no, he's not.
No way.
It's a spade's turn. Where's that come from?
That's what I was thinking.
Where's that come from? And then he just pairs up on the river. Nines full against ace full. What's happened there for John Webb?
That is absolutely grim.
Ill.
Like this from Josh. Very nice set.
Ace five.
Unlucky
John
set.
just snaps.
Walks into it. Ace five of hearts. Not in great shape,
He
but
slaps down the ace five.
still 36% of the time he's going to win 100% of the time. We're going to need, well,
I'm not being
yeah.
funny, but if you're behind, you're just being flop dead.
he's going to need a
99%
heart.
of
We
the
need a
time.
heart on the turn it's out, or an overcard to engineer us some kind of chop.
99%
Well,
of the
now
time.
we need a jack.
Can he find it?
Now we need a jack.
It's a jack to survive. It's an eight.
Eight of hearts.
Ah, Josh Manley.
He'll be a bit gutted, but at the same time, should be really proud. It's a great
Absolutely.
run, Josh. A great run.
£5,590. Josh Manley.
Yeah, to navigate yourself
Well
through a
played,
day
Josh.
2 buy-in. Well done. So Ben, 10-8 offsuit here on the button. Just gonna take this one all in.
Send it first time.
Here
he
we
gets a
go.
call.
Queen
First
10
all in
dominating
the
as
call,
well here,
baby.
Jake.
First all in the call on the final table for the championship. Here we go. Queen
We
10
are
for
playing
Jake.
for the title.
Well, we got
Deuce 9.
not the
So
best flop at all, was it,
it's
for
not
Ben?
the best flop, mate. No.
Tell you what, these flops have been brutal for the guy behind today.
So we are going to need an 8. There
Oh,
are
and
3 of
an-
them left. In the 888, we need one of the 3 8s.
Can he hit it?
Or
do we have a
it's going to
champion?
be
We have a champion.
Campione.
Hey, we got a
Campione.
champion after one of the best battles you will ever see.
Here we go, as I said about the Broadway for Adam.
No way are we. Oh, the ace king not getting this.
Any
surely.
tens about? Pocket tens for Trev in the hijack. Makes it 700, and Andrew, Jack's magnet. I think third time so far, first session of the day, that he's found himself with the hooks. He's going to go for the free bet to 2k. Oh, wow. What a spot for Nige.
Wow, look at this.
And we saw him cold call the ace king earlier in a similar dynamic, although that was button versus small versus big. Surely we're going to see the 4-bet coming here.
Yeah.
You need to go small when we 4-bet tower, because just how polarised you are, you don't need to go large, like out of position. Like, could even go like 4,800 here as Nige. But 5 seems okay. But like in general, like 4-bet size out of position around 2.3, 2.4x. In position go slightly smaller, like you can go like 2x, 2.1, around that sort of remit.
Are we folding jacks again?
I doubt we are, because of the previous dynamic that occurred when we had to 3-bet fold jacks, and sometimes it's that psychological factor that you sat there, you're like, can I really fold jacks again after 3-betting? And it's a different dynamic. This time we can go post. We have position as Andrew. We're not putting all the chips in pre like we would have been on the previous occasion. But we're going to get in trouble.
We are indeed on an 8-eye flop. Backdoor spades for Andrew with the jacks. 9s leads, just under half.
Yeah, too big in my opinion, ties. Fairly connected, but when ranges get so condensed in 4-bet pots, our C-bet doesn't need to be large. Like, we can find 20%ers, but we get the induce from Andrew, and Andrew with a grimace knows that he's in trouble.
Oh, I found it on the turn. Diamonds. Ouch.
What a
Nigel. Feeling for you.
No waiting around for Andrew.
Wow.
See you later, Nigel. I'm sure we'll see him jump back in, but what a turn. A little 2-outer for Andrew Outer.
Has he made these graphics up?
Oh my word. Mark, how do you find this spot, sir? How do you find this spot?
Wow, what a setup.
Who gets this?
Wow, what a setup this is. Mark.
And Adam's probably going to be able to get away from this tower. I feel like it will go.
Does it depend how big he goes?
Well, Mark should probably just 4-bet here to like 6k, 6k, 6.5k, something like that. It goes huge. This is like a huge 4-bet. And now, Adam will probably fold the ace king. He can get away from it.
Like that, isn't he? Yep. All of it. Oh, Adam.
Like, what do we beat? Like, this, like, what on earth is ace king in front of here now when we're going to go 3-way likely? It's gone gun open, we 3-bet, cold 4-bet.
Oh, he's gone for it.
Wow, he's ran it.
He's going for it. And the aces can't wait. Yes, of course. I mean, get me in.
I just feel like if there's ever a time to fold ace king, that's it. Tower, we got a gun open, we 3-bet, cold 4-bet, and there's a 5-bet all in before it's back on us. What are we up against? Queens and jacks?
Isn't it?
I don't think so. So I feel like Adam, who's just come to the table, had a real chance to get away from this. He's going to need to make Broadway, or the nut flush in the spade form.
And Balbia needs the case king.
Literally, what a spot for Mark. You just don't get better spots. 85%, 3-way with 75k in the middle.
Pre-flop, 85%. Wowzers.
Well, here we go, as I said about the Broadway for Adam.
No way are we... Oh, the ace king not getting this,
Any
surely.
tens about?
Any king?
Oh, what about the case king? Imagine a 10 now for a chop between the aces and the ace king. Oh, it's a 2 of diamonds on the river. What a run out. Thinking about the 10, the case king rolls off.
5-way.
James Parker is thinking, why did I not make this a little bit bigger? I'm now going 5-way with ladies.
How confident do I feel with the ladies?
Well, not confident anymore.
Wads for Dino. Oh my.
Dean is loving life. Sitting here with the flop quaddies. And James Parker is going to be our customer with the overpair and the ladies in hand. Yep, Dean, have another look back. They're definitely there.
Love it when they do that.
It's just a call, no need to raise.
Absolutely not.
Got the check mark. Sven can now fold. Adam will do the same. And James Parker basically needs to see an ace on the turn. Something that makes ace-x of spades get there. Something that potentially can save us. That's not going to be one of them.
No jack of diamonds. Help there for James.
And there we go. And James knows when he's been snap called that he's going to need some help, but he's going to find out there's no help out there for him. He's drawing stone cold dead.
Lewis is out the door as well.
126k going to Dean, and there's no sweat on the river for him either. What a feeling.
Dean takes a picture of it for posterity.
Cool. Scott.
No phones on the table. You can't use anything on the table, guys, I'm afraid.
Well, he wasn't happy there. He lost with kings or Lewis, was he?
You can't use the phone on the table. If you want to use it, you have to step away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main event, you have a new blind level. 200, 300, 300, big blind empty.
Back with the game. Here we go. Marius is seat number 1, Ricardo Frey in seat number 3. Willie, the Lord Willie Hoy in seat number 4. Willie Hoy in seat number 4. Stewie David in seat number 5. Xing Yu Tao in 6, Sarah Poser in 7, Ding Fan in 8, and Bogdan Pop in 9.
Also, drop the water bottle off.
So there's Willie.
Down there? I'll get
Lord Willie. I can pretty surely say that it's the first Lord that's ever played an event we've covered. In all the years of doing it. Check him out. Donates thousands and thousands and thousands to charity. Lord Willie. And on his page, in his personal life, it says, in his spare time, he enjoys playing golf and tournament poker. There he is. Is the mic quiet? Has it been, I think it's been turned down a little because I think when we were getting excited yesterday, apparently it was getting a little bit distorted. So we have to try and not shout as much. But turn it up a smidge, says Lime Ricky. We'll get PK on the case. Tell him that it's been turned down too much. And but apparently they had to turn it down because when we got a bit excited with the Deuce 3 yesterday, that it got a bit distorted. So he's had to turn it.
It was you that got excited. I wasn't even here for the Deuce 3.
You wasn't. You were not there. Oh, not you guys. Lime Ricky says turn it up to Poker Utopia. Just turn it up a touch. Lime Ricky says we're okay. Thanks, Lime. And we've got Lord Willie in seat 4. Just seems a bit quiet compared to the chip noises, so turning it up doesn't change that. Okay. We'll keep his eye on it, guys. I know PK just turned it down a little. If it needs turning back up, we will turn it back up. So Ding Fan chip leader, 51,400. 76 in the main event so far. Into the session number 2 of the day. Lines 200, 300. 250,000 guarantee. Nearly 200,000 collected. Got a turbo going on, and also a turbo tomorrow as well. It is a bit quiet actually. Well, it is on YouTube. King Queen clubs for Xingju.
Raise 600.
Opens to 600. King on the button here, Ace Jack. Both options available at this stack depth. Can go for free bet, can go for call. Both have merit.
Raise 2100.
Goes to the free bet on this occasion. And Xingyu actually with one that can 4-bet here, Tao. We can go for a 4-bet bluff at this stack depth with the suited broadways, the King Queen suited, the Queen Jack suited, the King Jack suited. These are ones that we start using as our 4-bet bluffs at this sort of stack depth. But can go with call as well. Call going to be fine to C3, but just something to take account of when you are this deep. These are like where we're going to pull our 4-bet bluffs from. The King Queen suited, the King Jack suited, the Queen Jack suited. condensed around that part of the range. It's a nice looking flop for Ding. Nothing going on for Jingyu, so should be C-bet hand over.
What? Line Ricky says they're having an earthquake. Really? Oh. Wow. I think I've only ever experienced it once.
I always think, what's Monkeress? Because when someone puts Monkeress, I think of Monker Solver, one of the PLO solves. Literally, there's a PLO solver called Monker Solver. And I see Lime always in the chat put Monkeress, and I don't know what it means. We know she won the PLO a few years back at the 888 live. Ah, it's a Twitch emote, thank you. Maybe we don't see it come through on our restream.
We actually see it coming out as a spelt word. We have them often, but the one was longer than normal. Wowzers. How doing?
Hello.
How are you?
Very well.
Congratulations last week.
Thank you. I'll need to get some of the pies.
Oh, you live at the end of the street.
I'll get them for them all. Tell me, just message me what you want, mate, and I'll be it all.
Thank you.
Interesting spot here for Bogdan. Feel like we have to squeeze once it goes open, call, and Bogdan agrees, does find the squeeze, bumps it up to just shy of 12 bigs, and now Marius in a pretty grim spot with the ace queen of hearts after this action occurring in front of us. Because cold call just shouldn't be a thing, because if we cold call, like, we're going to set off a chain reaction behind us, which potentially goes call, split equity 4-5 way, out of position to all. So I actually like that fold there from Marius. I know he has the best hand and we can see he's got the best hand, but try and take that out of account. Try and look at this range wise and how best to play our specific combo. And looks like the ace-jack squeeze is going to work a treat for Bogdan. Nicely done from him. Tough spot for Marius with the ace-queen suited there, but I feel like if we have to continue, it has to be cold.
A lot of people call.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. Like, call. If we call their out, it just sets off this chain reaction behind us. The opener then's getting a good price, knowing there's no traps behind. It goes call. Suddenly we split equity 4-5 way, out of position to the lot. So much better to play cold 4-bet or fold. Fold as he did. Fold seems fine. If we're up against someone who's been fairly aggro, lots of free bet in, then yeah, probably lean towards cold 4. Or up against someone who's more snug, hasn't been out of line too much, then just let it go.
We are live, Glasgow. Welcome along.
Gonna go with Sarah. Queen Jack.
Raising up. We've lined at 2-3. Raises to 8.
Getting through Ricardo. I say it should be. Has he got some free bet ideas? Oh, gonna go for call. Like when we play this 2/3 small of a big blind, we do get to peel small blind wider. I'm not sure that the offsuit low down ace X actually falls into that range. Like we get some more peels, like some suited king X, like a queen 8 suited when we're playing 2/3 small against full big blind. But the ace 5 off does seem slightly on the wide side, just likely to be dominated against this EP opening range. Just not much playability on the streets either.
Ladies and viewers in the main event, you have a new blind level. 200, 400, 400 big blind empty. 2-4-4. Next end up, please.
So we have the ace of spades here. That's Ricardo. They're going to call ace-5 high on the king-10 deuce from the smallest Ricardo. Maybe some ideas when it rolls off this spade with the nut spade blocker.
Sarah checks back.
Yeah, she should. Yep. Once we turn this second pair up and down to go alongside it. And now 8 of clubs on the river here. So, Ricardo, any ideas once we make this optimistic float out of position, not closing the action? Now, how do we proceed? Not choosing to bluff at it.
Go check, I think.
Well, as
No.
this
Counted out the chips, like it.
This is great.
Like it a lot.
This is really nice from Sarah. Just recognises here that Ricardo's probably going to start leading some king X from the small blind once he check calls flop, check turn. Like if Ricardo had some like king 9 suited, some king jack, he's probably going to bet river himself. So once he checks, going to have a lot of 10x. And when we have this queen X here, potentially target some ace 10, some jack 10, some 10 9 suited. Love that little value bet on the end there from Sarah. How you doing, Carl Lakeland? Welcome to the stream. We are both well. How are we doing, Valorank? Good afternoon. Bogdan with the ace king. Raises to 700. Marius going to call here with a 7-8 suit. One that could actually free bet here, Tao. These are like the 100 big blind free bet range we talk about as bluffs. We want sort of that condensed suited gapped, like the 10-9 suited, the jack 10 suited, the jack 9 suited, 7-8 suited. This is where we're going to pull some free bets from at these cash game stack sizes. Just going and call on this occasion. Allow Stuart to come along and defend the 7-5 of hearts. Yeah, and should be a check here from Bogdan freeway. When we go low jack versus high jack, player on our direct left should be doing a lot of checking. Like, we are going to continue here, much better to choose the ace-king diamond combo when we've still got the equity to potentially make the flush on later streets. I think that will be hand done for Bogdan though once he's called in 2 spots.
Turn as the queen of clubs. No difference to any of the players.
Yeah, have to shut down here. As Bogdan, I think it's a bit of a misstep to bet flop freeway, direct left opponent in the pot. And now that we get here to the turn, just don't escalate the problem. Just wave that white flag. Flushes in there from the big blind, 2 pairs in there from the big blind. And even Marius can have a strong range himself here, but it looks like Stuart, little 1300 block on the end. 13 into 59. So just north of 20%. Ace King going to be out of there, but the 7-8 of Marius for this price, I doubt he's going to be folding. Over 5.5 to 1 on the call. 18% of the time we need to be right to make this profitable. Does make the call.
Swapping it over the dealer. Aye, ladies champ from a couple of weeks ago, here in Scotland. Over at the Lear is Katie, on her way to Australia.
Is there a dinner break today, Tower?
No.
No dinner break.
We have pies.
We have pies. We do have pies. That's
We have
correct.
pies. Hopefully we get them warmed up by the amazing kitchen staff so we can eat, have a nice little plate full of Scotch pies. Kindly brought in by Mel Simpson.
Cue it. 5, 4, 3,
Straight that way.
2. Oh, he's walked straight to the cash desk. I thought he was coming in the booth for a bit of a moan. Had my pound pot ready for the bad beat story. So cut open from Ricardo. Board that we are going to see bet heavily on. 600 seems nice for third pot. Gets it done.
Lord Willie down at the bottom. 80 bigs. Loves his poker, loves his golf, loves his Celtic. There's loads for charity. And yeah, chip leader from day one to see yesterday was Ian Simpson, 390,000. Steve Barnes, 265,000. Chip leader from day one B.
Thing could just open for us at this stack depth for sure. Personally wouldn't limp as Boggy with the 7-4 suited, and definitely wouldn't limp as William with the 8-7 off, but now Willie gets the opportunity to bump it up here with the ace king, makes it 1200. Could put a little bit of added juice on this. Like usually standard size over a limp we go 3x, so after 3 limps in front of us could be as large as 1800 here from Willie. It goes pretty small, does keep Sarah in the big blind with the queen 10 off. Ding now comes along, Boggy going to do the same, and William feels like he's getting too good a price to fold with position.
Absolutely, that's what I'll be doing. Calling with the 7-8. And the queen 8 flop, queen 7 deuce.
Yeah, so Sarah jumps in front, checks it over to Willie, and as we always say, Tal, as soon as we start going 3, 4, 5 way, you need to tone the c-bet frequency down. Heads up pots, 3-way pots, yes, ace king, gonna c-bet queen 7 deuce relentlessly, but as soon as we start going 4, 5 way, this is when that c-bet frequency just needs to tone down. And all that's to do with once we've got 4 hands to get through, it's very likely some queen X's out there, and we're not going to be dislodging any of that. However, if you know an ace is coming on the turn, you might as well put the chips in on the flop. So beautiful turn for Willie here, and now he can just continue firing away. Third pot just shy of on the turn, 31 into 99. And now it's a really tough spot for Sarah. With the queen 10, this ace has rolled off. We're already behind stuff like kings, but just snap folds the queen, recognising here. Not really beating much now. I guess Willie could have something like king jack suited that goes to the double barrel, but nice little lay down from Sarah there with the second pair.
Should we do a keyword at quarter past?
I thought we was doing. Are we going to a thinks first?
Are we doing a thinks?
All right, I'll tell you what. We'll do the keyword at quarter past.
Go on then.
Keyword coming at quarter past, Lime. You got 9 minutes to think of a word for us. Going to give away another 2 $25 tickets. William. This is a fun table, Tal. We're seeing some very loose opens, some very loose calls, some strange play. This is what we want. This is what gives you the entertainment. 6-3 suited, early position. Don't mind if I treat myself to an open. Willie's going to call the king 9 off. Willie flops best on Jack 9-8 Rainbow. Not much for William here. Does check it over to Willie, who is going to start firing his middle pair right off the bat, and the 6-3 suited not escalating the mistake of opening a loose hand pre. I do find though, Tao, I don't know if it's the Scots, but when we're in Edinburgh as well, a lot of the field, day ones, early stages, they like to play these like 6-3 suited, so 7-5 suited, like a wide range of cards. It seems similar when we go to
involved at any stage.
when we go to the Edinburgh stop. It seems like the norm up here. When it's early doors and you got plenty of time throughout the day, and you're deep stacked, having a look at flops, trying to connect, trying to build that stack early on. King Jack 4 Stuart should see an open. Raises to 800.
There's 6 for Dink.
Easy fold.
He's not folding. You just said they like to come in with 6-3 and 8-4.
That was suited, Tower. This is offsuit. This is offsuit
It's
A6.
an ace.
Well, haha, there you go. Free
Like
bet.
it.
Much better than call.
Yes.
If we're going to play that hand, much better to take the aggressive route. I still think fold's the best option. Probably fold, free bet, call in that order.
It worked. $87 in day 1D at the moment. Getting close to 190,000 in the prize pool. $250,000 guarantee, don't forget. So still way off hitting the guarantee. We'll get there eventually.
We're at 200k basically
Yeah.
now. I think it's not going to be a problem hitting that guarantee as Ricardo opens the Queen 10 suited. Marius 10-8 off, perfectly fine to defend from the big blind.
Ace, King, Deuce.
Yeah, double Broadway Rainbow, A-side board should just be third pot. Could even go quarter on this one as Ricardo and hand over.
Indeed. They make the monsters. Well done, Katie. Well done to Katie, the dealer, winning the IPT Ladies event last week at the Elia. Indeedy. Well done to Katie. On her way to Australia in a couple of weeks' time.
When are you next going to Australia? You used to go a lot. You haven't been
I
in.
did, and I've not been for a few years now. Yeah, it's pre-COVID for me. Getting time. It might be a Christmas trip this year. Lovely place. Sister's out there now. Got there. First things first, obviously I get a FaceTime. Got a FaceTime. Sat at the dinner table. 2 daughters, 2 boyfriends or husbands or whatever they are, granddaughter and all that. First meal, tomahawk steak, 26 ounce. Nice. So thanks for that.
I've never had a tomahawk.
Really?
No, I've never had one. I don't think I've ever had a steak on the bone.
26 ounce tomahawk, all the trimmings, cooked to perfection on the barbie. Ready, waiting. First knife and fork into it. So beautiful. Then Chev's on his way from Newcastle to play. And then we're coming from Glasgow, and our next event is Newcastle.
So Ricardo opens King 8 suited from a gun. Seems fine. Called in 2 spots, just a C-bet small on the trips board. We're going to get a call from Jingzhu, who wants to see if he can snag a 5 or a king on the turn. Seven of spades. That was Ricardo. Decision point here. Like our opponent when we open gunning can have these 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s that don't want to 3-bet, deuces, 3s potentially at this stage of the tournament. Like, you don't expect people to just call like a random 2 overs with a player behind still. And there's not really much 4x in here for him. It needs to be specifically ace 4 of spades, maybe 4 5 of spades the way this table's playing, but only a select few combos of quads for our opponent. And as Ricardo here, we obviously have that huge overpair advantage. We have aces, kings, queens. Jingju's just going to 3-bet these pre. So therefore, we just have a great opportunity to fold out 5s, 6s, not 7s now, but 5s, 6s, 8s, this part of our opponent's range to blast off by the river. And then Chev is on his way up from Newcastle.
Indeed.
He's done some job, that bloke. I've seen him clean that rail at least 20 times since we've been here.
Yep.
He's up and down them stairs,
Never without a duster.
cleaning the rail constantly.
Never without a duster. I love it.
If you don't know where we are in the open here in Glasgow. We're
We
under
are
the stairs.
completely. And we have tomorrow, because we're going to be a late one, it is going to be carnage. That is what we're being told.
Sarah, when I wake up with the King Queen, opens the 700. What is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can 3-bet, middle in, gapped, middle in, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan, but like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the 3-bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got short overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the 3-bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger overpairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now
And then we get to see it too.
we're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Oh! Ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today.
Wow.
Sarah turns the nut straight.
All in and a snap call to see the 9-5 of the bad news.
Bogdan rivers
Wow.
the boat. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Either way, no matter how she plays this, I know we speak about not leading this flop, and we probably shouldn't. But
Yeah, we'd have
even
seen it
if,
soon
yeah,
anyway.
yeah, even if it goes check bet call, we see this turn. Sarah's always doubling Bogdan up. Nothing she can really do there. Just a pretty brutal run out. Maybe we can fold to the raise on the flop. Not one avenue. 9-5 suited, rolls in the 3-bet. makes a boat by the river with his opponent sitting there with the nut straight.
What a turco.
It was just a ridiculous run out, Tower. Online run out, that one. So, guys,
Yes,
I should have my keyword. I have my keyword.
I have a keyword.
I just realised you put the app back on.
I'd say they have. That's been all day.
No, it hasn't. It weren't on when I come back from break. Anyway, so guys, we have two $25 tickets to give away for 888 Poker online. We're doing a keyword. 2 people can win this one. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, get yourself over to Twitch. All you have to do is type in the keyword, and the third keyword of the day, maybe second, is championship. Not championship, championship.
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 Eaton Dane. Championship.
And that is because the championship series is going on right now.
Championship.
Back to the action.
Back to the action. Championship. Yeah. Championship.
And look at this for a flop here. We've got everyone with a piece. And it's Sarah with her second and gutter, who just ripped 7,100 into 37. So Sarah here with the old 15% jam? 215. It's just under 2x pot. And this is actually grim for Jingju. 71 into 37, so just under 2x pot from Sarah.
I think he calls. She sees the bad news that she needs to hit, but she's 40%.
Hello there.
Oh, Mr.
Hi.
Wilco.
Oh, hello, everybody.
So here we go. Can Sarah find a king, a queen, or a 10? A terrible turn for her. Robs her of the king out. So down to queens and 10s.
It's not, it's a 4 of spades, 2 hands. And eliminated Sarah. Unlucky. Very unlucky indeed.
Yeah, this is just a sick hand, that boat over straight. Real grim one to run into.
So the keyword's on. Championship. The keyword, and it has to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Andy McKenzie's in the building. Everybody's playing for second.
Go on, Andy! Go on, Andy! I've got one! It's so funny, people walking up the stairs looking down at us like we're at the bottom of a cliff or something.
So there we go. You're going to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch to get involved. You can watch it anywhere else, but you just can't win the tokens. That's all we're saying. You can still watch it on all the usuals, 888 on YouTube, Grosvenor Poker on YouTube, and Grosvenor Poker. Oh, it's throwing again. Man's just hit me twice now. Hey, dear.
Do you know what? I can see someone spilling the beer walking up these stairs over the weekend.
Me too.
And we might be getting a little rainfall. So we are ready, guys. The countdown's on. You've got about 5 seconds to
5,
get your guess into
4,
the Twitch chat.
3.
Championship.
Stopped at 7. Oh.
Live? You there? Live?
Here we go. Good luck if you are in the draw for the $25 token. You've typed in championship. Who is going to win?
Marius maybe thinking about the triple here, but Stewart not going to let him. Goes for a little bet on the river, potentially loses this bluff from his opponent. Like the 4 just doesn't shift enough. Yes, maybe we have some 4-3 suited, but I just don't think it shifts enough for us to get to lead this river. If it was something like the 6 of clubs, yes, then potentially can have some leads, but I feel like we just want to check here as Stewart keeps some bluffs in of Marius.
Who has got the tokens?
Let's have a look. We have 2 tickets up for grabs. I'm just checking the chat. The first winner
I
is...
thought there was only one. Go on.
Distressed Clown.
The Distressed Clown won one before, I'm pretty sure. The Distressed Clown.
And Piano Cat.
Way! Go on, the cat. Piano Cat wins a ticket.
Meow.
Meow, meow.
Where is Meow? I ain't seen Meow in a couple of months. It's a Cheng.
The Cheng Meow is in... Well, it was in...
I know he played Triton, but I thought he'd still be...
Yeah, he was in Cyprus, wasn't he?
Showing his face somewhere this year, but... And in about an hour's time, we'll do a J Finks for another $25 888 ticket. Concentrating on this day one coverage. Ace 10 for Ding opens from gun. Marius here gets the free bet. The Ace King makes it 3k. Now Ricardo here with the 9s. Kind of an awkward one, gun versus +2. I feel like fold could be in order here for Ricardo. I know if he could see the cards, he's in pretty good shape against these 2 holdings, but we don't really do any cold calling. So if we are going to continue, like theoretically, better to play the cold 4 bet. Don't really like having these cold calls, but with 9s, does want to see a flop. Like if it's a situation Marius is like 3-betting way too much, then just cold 4, but I feel like once it goes gun open, +2 3-bet, like 9s, difficult hand to be continuing, especially when shouldn't really have many cold calls going on, if any. But we get here as Ricardo, met by 1 overcard. Marius with the Ace King flopping top pair, top kicker. Good looking flop for him, 3-way.
It is indeed. Like that flop as you sat there with Ace King.
Ricardo going to take one off with the 9s. Still ahead like some Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10, Queen Jack suited 3-bets. Does have position as well.
4 diamonds on the turn. Marius checks.
There, and no need to bet here as Ricardo tower. Just a pretty clear check back. Like always ask yourself, what does our bet achieve? Are we ever getting called by worse? No, we're not getting called by Ace Queen, Ace Jack, this type of stuff. Do we ever fold out better? No, we're not folding out a King. Maybe there's that sort of remit folding out Jacks and 10s, but just seems like a pretty clear check here for Ricardo. Still beating Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Queen Jack suited from the 3-betters range.
There was a 7, as we can see, with the action tracker to catch up.
Now, Marius just recognising here, shouldn't really be any 6x in Ricardo's range. Once he calls flop, like 6s would never call the 3-bet or should not cold call the 3-bet. Like in general, I don't even think 9s get to cold call the 3-bet. I think it's just cold 4 or most of the time fold. So like there's literally no 6x out there here for Ricardo. We're just waiting for action to catch up. But with the 9s here, maybe thinking that Marius is just going to continue betting Ace King, Aces, King Queen on the turn here. and thinks he's more likely to have something like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen. I'm blocking all of this stuff. It could have potentially just been avoided pre. So feels like Marius can have some ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, queen jack suited, maybe something like ace 8 suited as a 3-bet bluff, and he is going to pay with the 9s and sees the ace king bad news, so does a decent proportion of his stack there, Ricardo.
Down to the short stack, Ricardo Mateus.
But once again, I always say, like pre-flop, sort of the foundation of a poker hand. This is where you really need to be tuned in. Like you see it a lot more in live poker, you see it low stakes online, but like in general tower, like when you're running some spots and you're running some sims and it's open 3-bet, the range of an opponent, their next left to act unopen, they won't have any calls. They literally just play 4-bet or they play fold. So like there'll be no calling going on in the solver. Just literally we either 4-bet or we fold. Like cold calling doesn't like it too much. There are some spots and some nuances where you'll see cold calling going on, but like in general, a lot of the time just prefer 4-bet or fold. Mr. McNally.
Yeah, the McSwall is in the building.
After a fantastic week here last week for the Irish Poker Tour.
Absolutely. Did really well. Mr. McNally. So 40-minute levels, 3 levels to a session.
I really like how Marius actually played that hand as well, checking the turn, sort of recognising that this sort of cold calling range, going to have a lot of 10s, 9s, stuff like that in there, things that would just fold to the turn bet and try and go for the deceptive check, make it look like we got some ace, queen, ace, jack to get our value on the river. So I feel like Marius played that one very nicely. Over to Stu here. Prime squeeze spot here, Tower. These are the prime ones when it's cut off open, button call, and we're in the small with good removal. Could just squeeze this up to 5k if we wanted to, Stu.
We're going to do it. Looks like he is.
Just no wide cut off opening range. Button's just going to 3-bet most of their value, so we just got a perfect spot to do this. Sizing very nice as well, veering towards that 5x after an open and a call. And this is the thing about Poker Tower, like Stu's just had a great week last week. When you're on that sort of form, you don't miss a spot. Like straight away, looks down, king, queen, squeeze it up. When you're on like that bit of a rut and you're on a bit of a downswing, you see the king, queen, you're like, oh, I'll just call, see a flop, see what happens, but straight in with a squeeze, not missing it.
It's that confidence.
And should...
That bit of form that you've got, the confidence of playing every hand, thinking you're going to be unbeatable. Oh, love it.
Xingyu with the ace-4 suited. Mulling it over, and it's going to have a look. We are fairly deep. Start the hand 70 plus deep with Stu, so suited wheel ace. I think seems fine to get in. Like offsuit has to go into the mark, but suited. Come along.
Well, if you're not going to hit, that's as good as you can get. 10 jack deuce. You think that's somebody throwing something again? About 3.5. Well, it was an overcall. I think this is a fold.
Yeah, has to be.
Well, he's in the tank for a while. We thought this had been hand over and on to the next, but no. Overcalling with the ace-4. No draws.
It's a strange one, to say the least. Does pick up the wheel draw now, does actually still have the best hand. Not the best card here for Stu on the turn, just when we are at this stack depth, you should peel stuff like 8-9 of diamonds, king-queen of diamonds, king-10 of diamonds. Like, he's just going to have more suited stuff in there that perhaps we will not. So Stu does slow it down in the form of the check. And Xingyu with a quick check behind to the 7 of diamonds river. And now I feel like this is one that's going to have to be bluffed as Stu Tower. Like, we get to the river here, we're not going to get to the river with worse hand than king high, no diamond. Like, we're going to get to the river with some pairs, we're going to get to the river with some flushes. So when we're this low down our range, we just have to barrel with it. And the good thing about it, when it's a 3-bet pot, in general, Xingyu peels more suited hands than he does offsuit hands. So when he's peeling more suited hands, like he has here, he's going to have like ace-x of spades, ace-x of clubs, ace-x of hearts. He's actually not going to have too many hands that are offsuit that contain a bare diamond. So it's a really nice spot for Stu to do exactly this. Goes for a little 8.5k just south of half pot on the river and going to be getting the job done. Well, I say going to be getting the job done. Xingyu, is he going to raise?
He's raised it up. He's raised it up. And Stu McNally has to get out of the way.
Yeah, what a hand there. Xingyu floats the flop, checks back the turn, decides to rep a diamond, but how does he get to the river there other than with perhaps some turned nut flushes that contain the bare ace of diamonds? Because like, he's not peeling ace-8 off, ace-7 off, all this stuff. Ace-jack off, potentially the one that calls and gets there in the form of the backdoor nut flush. But what I will say, he took a good minute on the flop tower. Ace-jack's pretty easy decision on the flop, so if he's got ace-jack, ace of diamonds, I don't think he's taking that long on the flop, but fair play to that man. Just sniffed it out.
Big raise. I think the end was over on the flop, and that was ended on to the next.
Should have been over on the flop. And then the fact he's somehow found this raise on the river, which is much better for Stu, because Stu can free bet some stuff like ace-8 off, ace-9 off, ace-10 off, ace-jack off, ace-queen, ace-king with the bare ace of diamonds. But once we flat that cut off open on the button and then call Stu's free bet, most of our hands are condensed around the suited variety. Like, we're not going to peel like offsuit king-jack, offsuit 10-9, offsuit ace-9, ace-8, or at least we shouldn't. So it was a really interesting hand to delve into, but credit to that man, Zhongju, finding that rare river raise as a bluff. Did actually have the best hand, but still had to find it.
So you can't be on the phone while you're in it. Nice. Yep.
That's an orbit penalty. Probably David the world are good. If you go to 200 go.
Check. That's 12.
Sevens for Willie on an ace-jack 2 flop.
200, 500, 500 big blind.
Yeah, that's all it was, Stu. Very good timing from Xingju. That's all that was. If you're playing that on one of your apps and you call flop, it's just going to come up with blunder. And then if you raise river, it's definitely going to come up with blunder. But in the short term, it worked a treat. And that's the great thing about this game, and that's why so many people love it. You can play theoretically sound, but if your opponent's doing all sorts, it's not necessarily going to work. They may be making mistakes in the long run that in the short term look fantastic.
Level 5 of the day. Price pool just about to hit the £200,000 mark. So the play continues. £200,000 it says on the door. 250 guarantee. Oh.
What are they?
I'm
okay,
okay,
no, I'm
okay.
okay.
As well, flipping out. What's going on here? Looking after us here. Come on, Cammy. Great effort from Cammy Williamson yesterday, who's just entered the tournament. Played so well yesterday.
Go on, have 5.
No,
You're not eating that next to me. I'm not having you chomping that in my ear. You go and have 5 minutes.
Mel Simpson has fetched us in an ice cake. Shall I get the tea?
Go have a cup of tea. Have your
Would you like a
cake
cup of tea?
and bring a cup of tea back.
I'll bring you a cup of tea back.
I've got it. I'm all right.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to send Tao up to enjoy his sweet treat. I'll take you through the next 5-10 minutes. We'll have another giveaway. Let's say 4:15. And Jack Hardcastle hasn't been running the best as of late, so he's gone back to the old strategy of the loud shirts, I see. Remember the days 2-3 years ago when he always used to make the FTs and he'd turn up with his special shirts on a Sunday. Hasn't had the best 12 months, so trying to reignite that, let's say. So Jingyu, 10-8 suited, starts with limp. Ding here with the King Jack would be ISO in here. That is a big old ISO. 5.5 BBs. Lu Jingyu.
Rates 800. Pass. 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 Cool.
Not been the best session for Ricardo. Had a couple of rough spots and now going to get slightly rougher. We got top pair versus top pair here on the mono. And Stu having Ricardo out kicked here. No club in play for either. So Ricardo starts with check call. Five of spades on the turn, not the best card to see for Ricardo. We're going to have to stick around for another street here with the King 10. Can't be folding just yet. Not going to get any leads either here. He's thinking about leading, but like not one of these cards that we get leads on. Still nut flushes in Stu's range. Yes, we have slightly more flushes as the big blind, but still all the nut flushes there for Stu McNally. Turn, go in, check, check, and the ace of spades on the river may just be ones that saves Ricardo some chips here. And facing check as Stu would personally go on the hunt for a little bit of value, but maybe not wanting to open himself up to a check raise. There is much more 4x in the big blinds range than ours, and maybe the 4x does check river when it rolls off an ace, expecting us to bet this or bluff this hand. So seems like a close one there against big blind specifically, whether to go for value or not. Stu checks it behind. So ding with the ace jack of clubs. Raises to 9. William with a call on the button with a 10-9 off, and Willie in the big blind not going to defend the 7-4. Nice looking flop for Ding here. Flops the top pair. Can get behind this check for sure. We'll be doing some checking over to the in-position player, but it's a ruthless turn.
The 9 of spades.
Trip 9s for William now. Ding checking again. William now going to start firing. And Ding's going to have a real tough time folding by the river here, Tower. Once we check twice, I can't see any world in which we fold by the river now.
So bet 1.7 and a call. The 8 of diamonds on the river doesn't make a difference. Check, check.
A photograph. I actually forgot to take it off after. You shouldn't have said anything. I would have kept it on until I realised. We done the keyword. It was championship.
Oh,
about
championship,
20
yes.
minutes ago. We're going to the J Finks at 4:15.
4:15.
So you got half hour to think of a question. So in half hour's time, if I say, are you ready, and you're not, I'm not going to be happy. You got 30 minutes to come up with a question. This is coming off. So screenshot, because it's coming off. Ricardo, ace queen here, 26 BBs. Should be a jam for 26. Very nice from Ricardo, good find. And it should be working.
$65k up top, Zing Yu Tao. Matt's been here. Matt and Sinead. Both been here. In fact, let's just go a quick look at the results.
I think they're both in the field today. I've seen them both playing today. I've seen them both playing today, so I think they probably had a little day out in Glasgow yesterday.
Yeah. Stato played the high roller and made the way back home this morning. Dave Docherty's in the field today. Was on the final table of the high roller. Where's Gary McGaffney been? He's listed all these players and they're all playing. Everybody, every one of them playing.
Literally every single one Gary's is playing.
Yeah.
Jack's been here.
No Jack, bought in again.
Stato's here.
Yeah.
Davenport's here.
Yeah.
Docherty's here. They're all here, Gary. Where have you been? Oh, we meant on this table.
Oh, well, obviously.
What do you think we're going to get them 7 players you just named all on the same table?
table. La 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 la. Willie back at the table. 14 minutes left of this session. Over £200,000 now collected in the prize pool. Don't forget it's 250 to guarantee, but we'll get there with the turbo today and tomorrow.
Sevens opens for Ding, raises to 900. Marius here could free bet King Queen suited at this stack depth, goes with call. So forces Inju makes the call. Stuart does the same with the sixes.
Ten eight deuce, 2 diamonds. Check it all the way around. It turns the 9 of clubs. Open ender now for Ding. Gut shot for Marius. Yeah, hard for anyone to hit, to be fair. William in seat number 2 will be knowing what holdings he has, but he's checked again. And now a 6. So a set of 6s for Stu. McNally on the river, but it brings us straight for Ding in seat number 8.
Yeah, and the good thing for us as Stu, we're kind of protected here, Tower, with the set. Like, we get to bet fold because from the big blind, if we get raised when we have all this 7x, we just know our opponent has to have the 7. So Jingyu goes for the 1k lead here. I'm not sure what he's up to with 4s. Great fold from Stu.
What a good fold.
Just lets the set of 6s go. And Ding going to make the call with the 7s.
Just a call? Whoa, just a call. Surprised. No raising.
How are we doing, Silver? Welcome to the stream. I'm okay. So Ding flopping the flush draw from the big blind. William just with ace high. Ding not going to be going anywhere here. Starts with check call. One that potentially could go for a raise. One of these flush draws. How about a little lead here now? Like, I guess William still opens 8-9 suited, but really nice turn to lead here now for Ding and finds the lead. Nice stuff from him. Like 4-5 not a thing for William. He can only really have 8-9 suited for straights with an 8 in our hand, only 3 combos left. And then he can have a lot of this ace high stuff, ace king through ace jack, king queen through king jack, the queen jack, jack 9 suited type stuff. So just always folding out a better hand when we get the fold, and when we get the call, we're going to the river with a heap of equity.
Marius, cappuccino. Have a cappuccino, please. Any sugar? No, thanks.
So King 10 for Stuart here. Opens to 800. Stuart McNally, Jack 7 off. Gonna roll one in from the button. Makes it 2.5k. To be fair, it's probably going to be working against the King 10 of Stuart here. At least it should be working, but Stuart wants to see 3 out of position with King 10 off here. Does flop the best of it at Stuart's second pair with the backdoor second up flush draw. Stuart, not much going on, some backdoors of his own. Well, you're not going to get a much better backdoor than that. Now turning flush draw and an up and down, but flush draw actually dead here for Stuart McNally. And looks like going to send the lot in with the Jack 7, and it's a snap call from the King 10 of Stuart, not folding the pair of 10s and the second nut flush draw. So Stu only drawing to 13% here, needs a king or an 8, flush draw not live. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one from Stu. On a bit of form. Confidence is blooming, but the Jack 7 off, 3-bet. Little bit wide. Potentially could have just folded. Got on with the next hand, but went for the 3-bet barrel off. To be fair, once we get there, once we see that turn, we're not really going to have a better turn to shove as a bluff for just under pot size, are we? Obviously, don't want to 3-bet the Jack 7 off in the first place. Maybe a read gone wrong, but could have been avoided. But once we get there post-flop, I feel like the turn is just too good not to send. How we doing, Noodaloo? Welcome to the stream. I probably won't be playing that one, Gary. I've been in the Hold'em streets, playing a bit of Hold'em cash the last couple of months. Sort of PLO, taking a little bit of a backseat until the summer. I might pop down. So Xingyu calls cut off. Ding could have ISO'd Queen Jack, but decides to overlimp button. And now Marius gets the opportunity to bump it up with the 7s. I'm expecting it to go fold call. Be really surprised if Xingyu got involved here, but we've already seen some erratic play from him in this session. And once again, in with the 8-5 off. Quick call from Ding, closing the action behind on the button. Three-way. Things you love to see. Marius, effective nuts here, 10s and aces, not a thing for either opponent, so essential nuts from our perspective. On the ace 10-7, bottom set, unblocking the hands, we're trying to get called by 2. So just come out firing, sir, as he does. Third pot. Sorry, slightly more than third. 36 into 66. So around 55% up. That will be the end of Jingyu, but Ding flops a gut shot with backdoor hearts. He won't be going anywhere. It's the call from Ding. 6 of spades on the turn, doesn't really change too much. 8-9 suited probably in there for Ding, but 4 select combos out of a limp call range on the button, which is going to contain like probably 200-300 plus combos. So only really these 3 combos that we go 4 combos that we go behind 2. So as Marius, want to keep betting, try and target some ace X, try and target some stuff like some heart draws, even a non-believing 10x the way this table's been playing. But this is the end of Ding, can't be calling. This 10k on the turn, 2/3 pot with a gut shot. 70% here, just north of Queen Jack, has to go into the muck here from Ding. Willie, been quiet the last hour, but going to get to open here with a big slick from +1. Open he does, makes it 1100, veering towards 3x. And Ding with the same hand here. So expect to see 3-bet around the sort of 3,500 mark, between 3 and 3.5k. Seems good. There goes. Fairly small here. Just making it 7 bigs when we start the hand. 70 effective with Willie. I think this needs to be slightly bigger. Either way, it's going to be the same result. Probably going to be a 4-bet from Willie. What do we start the hand? 70, yeah, just north of 70. So maybe not comfortable getting this in as Willie. Wouldn't surprise me if he did play flat. But could definitely go for the 4-bet here as Willie. Bump it up to somewhere around 8k in terms of the 4-bet size that we probably want to choose when we are 4-betting. I love that from Willie. Really nice choice of size. 7.8 seems thereabouts on the money, and we are going to be chopping this one up. It's Ace King versus Ace King. Well, we hope to be chopping it up. Willie with the 2 live suits, Ding with the 1. We change the stream table every 2 hours. We're going to be going on break in 40 minutes time, and then we'll get the old switcheroo. We'll grab an outer table, probably one with another one of your 888 team on. We've got Ricardo here in seat 3. And it's Ding who has the little free roll. Any spades about for sweats? It's black, but it's the wrong shape. No sweats for Willie. much ado. Can we get Easty on the stream? We will get him on after the break.
How do you know?
Because I just know these things.
You've got clout.
Clout.
You've got clout.
Always thought when clout was when you hit someone.
No, when you have clout, you've got a bit. You've got something about you that can get things done.
Okay. And we, to be fair, we need to get Easty on the early sessions, don't we? Because as we get later in the day, probability-wise,
Slim.
he might not still be in the field. He would have lost a flip or a 70-30 somewhere along those few hours of playing, I'm sure. And in 6 minutes' time, guys, we are going to go to another giveaway tower. We'll have a question for myself.
Have you got any paper?
I will have some paper shortly.
You'll be saying, PK!
I'll grab some. Thank you.
Have some paper, please.
And I'm just going to confer with Lime the rules because last time it went a bit.
Yes. But what we will say is all guesses will have to be on 888poker TV on Twitch. Cameron Williamson coming to the table, sitting in the seat that Stu McNally was in. Got a 2.5 from Ricardo.
Yeah, once again, I don't think it shifts enough facing cut-off tower. Cut-off's going to open 7-8 suited. They're going to open like 9-7 suited. They could even open king-9 off. Like, I don't think the 5 shifts enough for us to play leads here as Ricardo. Yes, we have 7-8, 16 combos pure. They only have 4. But from the cut-off opening range, I feel like we need to be up against earlier position. Like against Gung, against +1, we're maybe not 7-8 in there, not too much 9x in there, then yes, maybe we play more leads, but facing the cut-off range when they still got a catalogue of 9x that want to open and 7-8 in there themselves, then maybe we are supposed to just check it over. But I understand what Ricardo's thinking, just trying to take the advantage there of the 7-8 from the big blind. And they're going to see that he's behind to the overpair and left with 3,700.
Half pot gets unlucky. Bow down with the queens. You're right. Sat in the same seat as he won yesterday. Good to have you back, Gav. Yeah, Patrick. Will it be son run number 2? So, Cammy, good to have him back in the poker scene. He loves the game.
Ace King suited for Ding. Goes for 1,200. Sixes for Willie. Nice clear defend in the big blind here.
You got raising it up 3-bet to 3,000.
You got to love the old school generation in this game, Tower. You just have. Like, we're just not deep enough to 3-bet sixes here. Like, when we get like 100 plus deep, you can actually 3-bet some of these middle into small pairs at this stack depth. Theoretically, we just want to call here in the big blind as Willie, take our price to flop that set. The other thing as well, Tower, sizing. Like, if we are going to 3-bet here as Willie, needs to be at least 4.5k minimum. Out of position, need to size up. Always say it. When you're out of position, add on that little extra big blind. Just deter your opponent from calling with position. Is going to go for the 3-bet call.
Queen 4-7.
Still out in front with the sixes. 3.5k coming in. Just shy of 30% continue from Ding. Now gets a bit difficult for Willie with the sixes. He's going to take his price just under 5 to 1 and make the call once. Still ahead of Ace King.
He is indeed. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Willie will check again.
If Ding could find the second barrel, it would be working.
Yeah, he's going to have to find it.
But maybe worried that he's not going to be folding Willie off a queen. He's going to go for the second barrel here. Only a small one. Goes for 5k. And
Oi,
Willie,
oi, look at this.
with the jam. What a move.
And that's just going to end the hands.
And
Boom,
he's
Willie.
got the best of it in the form of pocket sixes. Let's go, Willie. He don't care. He's playing his own game.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
What a little hand that is from Willie.
Don't see him very often anymore. And Willie Hoy just like, have some of that in your eye. Try and solve that, sunshine.
That is some mad hand, Tower. Like 50 effective, don't think we get to 3-bet sixes, and if we are, we need to probably go a little bit bigger. But then when we get there to the streets, no fear from Willie. We don't care. You want to bet quarter pot on the turn, mate, to check back river? Have that in your face. Power poker from the Lord.
Have you got the cheek thing when you sat down?
Oh, Cammy's all in first hand. No, he's not. Graphic error.
Second progress, you're going to be on a 15-minute break. There's a 15-minute break in the main event.
Hey?
I don't know. Action tracker glitch. Cammy's not played a hand yet, but he just had Cammy as all in first hand, and it went down as Cammy won the pot. So he's got an extra 1,200, which would have been the big blind ante.
Got you.
Oh, well, that was quick.
Off he goes. Wrong table. So he's not played a hand. He's took 1,200 chips and he's off. That's plus EV. Hello, Mr. Adam.
Mr. Wilco. Good day. We made the second break.
I want to eat your heart, but I've just bought it.
They've got you once, have they? They've got you once.
No, only one ball at Wilco, they call me now.
Did they?
No, not really.
I didn't think they did.
1 billion Wilco. Love it.
It's great. People just leaning over the balcony, shouting down to us. You all right, lads? We're looking up.
We don't normally get it. We don't normally sat in the middle of the pit. And today we are. This week here in Glasgow. First time at Merchant City for the team. So half an hour to go of this session. 210,000 in the prize pool. We know it's $250,000 guarantee. The turbo later today. What time is the turbo? What time is the turbo? Let's have a bunches. Turbo. What time's the turbo? What time is the turbo tonight?
8 p.m.
8 o'clock. 8 of the clock, and there's a satellite at 9. Mr. Tom Gill's in the building. How are you doing, Tom? How are you? Got a unfortunately 7:30, 2-hour drive away.
So Ricardo gets his king queen in for his last 7. Pretty standard here when we find this hand in 7 big blinds, especially the fact we get to squeeze jam a bit extra in the middle for us after an open and a call. Stuart going to call off the 7s. Ding will come out the way. Bogdan with the queen 10 suited. Looks like he's going to get involved as well. And now Marius with the 4s getting this price. Has to come along closing the action.
Ace Queen 6 flop.
Mateos looking good for a quadruple here. Potential chops against the queen 10 coming, but it's a good start.
2 of hearts on the turn.
Sure.
8 of clubs on the river.
And what a situation for Ricardo here. He's going to have 30 big blinds. The king queen going to be best. No ace-X out there.
And Ricardo is going to go up to 15.2. Hey, flips them over and he's like, boom, 1 for me.
And on that note,
yes,
we need to go to a giveaway.
Oh, aye.
I totally forgot. But we are only having one winner for this one. We have one $25 ticket to give away. We're going to do 3 a session. 1 keyword giving away 2, and 1 thing's giving away 1. This time it's me guessing. Quick rundown of the rules if you've not played before. Right, new rule. It's not just Twitch, 888poker. You can also guess on 888poker on YouTube.
Ah, okay.
So Lime's going to do the YouTube chat box. I'm going to do the Twitch chat box. So you can guess on either 888. 1 guess per account, please. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. Please do not multiple guess. And please do not guess until we say go. Don't be giving me any clues in the chat box. Over to the tower.
Where's music come from? Oh, the question. Yes, yes. The longest river in Scotland is called?
The Lyle.
The River Tay.
Ah, the River Tay.
The Lyle.
Yeah.
All I want to know, very easy, in miles,
Yep.
how long is it?
How long is the river?
Don't
Thames?
guess yet, please. Don't guess, no. Don't give him any clues, or else you get DQ'd by Lime Ricky. In miles, how many miles is it? There we go. He's written his answer down. Off you go. One guess per account. The River Tay is the longest river in Scotland. But in miles, how long is it? Not the River Thames, Lime Ricky, the River Tay. T-A-Y.
The Thames. Gotta
The
love
Thames
it.
is in London. And we're in Glasgow, Scotland.
Oh, hold on a minute. It doesn't go out of Scotland. This
Doesn't matter. I don't
No. Whoa. It doesn't go out of
Here we
Scotland.
go.
I'm not.
Here we go.
You asked for the biggest river in Scotland. If that river crosses the UK border, technically it's not Scottish. It's not fully Scottish.
Well, it's fully Scottish.
Only so it's all in Scotland. This river. Okay, we're all right then. We're all right. I just thought I'd get the stewards in early.
Yes, Piano Cat, you've already won today.
Fin break there from Cat in the chat. Oh, ignore my answer. Actually, I've already won, guys.
I know, yeah.
I can't win this
Bit of a
one.
thin one
yeah,
there.
Little fin brag in the chat.
So you get your guess in. How long does Jay think the longest river in Scotland is in miles? And it's the River Tay. And it actually, as his questioner tried to get a little bit technical with me, it actually flows from the north slopes of Ben Louis all the way down to Dundee.
Ben Louis.
Yeah, Ben Louis. All the way down to Dundee. And then it becomes the Firth of Tay, which is a wide mouth on the east coast near Dundee.
How are we doing, Jim lad? Afternoon. Good
Now,
afternoon.
that's a proper Scottish name. All right, Jim lad.
And how are we doing? Sleepy the old. Good afternoon to you two. Welcome. Giveaway time. You got about 2-3 minutes to get your guesses into the chat box. How long in miles do I think the River Tay is?
Yeah, we'll give you the correct answer in 2 minutes' time, and then you'll have another minute to guess what you think Jay has written down. So how long is the River Tay in miles, does Jay thinks? I'll give you the correct answer after the next hand, and then we'll give you another minute to get in it as we try and get a little bit of a clue from Jay. Evening, Bunzer. How are you doing, the Buns? having a party upstairs? Or is it just because the kids are on a break?
I don't know.
Because this is booming, baby!
Tower's going to be in his element this weekend, I'll tell you that. It's going to be Joker's Wild revamped in Glasgow. You're even dressed for it.
This is great. So after this hand, we'll give you the correct answer. Won't be the end of the quiz. Well, I'll give you another minute if you get any tells off Jay.
All players remaining in the main event, please start retaining
Oh,
your seats.
they're turning it down now. How long is the River Tay, does Jay thinks? How long does Jay think the River Tay is? The longest river in Scotland. I'll give you the correct answer if there's any action on this table. Do you like it? Nice.
I like it, I like it.
That's great. Great.
King 6 suited for Ding.
Here's some bagpipes.
Gonna bet once check 2 and A6 of space here for Jingju. We saw that hand against Stu McNally where he floated a similar hand, so I wouldn't say this hand is over just yet. But when this hand is over, Tower is going to let us know how long the River Tay actually is.
Yes.
Finally.
So, the River Tay is the longest river in Scotland. He tried to be technical with me, but it actually runs from the top of the Bure all the way down to Dundee, so it is all in Scotland. The actual answer is 120 miles long. It's 120 miles long is the River Tay, but you've got 1 more minute if you've got a little bit of a tell of Jay and what did he think the answer was. 1 minute. And then we'll get countdowns on 888 YouTube and 888 on Twitch. How did you get on a Walsall 2550, Jay?
So we only played the day one on the Saturday because I couldn't play the turbo because Spurs were on. So I went up. I regged for like 18 bigs on the Saturday night. Only played for like an hour and a half. I bagged up a decent stack. I then managed to get a bit of a stack on the bubble. I had the old table covered, and then I decided to 5-bet send 6s into aces on the bubble, covering second in chips. Looked like the man that was going to fold. And I even thought he'd even fold kings, this guy, and he just had aces. And then I was left short, got him in cash, and that was me. But I had my whole table covered on the bubble, but went for one too far. I was just looning it off on the bubble, as I call it. And to be fair as well, I had somewhere to be. I had somewhere to be. I had a seat locked in the game that I didn't want to lose my seat in the game.
There
So
we go.
I had somewhere to
There
be.
we go. I had to put them all in. Oh. So, 20 seconds, Lime Ricky, and then we're going to start in. Load of Twitchers coming over to YouTube, which is fine because they've got one guest per account, one on Twitch, one on YouTube. If they want to do that, we don't mind that. We don't mind that. But you've got 20 seconds before we start the countdown. The River Tay is 120 miles long, but how many miles does Jay think it is? And you've got, we're going to start the countdown on both channels.
We'll let Lime. What I've got to do it.
Is Lime going to multitask?
I'll do the countdown on
I
Twitch.
bet Lime's
this
going to
one.
multitask better than you.
I bet she can. I'm not disagreeing with that fact. I'm sure she can.
Start the countdown,
Right,
Lime.
let's start at 10.
Start the countdown, Lime, on Twitch. Here we go, we're on 8. Oh, you're in sync, you two. Look at you two. I'm pretty impressed with this. 5.
Oh, she's rushing me now.
That is it. The competition is closed. Is this 1 or 2 tickets?
Just one.
Just one.
Just one. We're
Right,
doing 3 a session because we've got 5 sessions today. We're doing
Yeah.
a keyword and a
Got
thing, so we've got
right.
3 a session to give away. So just
Brilliant.
one to give away.
We're going to set a 7s for Marius, but I don't think there'll be any action from Willie because he'll be binning these. So, we asked Jay how long the River Tay was. It was 120 miles long and it runs from that bit to there and across, and it's 120 miles. So, Jay, How much do you know about the River Tate? In fact, how much do you know about rivers?
Rivers is in poker rivers. I'm pretty good on them. But actual rivers, not much at all. I know the Thames, I know the Nile, and that's about it.
The River Lyle. That's what you got
Yeah,
it from, is it?
yeah. I actually tried to rhyme something with Nile. Well done. He figured out where I got River Nile from. Well done, Tower. Anyway, you asked me in miles, and whenever I get a miles question, I always have one fact in my head that is 200 miles from London to Devon. And I thought London to Devon is probably longer than Scotland in itself. If you start South Scotland up to North Scotland, it's probably longer, isn't it? So I thought it'd be about half. London to Devon, how long this river is.
You think London to Devon is longer than Scotland?
Yeah, I reckon London to Devon is probably about. It's a 4-hour drive if you go North Devon.
It's 4 hours from Edinburgh to play golf in Inverness.
Is it really?
Yes.
Well, if I knew that, I would have just gone for the London to Devon, and I would have been pretty close. But I'm pretty close anyway. So London to Devon, 200 miles. So I thought about half London to Devon is the length of Scotland up and down that the river flows through. I went for 95.
That's not a bad thinking in 10 seconds.
95 miles.
95 miles he went with. Did anybody at all get close?
Someone.
It would have been a pretty poor answer, isn't it? You can't have 1,000,000 miles as a river.
Well, I have to.
Because top of England to top of Scotland is only 700 miles.
But you know me, when I have no idea about a starting point, I have to try and use a little bit of logic at least, and that's how I come to 95. But the winner, who guessed 95 on the nose, is Kogong on Twitch. Well done to Kogong. Lime will be in touch how to claim your $25 ticket for 888 Poker. We're going on break in 11 minutes time, so we're just going to enjoy the final 11 of this session.
Well done, Kogong. Well done. Got it spot on. Well done.
Ace 10 of hearts for Bogdan opens to 1k.
Can you say, get into my belly? Do I have to say it with a wig on? Get into my belly. Got it. Nailed it. That was them Scotch pies. Mel Simpson outdone herself yet again.
I would have gone for value here, Jingju. Checked all the way down to the river. Highly likely that a 9 is best. We can still have a random any 2 from the big, so potentially can target some ace high calls. Didn't go for value though there with his 9.
So 10 minutes to go until the end of the session, then a 15-minute break. I like them pumping up the music at the breaks. That was cool, wasn't it? So 215 collected, no danger of not hitting the guarantee of $250,000. Turbo later tonight and then a turbo tomorrow morning at 11 AM.
Ace 2 suited here for Stuart, opens to 1100. Suited jack for Ding, not going anywhere from the big blind defence.
King high flop, King 4-7. Wish them both. Right, Nicole. Absolute floating here with the Jack 6, his old ding.
It's ding on the turn for Stewart. Loves to see the ace roll off. Jump in front of the King 7 and 4x now. But not going to get another street from Ding. Tonight's Turbo starts at 8 p.m. we sell. If you fancy coming to play, 8 p.m. start for the Turbo flights.
The satellite starts at 9.
Yep, satellites at 9 tonight. Turbo is 8 p.m. Well, Ding. I thought it was hand over.
It is now. It is now. We just jammed the ace deuce.
This has been a fun table.
This has been fun.
Like the raise from the Jack 6 of diamonds, no idea what Ding is up to. But even the jam from Craig, we would like, never should jam the ace there. We should just call. Like, doesn't achieve anything. We're only getting snapped by 2 pair plus, and then we just fold out all the bluffs. We need to come to Scotland more often, Tal. They're nutty up here. They're absolute nuts, all of them.
It started years ago with old Star of Prom and Dave, didn't it?
Star of Prom and
No,
Dave, yeah, when he hid them under the table, I remember.
That was class.
They were serving Star of Prom and Guinness glasses for 3 days until we cleaned up the feature table on the Sunday and found all the empty Star glasses. Bogdan ace king in the big blind. Jingyu goes for the limp with the Jack 4 off. Not sure about this, but he has been getting involved a lot.
Yeah, the first time we've been to Glasgow. We worked years ago at the GPS. Where was it, the GPS? What street was it? Somewhere in Glasgow. That was years ago. That was 10 years ago plus. Well, yeah, the first time a GKPT on 888 has come to Glasgow. They've made us feel very welcome. They look after us. All the staff have been brilliant.
Casino's lovely as well.
Casino's beautiful.
Yeah, great.
And
casino.
apparently tomorrow night we're bringing out as gold shirts, as diamond shoes, and we're going to get raving on the dance floor while we're commentating, because that's how mad it's going to be.
On your own?
I'm going to have to ring Will McMurray up for the shirt.
On your own, yeah. I thought you'd been in touch with Steve from Coventry when you said that, your diamond shoes and your gold little... 10-9 off for Willie. Opens to 1k from early position.
And straight after the break as well, we'll have the password for the free roll that starts at 6 p.m.
More giveaways. I believe we'll get a couple of the guys in today as well. We've got Josh that bagged, Vivi bagged, Ian Simpson bagged.
Josh is coming in the next session.
Next session.
Yeah. Josh is coming in for an hour. May get Easty as well.
Easty's playing the main today, you realise that, Tower?
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Poor Easty. He does get some stick, that lad, don't he?
Well, you two were like from the Indian bracket when you
Well,
first
yeah,
met each other
yeah,
yesterday.
I know, but this is because of the football.
When's Goliath? When is Goliath? Oh, blinking 8. We got 8 buttons for Goliath. I'm not pressing any. There's 8 buttons there. The Goliath starts on Thursday. That's the main event. If you want to look at the, that's when it starts, 24th of July.
Just go online. It's all everywhere. You can see all the stuff here. There's buttons galore. This is how big the schedule is, guys. Just Absolutely.
Thursday the 24th of July until Sunday the 4th of August.
I know we're on video, so you can just go back, pause, screenshot. That's why I'm doing them all quickly, because we'd go through break if I had to show them all and talk through every part of this.
And there we go. So Sunday the 3rd of August is when it finishes. Looking forward to it, Goliath. We just had a button where it told us the date, so that's disappeared. It's turned into 8 different buttons. But July the 24th is when it actually starts, and it actually starts with $1 million guaranteed GUKPT for an £1,150 buy-in.
Yep.
So as soon as we finish here in 3 minutes' time, it'll take us up to coming back at 5 o'clock, and then we'll give you the password for the free roll, because you've only got 60 minutes to pre-reg for that. Registration opens at 5 p.m. and we'll be back after that break.
So is Josh doing an hour, or is he doing the whole sesh?
Whenever he comes in, but I think it's an hour.
An hour, okay. Ace King suited for Willie. Loses to 1200. Stuart here, Ace Jack of Hearts. Yeah, I feel like call's nice versus gun specifically. Bogged down, pretty easy fold with the ace 9 after this action occurring in front of us. Gun open +1 flat, 2 strong ranges. Now Marius with the queen jack off here on the button. Yeah, not sure about this from William here, Tower. And even Ricardo, like, probably theoretically fold 6-7 to it. It's one of these situations you talk about a lot. Like when you first start playing the game, open, call. The big blind always goes, oh, I'm getting the price now. My price is great. I've got a call. But what people don't realise, when you split equity 4 or 5 ways with like these mediocre / trash holdings, your equity just diminishes. So it doesn't matter you're getting 5-6 to 1. If you're getting 5-6 to 1, but your equity in the pot is 8%, you're just going to be torching it. Like, in general, live setting, yes, you just see people defend almost any 2 when it's 5-6 way and they're closing the action, but like when you strip the spot, theoretically that equity just diminishes with these type of hands, and obviously reverse implied odds there as well. In general, this sort of smaller buy-in live field, you just get people sort of defend the big blind, not recognising that it's actually a spot where we have a lot of folds.
Well, he certainly ain't putting another chip in.
That's the main thing. We are going full way to the turn.
And this is the last hand of the session, ladies and gentlemen. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Last hand of the session. So we will bring you more action in 15 minutes and a new table.
What's a turn card?
What a turn card for Stewie.
Yeah, this is just a situation as Willie where you need to recognise ranges and going 4-way to the turn. Yes, we have top pair, top kick up, but same as before when we see bet into 5 players, as soon as we start going 3-4-way to turns, like 1 pair is pretty low down range, Tower. When you've got all these hands out there, Jack 9, 2 pairs, sets, Ace Jack completing now as well. Like, difficult for Ace King to be the best hand, Tower. It's really hard once we go 4-way and we see this king on the turn. Yes, we turn top pair, top kicker, but it's difficult for us to have the best of it. And diamond draw to go along now with Williams dummy end gut up. So I'm guessing he takes his price to the river, and here we go. We're going 4-way to the river. And Stu sat there with the stones.
Does the old Montana banana get there? No, it does not. 3 of clubs.
Yeah, now Willie should recognise, Tower, that Ace King, once we get called in 3 spots, can never value bet here. Like the value bet and threshold in this spot probably has to be a set. I don't even think like Queen 10 gets the value bet here. Once we go 4-way to the river, that threshold just changes and becomes so much tighter as soon as we get more players that go to the river after a turn bet. Like Ace King should just check fold here once we go 4-way. Theoretically, obviously Willie's got top pair, top kicker, he sees his hand. I got a strong hand in terms of a hand, but when you think about how the hand's played, bet on the flop, 3 callers. Bet on the turn, 3 callers. Like, you have to find some strange world that Ace King is ever good in this spot. And there's the raise from Stuart, and now just becomes a pretty easy fold from Willie. Once again, same scenario, tower. I know we can see whole cards, try and take that out of account. Think of it range versus range, but just important to recognise how value bet and thresholds are going to change when we go to rivers with more opponents in the pot.
Willie, save your chips, Willie.
Like, and where's the bluff going to come from here from Stuart? Who on earth's going to get creative 4-way on river here and turn Jack 10 of diamonds into a bluff? Like, come on. No one.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Like, I actually, like, I reckon it's very difficult in the souls running like 4-way turn to 4-way river spots. You'd never be able to even run this spot, but I'm pretty confident Ace King just check folds like this river when we go 4-way tower. And it doesn't bet turn either. Most certainly doesn't bet turn. Willie may feel like top pair, top kicker, too strong to be folding, but we need to just recognise ranges and multiple opponent streets.
Can he find a fold?
I hope so.
No, he can't. Yes, he can.
Good fold, sir. We
Lord
are
Willie.
on a 12-minute break, guys. We will be back just after 5 p.m. More giveaways, more banter, more poker. See you soon.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 888poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stack you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our full equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is betting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is betting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment will work much better when playing a heads-up hand against the overly bluffy opponent. So you should be careful with the other players at the table, because every time you deviate from what you should be doing, people can adapt and punish you. Don't feel intimidated. Playing against someone unpredictable that will often put you in tough spots can be intimidating and even discouraging. But don't let the fear of facing difficult decisions interfere with your game. Knowing your opponent's tendencies is an advantage, and it is your job to make the best decisions with the information you have. It is true that sometimes you'll be put to the test, but this is what poker is all about. Prioritize position. Having position in poker is always an advantage, but being the last to act against someone who is frequently too aggressive is even better. Have in mind that an aggressive player may check-raise you more often than you would experience against a regular opponent, so think twice before placing a bet. It is important to think beforehand about all the possible scenarios and already have an idea of how you will react according to your opponent's moves. Don't level yourself. You must be careful not to place yourself in tricky spots just because you're playing against someone who is too aggressive or that isn't following any proper theoretical guidelines. Be careful playing huge pots with hands that might be dominated. Just because you told yourself that your opponent's range is too wide doesn't mean you will outplay them. Not giving in to someone else's mental pressure at the tables is harder than we realize. Your goal is finding out how to navigate and how to respond to their tendencies and weaknesses without compromising your own strategy. So there you have it, some important things to keep in mind the next time an overly aggressive player sits down at your table. Stay calm, don't give in to their pressure, and look for opportunities to exploit their play. How do you adjust to playing against an overly aggressive player? Let us know in the comments below.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and
Players and dealers in the main event, you have a new blind level. 300, 600, 600 big blind empty. Dealers, please begin to deal.
Cards are in the air.
Off we go again. Another featured table. 2 hours. Easty is joining us in seat 4. Stu McNally is back. Westlife Barry is in the building. I see a lane there as well.
Beautiful.
Great little table for the next couple of hours for us, and I cannot wait for this because this is the first time Easty has been on the feature since he's been giving me stick about the Spurs. So if he's meant to bet third and he bets quarter, I'm giving him some stick. If he defends 1 pip out, I'm giving him some stick. He is getting it this session, Tower.
There he is, just texting Jay, go easy, please.
Either that or he's seeing how many trophies Liverpool can win this season now. So Heatherlight opens gun. Craig goes for the little free bet here with the 7s. Interesting, facing the gun open, but should be working facing Heatherlight's actual holding here.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Westlife Barry won the PLO the other day. He released a new single to celebrate it. You raised the pot. Or follow up to that, bluffing without kings. The Westlife, we've missed him.
Love it.
But he's back. And still yet to win a main event. Won a few sides over the course of the last 18 months when we've seen Westlife Barry on the feature table. And we got Heatherlight here. Pills the 6-7 suited at 25 effective and gets this flop. Jack 10-6, 2 clubs. Dream old flop when we make a optimistic pill pre-flop tower. Like, yes, at certain stack depths, when we're like 70, 80 deep, theoretically, we get to pill these hands. But when Craig free bets gun versus +1 off of 25, just should go into the muck. But we got the Dreamboat flop and got to run it. Got the 7s to fold.
You know what time it is?
Is it free roll password time?
It is indeed. You know your onions, young man. So, the password for the free roll that is on 888poker that starts in 55 minutes time. The password is 888ME1D. 888ME1D.
888 me 1D.
Me 1D. Main event. 888ME1D. That is the password. Starts in 55 minutes. 888poker. Get on. I might join myself. Go on. Put it on my phone. So, good stuff. Get yourselves into the free roll. 888ME1D.
Easty completing the 8-4 suited, blind on blind. Heatherlight checks option with the 10-5.
Ace Jack King, 2 clubs. Easty flop in the draw.
Could lead this one for 1 BB, fold out 9 highs, better 8 highs. Not dislodging 10 or queen highs, they would be continuing with the gut shot. Check back from Heatherlight with his 10 high.
And that is a beauty.
Off
Heatherlight.
Suit queen. So straight on the turn. Now we are going to go for the lead as Easty with the 8-4 of clubs, making it 1k. And Heatherlight here. I don't think any raising going on tower. I feel like we always call with position. Yes, we have a straight, but don't think we get any raises here. Just a call and off to the river. There's the call.
4 diamonds on the river.
Yeah, but not really changing too much here for Eastie. We could actually bluff this here now, Tal. Once we actually snag bottom pair, it's a good one to bluff because we block stuff like ace 4, king 4, queen 4 and jack 4. All hands that would have to pay off a river bet, blind on blind. So it's actually kind of nice from Eastie this. I hate to say it, but it's actually kind of a nice one to use when we catch this 4. Blocking jack 4 through ace 4, very important. Blocking some of the hands that would snap our river bet off. Unfortunately for us, we've just run into a straight because that's what we do. We're Eastie. And we're just going to have to fold to the raise. But I actually think that's actually a tidy little river bluff from him there. Very good to have the 4 in hand. Very important card to bluff on.
80 bigs for Eastie. Stuart Alley on 35. Craig Conway on 18. Craig was first out of the high roller, wasn't he? Sure, Craig was on our feature table.
Yes, he was. Craig Conway, I remember. So 2 more giveaways coming up this session, guys. We'll go to a keyword at 5:30, and then about 6:15 we will do a tower finks.
Getting ever closer to the $250,000 in the prize pool. 219,000 collected, as you can see top right of the TV screen.
Queen 10 stands open for Shu. Once folded 2 in the cut-off here. Starts the hand with just shy of 35. 8-6 of clubs here for Eastie. Cut-off versus bottom. 35 bigs, just not really deep enough to do anything into the muck. It goes. Hevelai should be following suit. Craig 7-4 off in the big. Not going to defend, raise and take for Stuart.
Hi guys, can you give us more details about Malta this year? What's happening in Malta?
Not us.
Absolutely no idea, George. Don't know what you mean, don't know what event it is. I know there's the Battle of Malta going on in April and then one in October as well. Won't be at either, unfortunately, this year. Busy at work.
Yeah, for 888. Next stops. We can show you after this hand. We've got the UKPL Newcastle, start of April. We go to Reading, back end of May, Edinburgh, middle of June, and then off to Liverpool, back end of the year in October. And then we'll have the UKPL Grand Final in Coventry, 11th to the 16th. And don't forget, 888 live event, Barcelona.
So is that straight after Blackpool and before London?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Wow, that's a busy November.
Yeah, it is a busy November. So Barcelona 2025 888 live stop May the 8th to the May the 18th. Barcelona approaching summer. That will be nice. Might see Westlife there. He loves the season in the sun.
Nailed it.
So check it all out, guys. 888 poker, loads going on this year, whether it be 888 live stops, whether it be UKPLs. They're all there, and nice fold there from Eastie with the ace 10.
Love it.
John Gammon said he'll be in Barcelona for the 888 live. Enjoy, John.
Ladies and dealers in the main event, you have a new blind level 400, 800, 800 big blind empty. 488, next end open.
We will be in London, John. We won't be in Barcelona. Cuspy one from Heverlight. I'd open here if I feel like the players behind me are not aggressive enough. If they're not free betting enough, I'd open the King 8 off. If I feel like we've got a few firecrackers behind us, may be more inclined to just let it go. Does choose to open, makes it 1400.
And then calls. Brings in Barrett with a 6-5. Jack 3 flop.
Not much going on for anyone here. Dummy and gutter for Elaine. Is she going to go for a little leady lead on the Jack 10-3? Yes, she is. And gets the better hand to fold.
Very nice indeed. The 25.50 in the Vic in June has been cancelled.
Was it?
Yep. Hi. It has, because he's been replaced by Portsmouth.
Oh, of course, you got the Minifest, haven't you?
We've got the Minifest in Portsmouth. The 25.50 in June at the Vic has been cancelled. The Portsmouth Minifest has taken place of that with the GUKPT, which is there. Right there you got Portsmouth Minifest. Summerfest is 10th till the 15th of June. Then we're in Edinburgh for 888 until the 22nd of June. And then the Vic is on 10th till the 20th. We're there on the 16th of July with the first live stream of 2025 down in London. Not been to London since May last year.
Can't wait. Really can't wait to see how the Vic looks.
If it's on time and everything's sorted out, if anything happens with the Vic, we'll definitely let you know. As always, we'll watch social media, but the 25.50, as S3 says, has been cancelled. But Portsmouth, just down the road, round the corner. We fancy it. Beautiful place. Not too sure it's £2.50 on a bus, but
nice slot for Elaine off the free bet in the 8s, over pair to the board. Goes for a meaty old bet as well, 6k into 7.5, good for 80% on the nose. Does get the equity of the King Jack suited out there of Stu McNally.
Ace Deuce of crazy and the hijack raising up, makes it 1.6.
So called in 2 spots. Ryan could have jammed here, actually, Tower. Open hijack, an effective stack of Craig to start the hand is 19, an effective stack of Stewart is 30, the only player behind us. So Ryan could have actually played jam here with 7s. I think that would have been the best approach. but choose to go with call. And now met with 2 overcards on the Queen 8-6. Craig chooses to continue the ace high. Up and down now for Ryan, and still out in front with the pocket 7s. I assume Craig going to be shutting this down. Great card for the small blind range. Terrible card for our hand. So with those 2 factors, feel like white flag wave is in order. And does check it back. And check mark goes Ryan's way.
Half an hour into this level. Elaine Johnson, chip leader on the feature.
Come on, Elaine.
Come on, Elaine. I think she won the Edinburgh 25-50, didn't she? I think so, yeah.
She's the one that fixed my neck for a few hours when
Really?
I remember in Edinburgh when I pulled my neck sneezing.
Yeah.
Elaine come in and gave me God knows what, just some tablets. Said take them, you'll be fine. I took them and I was all right.
Boom.
Sorted me right out. Do you think the Goliath breaks records again this year? The last 3 years record is broken, probably. It just gets bigger and bigger every year.
Yeah, it's superb.
And there's always people as well, because it's rare, unless it's like work or a holiday, that someone doesn't go that's been the previous year. And then there'll be other people, their mates, that they tell, be like, okay, I've got to go this year, I'll make sure I get it booked. So
absolutely spot on.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was another record breaker.
Yeah, the Goliath is superb, isn't it? It's just proper good.
So I'm going to continue heavily here, high frequency C-bets on the King 9-5 as the gun opener. Stu should still be continuing ace-jack here. We're in front of suited ace-x, we're in front of queen-jack, jack-10, queen-10. And like Heavily seems like one that will open wider. We saw him open 6-7 suited earlier, so ahead of stuff like 10-8 suited as well. So Stu has to call once with the ace-jack, as he does to the turn.
Which is the spade, the 6 off.
No, as Heavily, we're just going to want to go bet. 14.6 in Stu's stack, so we want to size this up for a river jam. 2/3 seems nice, 4 into 6, putting 14 in the pot, and 10.6 in Stuart's stack for the river, so sort of 2/3 on the turn to set up 2/3 rivers, but doesn't elect for the geometric size here, Heavily. Maybe feels like going down the exploit track, feels like Stuart's going to continue any pairs against this particular size, but the ace-jack just out the way on the 6 of spades turn. 10 minutes to go until the next key word, guys. We've got another 2 $25 tickets to throw at the chat box.
Yep, you need to be on 888poker TV on Twitch. You don't have to watch it on Poker TV on Twitch, but to get the giveaways, that's where you need to be. Greetings, Moss Shark. Easter is in the mix. Josh has made day 2. Vivi's made day 2. Ian Simpson's chip leader of day 2 at the minute.
So Craig here, off of 13, wants to open tower. We got kings, make it 2 big blinds. We want some action. We want defense from the big blind. I probably wouldn't have gone for this option as Craig, but really trying to extract the maximum here. But this is the problem, especially from what I've seen as well already in Glasgow. Everyone loves a limp.
Well, it's definitely raising.
So when we limp in as Craig,
I was expecting somebody to raise.
everyone behind us is like, oi, someone's limped, I love it, let's go. I'm in as well.
6-way with your kings, how you feeling, Craig?
But if I was from around here and I'd seen what had been going on today, early stages, lots of limping going on, I would certainly not be limping kings because it's very likely that this is going to happen. And now look, there's the ace.
The 2 clubs. Super flop for Stu McNally.
One that could check back, 3-way tower, but this many players we want to start thinning the field down, heads up 3-way, could potentially check back. 6-way, I feel like we do want to start thinning the field down, just like something like 9s with a club, 3s with a club, not letting those realise the little 5% for free on the turn.
And just fold the kings, lost minimum. End of hand. Limp with kings, fold. Lost minimum.
How are we doing? Hi, Grigoras. Welcome to the stream. There is an array of legends on this table.
This is great.
Barry, does he play high stakes PLO online, or at least used to, like a couple of years ago? Because there used to be someone with that name. Well, that was his online handle anyway.
Well, Baby Cheese?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Used to battle with him in the PLO streets on some online rooms a couple of years ago. If it's the same person, I'm not sure. It's funny though, because like you play during lockdown, especially you play like hundreds of thousands of hands with people. You just see their online names. You never see their face.
That's true.
So you don't actually know who they are until someone might mention their online handle, and you'll be like, "Hold on a minute, me and this man have played tens of thousands of hands together."
The message has gone to the...
Oh.
in his element.
I don't think I've ever been so quiet at a table before. Jay and Trevor will be sitting there going, what's happening to these days? Went funny.
Nothing to talk about right now.
I think Paul's scared me.
I'm frightened. That's what I'm scared of, that you feel a wee bit intimidated up here. I was hating that. Paul tried to have a wee joke at the beginning and it kind of went wrong. A wee bit.
Sure, you've got a lot to talk about when you come into a new city. There's no one to explore the new city. Questions to ask.
I've not really had time to be honest. I was planning to go today, and then I ended up playing this instead.
Where are you from?
Essex.
Plenty of people wandering about, chatting and saying hello. It's great round here.
It is.
So good.
Tower's just putting his 8th pie order of the day.
Stu McNally is going to Chapman's for us. If anybody...
Hold on. His missus is going, he just said.
Well, yeah,
he's not going.
No.
He's messaging his missus and she's going to bring the pies down.
Chapman's of Glasgow. Apparently infamous or world famous, whichever they are. And apparently they're just like 6-card old baby teeth.
Yeah, is that the famous baby teeth from online? Did you start? I don't know. He did. Did he play Mayfair a bit as well, Barry? A couple of years ago. Mayfair, yeah. There used to be a little game in Mayfair. Which I only played a handful of times, but I remember there used to be someone called Baby Teeth in that game as well.
Right, okay.
Barry Whitehead's the man in the no-tell. He
He
knows
knows
everything about anyone Scottish. He
Yeah.
knows the ins and the outs.
£222,000 in the prize pool. We know it's £250,000 guaranteed, but with the turbo at 8 o'clock tonight and 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, get closer to the 300k mark. 133 today on the 888 live. And Barcelona the next one, 8th till the 18th of May.
Barry defends big blind. Haverlife flops best here on the Queen 6 deuce rainbow. And according to Barry, Ryan has over 37 gerbils and he keeps them in an intricate maze and it's converted into a garage at his home. Any of them ever escaped? That is the question.
I always wondered what was the point of keeping a gerbil.
I've never had any sort of small rodent as a pet.
No.
Smallest thing I've ever had is a cat.
Cat loves you. And Moshark says, my goal is to win the free roll today. And the password is 888ME1D. Main event 1D.
So one more hand, guys, and then we will be going to the next key word.
We will.
We have got two $25 888 tickets to give away to the chat box. We will do the third later on in the session. So we just missed that whole hand. We're still on the hand from before.
Oh. Okay. Well,
raise and take, I think.
As he throws. Not let us know there's anything that's a problem.
Yeah, strange. We literally just played a hand and still had the graphics from the
hand before.
There we go. We've caught up.
Maybe he fell asleep.
Maybe it was a miss still. Maybe it was a miss still. So, it is keyword time, guys. We have two $25 tokens / tickets to give away for 888 Poker. It's as simple as this. You need to get yourself over to Twitch, 888 Poker TV. I am going to tell you the keyword. You write the keyword in the chat box and two people are picked at random. And the third keyword of the day is...
Little Jimmy.
Day 1D.
Day 1D.
Day 1D.
Day 1D. That's what we're playing right now.
Have about 5 minutes, guys. Good luck.
Day 1D in the chat. Go, go, go.
Someone's wrote David, I'm pretty sure. It just looks like everyone's writing David.
Day 1D.
Ace 10 for Craig. All in for his 9 bigs. Eastie with the Queen Jack 2 already invested, calls it off, and it is live. Still live.
Yep. With the Queen Jack. Ace 10 good. Still good for the double. And does. Craig doubles. Eastie still on 40. Day 1D. Good luck if you are in.
King Queen for Eastie. If he folds this one, I'm going to run out there.
He won't be able to get this one up. Makes it 1.3.
Westlife, Jack 10 off on the button. In with the punishment. Getting after Eastie here. And a huge free bet as well. Veering towards 4x Eastie's open. Does get the King Queen out of there.
Where can I find the free roll? The free roll is on 888 result. It's on 888. 888 poker. I'm guessing it's on the front page of the website.
Jay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how fresh do you think Eastie's top is? We'll put it this way. I think it could be fresh today. I reckon there's still a tag on it that he's not found yet, because I've never seen him wear it before. So I feel like it's a new jumper. Maybe it's a lucky jumper. Maybe he's trying to change something. Yeah. Thought I'll come in with a bit of a brighter bit of clothing on today. Maybe I get a bit of brighter luck. You never know. It does look pretty new though, and I've never seen him wear it before. So seems fresh. So you probably got around a minute before Lime
says,
here we go.
Okay.
Oh. I think we actually check here at this stack depth as Eastie goes for the raise. But like Stu can still have some jams at 27, 28, and obviously we can't raise call, Jack 10 suited, and like Stu's gonna limp like all the suited Jack X, Jack Deuce, and then like have Jack 7 off plus, keep some dominated stuff in. Like as soon as we get deeper, yeah, can just raise the suited Broadway, Jack 10 suited, but I feel like at 26, 27, there's a lot more checking going on with these type of hands because Stu has that stack that can go for a complete and then a jam over our raise. Either way, we do have the initiative going post and position as Eastie, and we flop best on the Jack 5-5. So, small continue. I'm going to go for the little check back. Bit of deception, maybe trying to induce here from Stuart. I guess this is one of the merits of checking back flop as Eastie. We can induce some stuff on the turn. Stu just getting after it here with Queen High. Clear as day call for Eastie now with position. Keep them bluffs in range of our opponent.
Off to the river. Which is the King of Spades.
Yeah, and not a good card for Stu to continue barreling on. Like, I guess we can still have value bets with Jack X here, but there shouldn't be any King X of Stu that we want to barrel turn with, blind on blind. Like, our King X in general probably hunts for showdown. So it's difficult to like rep a king here as Stu. Yes, we can still have 5x for sure, some suited 5x that play complete cool, but it's a difficult river to get after it on here for Stu. Looks like he is going to get after it here. 7k into 8.2, trying to put Easty in the blender. But once Easty checks back flop here, Tower, this is a very key element in the hand. Once we check back flop, our range to our opponent looks a lot like some ace high stuff. So it's difficult to find the fold here, especially because there's not much King X in Stu's range. As I say, King X in general are probably going to want to be doing a lot of checking on the turn. So we basically lose to a 5, and with 2 5s out there, blind on blind, ranges being as wide as they are, not going to be too much of that out there. So Easty figuring it out, makes the call, and wins a nice pot from Stu McNally.
Nice call from Easty. And if anybody needs any more information about our star-studded players, please just ask your North of the Border reporter, Barry Whitehead. Is always here to help.
Well, here he is again, Tal. So Barry Whitehead knows a lot about Craig in seat 6 and says, Craig, he only owns green-coloured clothes, is a former intelligence agent for the British government, and once beat Susan Boyle at a high-stakes game of Tetris. So, lot to know about Craig there from Barry Green. And how do you know all this stuff, Barry? You're the intrepid Scottish reporter to let us know about our Scottish players. But that must have been intense. Susan Boyle, high-stakes Tetris. That would have been a watch.
Oh dear. I bet you were good at Tetris.
I used to, yeah, be all right at Tetris.
I bet you were good at Tetris. I bet you used to play it and you used to study it intensely.
Not study it. When we had ICT at school.
What?
Oh, when we had ICT at school, like the hour on the computers, and we were meant to be doing all this stuff, we used to play. That's what we used to play.
Right.
Either the helicopter game or Tetris. Yeah. You must remember the helicopter game. Old school Flappy Bird helicopter game.
This is live basketball, Mavin. We are in Glasgow. It's 20 to 6 in the evening. We are live, and we're live for about another 5 hours.
And we are just about to finish a giveaway keyword coming to a close, guys.
Yes. David is the keyword. Here we go. Last 10 seconds to get your word written down.
We're all over the case, Basketball Maven. You can watch us on YouTube, you can watch us on Twitch, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube GUKPT. So there's 4 different platforms that you can watch us from. We've got about 500 watching at the moment.
There you go. Day 1D, just in time. Who gets the tickets this time? Da, 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 da.
Stuart in the cut-off, King 8 suited, sends it in for 10 over Westlife's Pocket 7's open. Easty now out of the way with Ace Jack. Barry Greenan going nowhere here with the walking sticks, and we're going to be flipping.
It's Batkinson has won the giveaway, and Solomon. Amazing, well done. King 8 for Stu.
Good start for Westlife, just fading kings and 8s. Ace on the turn, not changing anything, so 6 out to fade, and we will lose Stuart.
And it's a queen, so Stu McNally busting out.
And that's going to be second bullet for him, so he'll be jumping back in, and as he does exit, Barry Greenan says, I'll see you again.
We have 4 channels live, 2 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 1 on Facebook. Well done, it's Batkinson and Solomon. Well done, you two. Don't you know what to do with your whispers? Make sure they're active and people can send you a message.
Where's Josh? He said he'd be in. Ian, I think, is going to be in as well at some point. Easty might be in at some point if he lasts that long.
Aye.
But we got Vivi free today, we got Ian free today, and we got Josh free today. So I'm sure there'll be a couple of guys in the booth at some point.
Just started at level number 8. The two YouTube channels are in English and Scottish.
Button open from Heverley here. Elaine defends the Jack 5 suited.
There's 926 in the free roll at the minute. $73 up top for a free roll. Very nice.
Yeah, a bit of out of line open there from Heverley on the bottom, but once again, if he feels like people aren't attacking enough in the blinds, like theoretically 6-7 off folds button there, but if we are against some opponents that we don't feel are going to be free betting enough, aren't aggressive enough, then go a few pips lower. That's a lot of pips lower, but does work out. See bet small on the paired board. Jay, quick question. In a heads-up pot, if your opponent bets not all in on the river and you call and lose, do you have to show? Or can you just muck? You can just muck, but your opponent has the right, if they want, although deemed bad etiquette in a live setting, your opponent can go, I want to see them cards because he's called and he wants to see your cards, but it's very bad etiquette to do that. Online's different, of course, because you call, they muck their hand, but you go and click the replay button and it will show you their hand. But if you call and lose, your opponent shows you the winner, just muck your hand face down. And it's very rare someone will go, I want to see them cards. Most people just aware you've already won the pot, you don't really need to see your opponent's cards and give them a needle. Just an etiquette thing. So, Easty, going to have a spot here. Any 4-bets? Oh, we got a little combo we can 4-bet at 60. Not folding. It's cool or 4-bet here from Easty, but love him to find this one. Heverley's been super active as well, so opponent in question, one that we can get after, and there it is. Finds it. Didn't see it coming from Easty, but he's got the 4-bet bluff in the locker. And now Heverley with the King Queen of Hearts.
Looks pretty.
Getting this price with position. Potentially could call tower. This particular combo. Depends what he thinks of Easty. How much have they played together today? What's the dynamic been like? We are going to get a pill with the King Queen suited, getting 2.5 to 1 with position. 4-bet coup here. To the streets we go.
Ace 5-5. Easty. Flopping 2.
10%. Find the 10%, Nick. Little 3,200. 4-bet coup here. Going to have absolutely tiny sizes tower. Like on the ace paired board. Really, really small. Playing too well.
Yeah, you can't even slag him off.
Does find it.
Can't. You said you were going to have a go at him if he wasn't playing well.
Slightly more than 10, but same idea.
Yeah.
Goes for like 12% there, 12.5% from Nick. But love it. really nice from the lad, to be fair. I was actually hoping to give him a lot of stick this session, but haven't been able to give him much stick yet. That was a very well played poker hand from him.
The password has been put out for the free roll. It's 888ME1D. 888ME as in main event 1D, which is the flight we're covering today.
There's some music going on in here today.
It's some right random Spotify malarkey that you've never heard before.
A bit of confidence after that hand from Eastie. What a nice one. 4-bet pot. Going to open now with the King Queen, making it 1700. And Elaine, King Jack of Diamonds, can go both ways here. Once again, when we are at this stack depth, 70 effective here. Can play 3-bet, can play call. Both going to be fine at a frequency. Oh, but it's Ryan.
Oh, C9. No baby teeth. Makes it 5.8.
A little bit on the small size once it goes open and a call at this stack depth. I'd probably add on a little bit extra juice. King Queen off here for Eastie though, probably going to do exactly that, but Elaine gets the call if she wants to here, Tao. We got suited King Jack, we have position, we're at this stack depth, we can definitely come along here as Elaine with this specific combo.
Does she find it? Yes.
Yeah, good to see. I most certainly wouldn't be folding King Jack suited with position this stack depth against this 3-bet size. Good to see Elaine getting involved.
Queen 7-9. Ryan flopping so much better.
It goes for the little check here, and now Elaine turns a flush draw to go alongside her gut shot, and Ryan comes out firing for half pot with his top set, and we've got a big old river card coming up here.
The river is the ace of spades. So Elaine riffs everything. Bet and a fold. $80 weeks for Eastie and chip leader on the table.
Where's Barry get this information from? It says Baby Teeth also is the only person to ever 12-bet and fold to a 13-bet.
Crazy.
I remember back in the day, was it 7-bet or an 8-bet from Benny Spindler with the King Jack against Ace-X in the EPT, probably like 13 years ago now. That's one from the archives, but I believe it was like a 7-bet jam pre-flop from Spindler. And matey was ruffling about with like Ace-6 or something. But long gone are the days where you see all this clicking buttons, clickety-click, 6-bet, 7-bet, 8-bet, all that nonsense. It's rare you get past 4-bet these days. So the Heavily Ace Queen opens to 1800. Barry flats the Ace Jack of Diamonds, and Grant should be coming in when the 9-7 suited.
Jack high flop, Jack 4-7. Top pair, Barry, middle pair for Grant. Has somebody left the door open to the outside world?
Where's it cold now?
I've got a right draft on my arm.
So it checks over to in position Westlife Barry.
The buzzer.
Should get a street here from Grant. Middle pair, nice back doors from the big. Gonna have to stick around for one as Grant, especially against quarter pot. 1700 here. And now Heavilight with the ace queen. We've got 2 clean over cards, not completing any straights when they do roll off. So it's going to take his 6-1 price. Problem with this is Heavilight, when we overcall, we have them reversed implied odds against Queen Jack and Ace Jack. The times it comes a queen on the turn, or the times it comes an ace on the turn. Here we go. And we're up against some Ace Jack, Queen Jack type stuff. So price was nice there as Heavilight. So thought that he'd see a turn with 2 clean overs, but going to get him in a spot of bother now because Westlife going to be wanting to go for a second barrel freeway. So that's the end of Grant. 7 becomes a very easy fold now once this ace rolls off and Westlife wants to continue barreling, but Heavilight going to have to stick around to the river. Wow. Right. I think what this is 7 of hearts working from Grant. You think about Westlife's range here, Tower, that wants to go bet. All his King Jack and Queen Jack are going to check this turn. So holding the 7 of hearts, there's only 1 combo left the pocket 7s, a hand that Barry would double barrel, and there's only 1 combo of ace 7 suited left, another hand that Barry would double barrel. But he also has some ace jack in there as well, which we can see that doesn't want a free bet. But I understand it from Grant. It's really out the box, but this 7 hearts is actually a really important card when we're thinking about Barry Greenan's value range that wants to double barrel. Like it's pocket 7's the clear one, ace 7 suited the clear one. There's only 1 combo left of 7s. There's only 1 combo left of ace 7 suited, and the ace jack blocks itself on the board. So only 9 combos of ace jack left in there. So that's what this could be here from Grant. Just an exploit, taking this 7 of hearts and putting it to work. Because when Barry double barrels this turn, now his value range just becomes so condensed, Tower, because he's called the open pre. He shouldn't bet any ace highs on the flop. So therefore, when we get here to the turn and Barry wants to double barrel the ace, he's basically saying he's either got a set or he's turned 2 pair with aces up. So having this 7 hearts is actually a really important card, blocking the set of 7s and blocking the ace 7 suited.
Puts him in snap fold.
So
we got a surprise for you.
Do we?
There's a guy taller than me.
Oh,
that's gonna.
The great Carly.
The great Carly is coming in to the comms. It is going to be Mr. Posh Josh Manley. So we've got
an hour.
We've got 25 minutes until the next break. So what I'll do is I'll nip off for 25. We'll swap over, and
right.
then Jay will do 40.
I've not had a break today. 15 minutes to have your pies, 5 for your dessert, 17 tea runs. We're not going on break in 25 minutes, you know that.
So I'll do 25. Yeah. I'll have 25, and then you take the next 40 plus the break gives you an hour.
I'm trying to figure it out.
40-minute levels.
Yeah.
20-minute break at the end of that is an hour.
Yeah, it's not an hour and 25 we got, is it?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'll do 25
I thought you said I'll take 25
I'll do
now,
the tea
and then
run.
I'll come back and do an hour with Josh. That's what I was like.
I'll do the tea run for 25 minutes.
Okay.
And then you take an hour after that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, makes sense. I was confused there. I thought it was now o'clock. I thought he was swindling me for an extra half hour. I thought he was trying to swindle and an extra 30 minutes.
Anyway, between us, we've got Josh Manley. That's what we've got. So incoming Josh for an hour, and he's going to entertain us for the next for the rest of this session.
Perfect.
So incoming Josh.
All good, mate. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Very happy to be here. The best place to be, the comms booth.
Have you ever been Glasgow before?
I've never been to Glasgow before.
I've never been either.
Excited to be here. Love it already. Had a great time so far. Bagged.
Yesterday. We'll come back to that in a second.
There
First,
we
we've got Kings of Ryan. Oh,
okay.
What a first hand for Josh.
First hand, okay.
To join us. But the only thing is, the stack depth here.
In a 3-bet pot, that's not fair.
And there we go.
There it is.
So Ryan, only 400 more to call, flicks it in. Craig fading at Kings here. What a great flop for Craig.
Haven't seen too much in the way of very sick run-outs so far, have we?
Well, imagine the running nines.
Imagine the running nines.
It would have been perfect if you just said that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen much today. Yesterday, obviously, in the high roller, we had that 3-deuce suited versus aces when Wilco 4-bet sent the 3-deuce into Jack Hardcastle's aces, and aces did not win.
Yeah, I did see that one. That was a bit of a crazy one.
Looking for. So, Josh Manley, 105k.
Looking back here, I'm quite near the bottom, but we're there.
How was yesterday?
Yesterday was a roller coaster, quite up and down. I started, I was on fire. I doubled up straight away, and then I won another stack and I got to 90k and 4 levels, and then I lost a pretty big pot. Oh yeah, I lost a really big pot with Queen 10, and then I lost another big pot with 8s, and then I found myself with 30k again. Sorry, 30k again, and but then I won with the pocket 8s. Doubled up, had 60k, and then I just won loads of small pots towards the end of the day.
That's it, chip up, red line.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
So we will see Josh in day 2 tomorrow, hoping that man in seat 4 can join. He's actually playing pretty good poker. He actually found a 4-bet with ace-10 suited at the right stack depth, and then found the 10% on ace-5-5 somehow.
No, he did not.
He did. I was literally saying he's never going to find it, and then he found it. So I was just sat here confused that he first found the 4-bet and then found the sizing. So Eastie's tuned in today. He is definitely tuned in.
My goodness, I can't believe it. Because I was on his table for about 3 hours yesterday. All he did was moan, moan, moan. He would look at his cards, and the dealer would come around to him, and he'd go, oh, fold. But he wouldn't even put the cards towards the dealer. He'd wait for the dealer to take the cards away.
Yeah.
Every hand. I was getting tilted just watching him. But it's alright, I got his bust out in video. Fantastic. I'd like to see him do well for once in one of these things.
He is due.
He's due in a A-State Live for sure. I don't think he's ever cashed one. I mean, ever in a big one. He's done UKPLs.
Did he not cash Reading last year? Did he not have a little run in Reading?
UKPL.
Not the AA Live. Yeah, that was a UKPL. Yeah, of course.
Not the big one. That's a very fun flop as well.
Yeah, we've had some antics on this table. As you can see, we got a 4x open and a pill from Queen 9 off. And Craig, who just doubled up through Ryan, maybe getting some more here.
Plenty of outs going to the turn.
Deuce of diamonds.
Not sure this is going to slow down Craig though.
Yeah, not when we have the Jack of diamonds to go alongside it. Fires for 4k, and Ryan does want to see one more, getting this nice price.
Snaps it off.
Maybe thinking about bluffing Diamond Rivers as well. It's the 9 of spades, so just going to be a nice 3/4 pot jam, I hope, from Craig. But he's going to leave himself some back. Goes with block instead.
What's this? That's a 100 chip. He's said 3,000.
No, 3,000.
Oh, wait.
So 15% block on the river here. And it's actually a really nice size against this particular hand. I feel like we do just want to jam our entire value range here on this run out with our stack, but against the Queen 9, if we're going to get paid by it, that's probably the size to go.
Yeah, definitely. Found a very interesting river size there. So how's it been going?
It's been good. Day one's usually pretty slow. The first sort of 4 or 5 hours until stack starts to shallow out. Anyway, we had a fantastic high roller final yesterday.
Oh yeah.
The man that eventually won it, he was dealt aces 7 times on the final table, and then heads up the winning hand, aces.
Wow.
So it was just his day. It was a good watch. We had a real mixed bag of some recreational, some very good players, people that play very high stakes. It's been a really good week so far.
And some spicy plays as well.
Yes. You're always going to get that with Wilco in the mix, no matter what.
Is he a bit of a legend, is he?
Yeah, Wilco's a legend. I shouldn't even say in the Midlands. He's a legend. Basically, all of UK poker knows him. He's made his way up to Glasgow.
I've only been doing this for a few years on the live circuit, you know, on the 888 tours and stuff. So I'm still getting to know all the players. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. I didn't know anyone to start with. Didn't even know Ian Simpson. Until he joined the team.
What about Ian yesterday?
Oh my goodness.
Just plays the turbo, wins the turbo, and is bagged up 390k.
It's so Ian, isn't it?
It is. That is such an Ian thing to do.
He's on fire at the moment, though. His online results as well. Like following Madrid, he's been killing it. It's mad. He's the best. I asked him, "Are you the best you've ever been?" He's like, "Yeah, by far." And he's just dialed in. And he's sort of riding the heater, isn't he? So
that's what you got to do.
Yeah. So I suspect another deep run from him.
Wouldn't shock me if he went and done back to back and went to ship this one.
That'd be insane.
Wouldn't shock me. So Craig, jacks again, this time no set. Going to make this hand slightly more difficult than the last. We're met with one overcard. Feel like we can play a lot of checks here. Gun versus hijack, but just out with bet and ace for Ryan into the muck.
So I want to go back to the Easty 4-bet hands.
Yep.
What did the opponent have in the hand?
King, Queen of Hearts. It went open, Easty, hijack, opponent 3-bet, King, Queen of Hearts. We start 70 effective. Easty 4-bets, ace 10 suited. King, Queen of Hearts, Pillwood position, getting nice price. And then it come ace 5-5, 2 spades, 1 red card. And Easty finds the 10%, just north of 10%.
It's like straight out solver.
Oh yeah, literally. That's what I was like, wow. I was like sure he was going to knuckle on the flop as well. Like, oh, a 4-bet ace 10. I've got a top pair now. I better check, see what my opponent's working with. But we give the lad stick.
You do give him stick, but I do have to give him credit. When it comes to cash games, he is pretty good. He does get how to play deep. So I'm guessing he was fairly deep at the time, like 80 bigs.
So yeah, 70, north of 70 to start the hand.
So yeah, he's probably just going to play that very close to how he'd normally play his cash game. So he does know what he's doing. He spent a lot of time working with some very good players. Ryan certainly hits play.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? Because now, as Easty, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
He's going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well.
Yeah.
And then just going to be a jam from Roderick.
Any 4-5-5 bets here?
It is baby teeth. Ryan, if anyone wants to get it in with the 4-5 here. Do you know what? I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Ace King fold, Easty called, and the 4-5 crack Easty's queens. Could you imagine?
That'd be brilliant.
Could you just imagine the scenes?
I mean, if that was going to happen like that, I think Easty would love it. Just thinking about it.
There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got Ace King, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call.
Easty
the classic.
expected to see aces here, I think, but...
Same thing, aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Easty, so might as well be aces or kings we're up against.
All right, so we're going to break the myth that Easty never wins a flip.
Never wins a flip.
Never ever wins a flip.
Never. Look, he's already like
he's
beaten.
He's already lost. Yeah.
He's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Easty. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k. 3 stacks for Easty.
Wow, 96k already. Okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
Sit open, 11-3.
See if he uses it. Go on, Easty. I do have 10%, so I've got to root for him a little bit. I'm only pretending. So yeah, it's been going really well here for A-State, I think. We've got some good turnouts the last couple of days.
I couldn't believe how many staff there is. You've got loads of guys that I've never seen before, like the usual lot, but like there's another 6-7 people patched up that I've never seen in my life.
Yeah, we get just various people from the team who work behind the scenes. Just occasionally just comes out to meet people. Like there's a guy upstairs who does all our tournaments. Okay. He doesn't need to be here, but he just wanted to come and meet people, speak face to face. Like, you know, what do you think we can do to, you know, any changes you make on the tournaments and things like that. So yeah, it's great to have them around, and it's just good to get them come on these trips and meeting people. So there's loads of people around. And because this is more of a special one as well, Glasgow, getting people out.
So 3-bet from Craig. Call from Ryan with the 6s. Wants to see a flop. What do you think about the location where we are?
I really like it.
What you like?
Here,
right here.
Sorry,
in the
right
comms
where we are
booth.
now.
I'm talking about the comms booth.
Yeah, it's comical.
It is different.
Because when I got here, someone said, "Yeah, do you know where Tara and Jay are?" And I was like, "No, they're under the stairs."
Under the stairs.
Under the stairs.
Not hard to find us, but we'll see when it gets a bit lively later. Obviously, it's Friday night in Scotland, and hopefully there's not too much riffraff up and down these stairs.
Any incidents yet? Any like drinks spilt? On the
we had Stato's AirPods come flying down yesterday. He was sat there and obviously fell out of his pocket. He went, "My AirPods." We had Madge throwing bits of paper at us earlier from there as well. So yeah.
Friday night, I'm going to be terrified of like you know, a pint of tenants coming down to me.
That's what I said to Tower.
Stairs.
That's exactly what I said to Tower. You were going to get people that have had a few too many. They'll spill their drinks. You know, a full pint when you've had a few too many walking upstairs. You always spill a bit.
Maybe shouldn't be tempting fate with that one.
Hopefully you're playing day 2 anyway, mate, and late Saturday night. I think that's when it gets busiest. We're watching you on the feature anyway. You'll be safe.
Oh, I'm going for a deep run. Deep run. I've got to. I haven't had a really deep run in one of these events in a while. Not since, I think, Madrid 23.
Have a light. Ace King opens to 18. Over to Westlife. Barry, 5 deuce off. Not going to defend that in the big line. So Easty, top of the shop on this featured table.
I know him.
You know him?
Seat 1, yeah.
Good player?
Very.
Very?
Yeah. Very, very good.
He made a interesting, just as you was coming into the booth, check raise with 9-7 suited on Jack 7-4, ace turn, complete rainbow after going 3-way to the turn, button bet, and he went for the check raise with 9-7 hearts, and I actually kind of liked it. I won't get too much into the spot now, but just that little hand there sort of told me that Grant plays a fair amount of poker.
He works, I think he's worked quite closely with Aaron before.
Okay.
Already. Yeah,
So have a light. With the aces here, ace king last hand, aces this hand, some nice distribution. See if he can find the right size here. 4 bigs, 3,200. Goes for 4K. I feel against 18 to start the hand. We just want to go 4 bigs. Like one of these sizes that maybe our opponent doesn't have perceived fold equity. Once we put in 4, they start with, what, 14.8. I might have gone a little bit smaller here as Heather Live. I'm being really nitpicky.
No, I agree with you, but it's probably like something to do with the live setting. I'm definitely capable of making all sorts of mistakes like this playing live because I just don't take into account the stack size like enough of the time. Like I'll quickly glance how many reds, but
yeah, it's a lot easier sat here when we've got it to a T in terms of bigs. And now it's actually really interesting for Grant because it would be a fold if Ryan hadn't cold called here, but now we're getting an even nicer price and potentially the implied odds we're calling 2400 to get the full double up, not to just win what's in the pot, because we're going to have easy decisions. We either flop a set or we don't.
I think we're just going to see a pretty straightforward bet fold here. Good size.
Yeah, you want to go smaller three ways, so yeah, would usually go third on this board. So scaling down to quarter seems really good. Heverly seems like he knows his stuff. I've never seen him before, but you just tell little things.
He's got the look.
Not just the look, just things like sizes. The free bet King Queen of Hearts, call East, he's 4-bet earlier. Like a lot of people just call King Queen of Hearts and don't even think about free betting it. Just little things. Can tell the man knows his way around the poker table.
Oh, for sure.
Have you done much sightseeing while you've been here, or has it literally just been into casino, poker, and then that's you for the day?
You know what? Because I bagged yesterday, I said to myself, I've got a day off tomorrow, so I can spend a bit of time seeing the city. I can, do a bit cool stuff.
Don't tell me you only woke up an hour ago. And
Well-
that's why you've just come in now.
Well, it was we were in the casino quite late last night, and on the way home, everyone wants to stop to get McDonald's, so I got some McDonald's as well, and I woke up with that sort of, I don't know, muck hangover.
Yeah.
When you eat McDonald's the night before. And so I had a very slow morning, but then I went to the gym and then got some food and basically just sauntered around and came here. I've done nothing today, so I was like, okay, I've got to do something. Let's go to comms, and I'm going to have a dinner with the team after this as well, so that'd be nice. But yeah, nothing special. But I'm taking it easy. Big day tomorrow.
And a fruity one from Barry here. Oh, Westlife squeezes it up with the ace-6 off. Craig punished for the loose open. Interesting though for a lane here. Ace-10 of diamonds. We'll know that Westlife likes to get after it. Both from Scotland will know each other well. Both play a lot of poker up this way.
Did you say Westlife?
Yeah, he's #1 Westlife fan in all of Scotland. He's actually got a tattoo of Westlife, full back tattoo of Westlife.
That's not a joke.
No, it's
Okay.
Westlife Barry. It's Westlife Barry.
Fair enough.
He is the #1. Well, he calls himself the #1 Westlife fan in all of Scotland. If Barry Whitehead, if you're still watching, how'd you join this West Club fan club? That's Barry's best mate. It's
Okay.
a different Barry. He keeps us in the know. The problem is he's been playing for like 2 years now, so like we've used all the puns, like he's raising it up, he's flying without wings, like all this stuff.
Yeah, it's just old material. now.
It's old material. Yeah, we need is Westlife to make a new song.
A lot of familiar names in the chat. How you doing, everybody? Right, I've been reading your messages. I just have not been shouting you out, but good to see you all. Not lifting mad, I wouldn't say D1.
So Barry jacks this time, makes it 2100. Over 2.5x Grant in the small blind, facing a slightly larger size here. I'm going to go for the flat off of 11. Kind of interesting.
Just getting in the mixer.
It's actually really weird, like in general, Josh, like you don't get flats when you look at it off of like 10, 11 from the small, but you actually get flats off of 6 and 7, and that all that's to do with is when like you've got like the King 8 suited, the 6, 7 suited in the small, off of 6, 7, when you call small blind and the big blind squeezes, you're then actually getting the price to just call off and get it in. But at 10 and 11, it's actually just slightly too much, where we prefer just folding or jamming. So there's that like little nuance in the robots that likes to do some flatting off 6, 7 bigs from the small, but won't like flatten like 10, 11. It's actually kind of interesting.
Well, every day's a school day because I'd never ever do that. So that's
Yeah,
a good
exactly.
thing to learn. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's,
There's
we see a quite a nice squeeze from Gavin in the big blinds here. Queen 3 suited.
maybe this is just a function of how active Barry has been. Maybe he sees him opening, free betting a lot and thinking, all right, I've had enough of you, mate. I'm going to stick it up here and see what you got. But Barry near top end with the jacks makes the call.
Yeah, I played with Barry before. He does like to get busy, doesn't he? It's fun to have at the table though.
Great guy as well off the table as well. If you have a chat with him, he's a very nice lad.
Yeah, I think I played with him for a bit in Edinburgh. He's a good lad.
So 4 of spades on the turn. Gavin.
Looks like he just closed up shop here.
I never would have 3-bet this Queen 3 suited, Josh, but I would have tripled it off on this board. And the reason being is like Barry can only, you can have pocket 8s, but you can have pocket 3s as well. And holding the 3 and the Queen is actually really nice because now 1 combo are pocket 3s, 9 combos are King Queen. So it's actually like this hand now that we get here that could potentially just go bet, shove, and put all the King X 1 pair in the blender, like the King Jack, King 10, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, this type of stuff. Never would have 3-bet squeezed it in the first place, but once we get to the King 8 3 rainbow, I actually think it's a tidy little combo to rifle it off with. But he's going for the rifle on the river, trying to get Barry off perhaps 9s, 8x, this type of stuff, and does get the jacks to fold.
Good work. I wasn't sure he was going to fold there because it wasn't the biggest bet, was it? What was it, 13k into, what was that, 27? Yeah.
Barry just giving him credit for something like a King X that checks turn out of position to go for value on river. A believer.
So it's not too bad doing this event, is it, for you guys? Because it's not a super late finish, I don't think.
No, we finished about 10:30 today, so it's perfect. The high roller yesterday finished about 10. Tomorrow we're not until 5. So it's, it's a decent event. Sunday might be a long one, but we'll deal with that when we get there.
You've got plenty of experience on those late Sundays
Oh
as well.
yeah, so much experience. We just come off the back of the UK Open a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
We had 6 days of streaming.
Right.
3 of those days were 15-hour plus.
Oh.
Yeah. So it was that was one of the hardest slogs we've had in a long time.
My goodness. I don't know where you guys find the stamina. That would kill me.
Tower keeps us going, I'll be honest. There's some, you'll know, sometimes I'm sat here, I'm mid-range, I've got headaches, I've got brain fog, and Tower just keeps the energy up. And speaking of the Tower,
oi, oi.
Would you like to jump in now?
Come on then, let's go.
Come on then.
Do you want your old seat back?
Yes.
He will have his old seat back.
Are you mad?
Sorry.
Anston deck, baby.
Sorry to suggest.
Wise.
In you come.
Got me coffee.
So I'm back in an hour, yeah?
Yep.
All right, perfect.
Oh, beautiful.
Tower.
Nice one, Josh.
So good to see you.
You too, man. You too. How's the online been treating you?
Very good, actually, yeah. Been loving life lately. It's gone well.
Have you got your...
Is Jay going to mind if I wear his hat?
Jay won't wear it.
Wait, which way round does this go?
That's the hair.
What's that's the back though?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, hair goes just to the back.
My head is giant, so okay, here we go. This works.
There we go. This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, McTower and McManley.
We're looking great, to be fair.
Great team. Great team. The McManley. I'm surprised it only just fits.
For me, my head is giant. This is like squeezing my head. I can't wear like baseball caps or anything. They don't fit my head.
All right, okay.
Yeah, not even on like the loosest setting.
Well, we brought in these with the Scotch pies that we had. We had a delivery of a dozen Scotch pies this morning from Mel Simpson.
Oh my goodness.
So thanks to Mel. Neil Dilt says, are we off to Vegas? Yes, I am off to Vegas. I'm off not until the 24th of June though this year because we've got work. We've got 2 commitments in June. We are off to Portsmouth for their Summerfest. I'm going to quickly show you. We are off to Portsmouth at the Summerfest, 10th till the 15th of June.
Oh, I might do that.
And then we've got a UKPL 888 in Edinburgh.
Oh, I can't go to that one.
Why?
I've got other plans on that one particular date. Every other date through the whole year, but that one, when I saw the schedule, I was like, oh, I can't go to Edinburgh. I love Edinburgh.
Beautiful city.
It is beautiful, yeah.
So we've got 2 events in June, and the 22nd of June is when we finish. and then we don't start back until the 16th of July. So I'm hoping to do something like the 24th of June till the 13th of July.
Nice.
That's my plan.
You gonna play anything?
Yeah, there's the mini on the 30th of June.
Mini main, okay.
The mini main, $1,000.
Nice.
That's on there. And then we'll probably flick in a couple of other small ones.
Where's your favourite place to go play?
Poker?
Yeah.
Or anything?
Poker. When do you say anything? What do you mean anything?
Game of craps.
Oh, do you like craps?
Ellis Island.
I've never played craps.
My favourite place in Vegas.
Really?
Is Ellis Island.
Never been.
My favourite place in Vegas.
Never been there? Never played craps?
I like South Point as well, which is miles away.
Yeah.
If you get to the sign where you have your picture taken,
yeah,
another 4 miles.
Is it?
Yeah. It goes on forever. But nice place. But Ellis Island, by far, my favourite place to be.
Oh, nice. And favourite place to play poker?
It's got to be part of the World Series, so
Yeah.
I would say the Horseshoe.
Okay.
So I'd like being part of that. Obviously, when I played the mini 2 years ago, you're either in the Paris or you're in the Horseshoe, and then eventually you all get yourself down to the Horseshoe. So yeah. So that's my plan. The 24th of June is my ideal date to get there.
Amazing.
Straight after Edinburgh.
And you're in Newcastle as well, a couple of weeks?
We are,
Yeah.
yes. We have a week off and then it's 888 Newcastle.
Brilliant.
Not been to Newcastle since 2012 for work, I do believe.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, we did UKPT there first from 2008 to 2012. I think that's as long as it was.
I'm looking forward to it. I love Newcastle.
Yeah,
great
great.
city.
It is a fantastic place.
And Ian's very excited as well because it's his home stop. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he can sleep in his own bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I could save on a hotel. Just gonna stay at inns. Do you reckon he'd let me?
Well, you can ask. But there's only two answers.
Yeah.
One of them is not the one you want, but you know. Rob Frank says Ellis Island, just the right place for food and ribs. You are not wrong. The chicken and rib shack in Ellis Island, unbelievable.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Do you love some ribs?
Yep. I've just meet the mod. I've just had 20 minutes off. Just had a wander around, so I'm not really wandering around the casino. I nipped outside, getting busy outside as well. They've got a half-size craps table here.
Do they?
They have a half-size craps table. It's not the craps as you know, because you can't roll in and 2, 3, and 12 is out.
Okay.
But it's a no craps table, but the odds are exactly the same, and the betting's exactly the same, and it's a half-size craps table.
I have no idea how to even play.
You basically bet on a number.
Yeah, and roll it.
Any 7 is a house number.
Yeah.
You bet on any other number than 7, and then you either speculate to accumulate or you take your money off.
Okay.
So if you hit 4 and you got 4 on it, you get 2 to 1.
2 to 1, all right.
So because it's I want the hardest number to roll, so you've only got 2 choices: 2, 2 or 3, 1.
Okay.
Whereas 7, you got multiple chances: 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6 chances of getting 7.
See.
So that's the house edge.
I see. Okay.
So if you bet on 4 and it comes in 4, you either double your money, leave the 2 to 1 on, or you take it off and then do it again.
And is there one person around the table, I think, who's nominated roller?
Yes,
Like
one
thrower?
person rolls, and if you roll for half an hour, let me tell you, you'll be a hero.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, yes.
Because it's on you until they crap out, right? Is that-
If
yeah,
you
okay.
roll for half an hour, you would become some kind of local legend.
And everyone's cheering. Like, "Ooh."
Yeah.
Has that ever been you?
We've had some good rolls. I'll tell you what, we had a really good roll the year of the mini main 2 years ago in Vegas with Rick Trigg and Tom Hudson from online.
Yeah.
And Tom rolled for about 40 minutes.
Right, okay.
Which is
That's
a long
a
time
long
to
time,
roll.
isn't it? Yeah.
And it was an unbelievable, and everybody on the table were high-fiving and all sorts. That was a good roll. But yeah, I've been at tables where they've rolled for a long time. But it's hard to do. Very hard.
Casino gambling in America is just so much more. There's so much more like animated than it is in the UK. Everyone's like very quiet if they win in the UK. I've noticed, but I've seen blackjack tables and things where everyone's like, "Yo, woo," and a high five and all sorts.
Even the staff.
Yeah.
Because obviously over in Vegas they work for tips kind of thing. They basically want you to win.
Yeah.
So that you tip them.
Yeah.
That's the kind of that's the kind of environment it is over there. But they do get involved a lot. High-fiving everybody and wishing you well. So yeah, so a good table for the next 40 minutes of this session.
Eastie's got loads. He won a flip as well.
Unbelievable. Look at that, 94 bigs.
You missed it. You won a flip.
Did he?
Yeah, he won a flip.
Have you written it down? 21st of March.
It's on video. I'm sure we're going to have, like, you know, clips of that for years to come.
Somebody said it earlier, it's because he's wearing yellow. And
Maybe.
he's brightening up the table.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's a Pokemon shirt, isn't it?
Is this your first time in Glasgow?
It is my first time in Glasgow. Never been to Glasgow.
Okay. Have you had a chance to wander around?
Not really.
No.
Not really. I could have done it today, but I was too lazy. And I didn't get much
well,
done.
if you made day 2, you got till 5:30 tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
Or 5 o'clock.
So I could have a leisurely morning, have a
Yes.
nice stroll. How far are we away from like the centre?
10 minutes max.
10 minutes on
Yeah.
foot. Okay.
10 minutes on foot.
That's all good then. I'll probably go do that. Have a nice little wander.
Yeah.
See some nice old buildings.
Nice to get out. The architecture looks fantastic. That one is like swiftly gone out for half an hour, but it looks great.
And I'm guessing you've been here a fair few times?
No.
No?
First time ever. This is
really?
the first time we've ever worked in Glasgow.
I'm quite surprised with that because this is a massive casino. It's really nice.
It is. Beautiful casino.
Yeah, really nice.
But as you know, commentating downstairs,
Yeah.
table upstairs. But no, it's first time. Merchant City, very accommodating, been very nice. Here we go with the Ace 10 Queen of Clubs. Heavily has got the Ace King with the King of Clubs redraw to the Royal.
Unfortunately, though, no one else has got much.
Well,
there it is!
We've only gone and done it. We've only gone and done it, and he's not moved an inch. Look at that.
That is impressive.
He has hit the flop heavily.
I would have twitched when I saw that if I was at the table.
See, Barry's got the flush. Oh, look at this. What dreams are made of.
Could get a little
Yeah.
bit of value here.
Yeah, Barry comes in for quarter, something like that.
Oh, there you go.
There you go, 2.1. Comes in for quarter.
And that's 2,100 Barry's never seeing again.
Would you go huge?
Probably not. Because you got to think about what your opponent going to have that they can, you know, cool you down with here. Even if it's just like the 9 of clubs, for example. You know, your hands. You're saying to yourself, this is, you know, stupid, but it's very easy for your opponent just to have the King of Clubs here in a 3-way pot. I don't know what the pre-flop action was.
Yeah.
I don't think it was 3-bet, but yeah, he doesn't go massive. It's pretty big.
Can he get paid?
I think it's a very good size.
A royal flush.
But basically, he's only representing a royal flush. Because he's probably not going to raise with the 9 of clubs here, is he?
He's got the 4th nuts. And there's the royal, he says. I've got a royal flush. Delightful. A royal on the feature.
I think that was very well played.
There we go, indeed.
I'd like to give the same sort of level of analysis you get from Jay, everyone. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about that.
I'm about 5, maybe less than 5% of his ability, but
don't worry about that.
Can shoot the breeze with tower though for a while.
We called with the 4th nuts, and gleefully, heavily says, "I have a royal flush." Some things you don't often heard said at a table.
No. I don't think I've ever had a royal flush in a live tournament. Pretty sure I haven't. Jay's a bit scary, like a mini Espanol stat. I wouldn't say he's scary.
He knows his stuff.
He does know his stuff.
Inside and out.
Yes.
And we were talking about Baby Teeth, who is in seat number 9. He is the player that plays with Jay online on 6-card pillow.
Oh, really? Okay.
He said to me, "Is Jay a bit of a nit?" And I just went, "No." So it's him then.
All right. So
yeah, a royal on the table and not one person made a noise.
Progress, you are on a 15-minute break. That is a 15-minute break after your hand in progress.
So Grant under the gun with 7 big blinds have decided to go with it with the 9-10 of clubs. Sevens folds. You can't blame them.
And Elaine as well with the pocket fives.
Okay.
Is this baby teeth of the gamble, O'Ryan? It is indeed.
It is. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Off to the races.
Oh, Elaine folded a 5.
Oh.
Pocket 5 she folded.
Grant's going to need a 9 or a 10.
He is. And
doesn't find it. He's already gone.
Already gone. What has Espen doing now? Has he just retired on his World Series winnings?
Nope, he is making lots of money playing Tritons and all sorts.
Oh, right, cool.
He's very much going for the high roller sort of thing.
What year did he win it?
He won it 20, not the one that's gone, one before that.
23.
23, yeah.
23. See, the thing is, well, is he American?
No, he's
Danish.
He's Norwegian.
Yeah. I'm just wondering about the tax. That's all.
Yeah.
See, we're fortunate where we don't pay tax on poker winnings, where just about every other country does.
Yes.
So you've got to take at least a third off.
Well, I know that he actually, I think he had a house in the UK and a bank account in the UK, and I think he got to
You got clever.
But I think it took him almost a year to get his money from the main event win because he had to get his tax code sorted out. It was a long time. I know.
Just coming out of COVID, that was the worst time to do it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas now it's back to being like a month. So Ryan is all in.
Small blind versus big blind, 27 bigs.
He's just jammed the small blind.
Oh, it's at 24 effective, is it?
Yeah, this is a fold.
It's hard though with hands
this is a fold. King Queen off.
Sure, I'm not going
going
to suggest it's a call, but if he's knows his stuff, he's going to know what sort of hands his opponent's going to have here, which is going to be your very small pocket pairs and your ace 3 suited, ace 2 offsuit is meant to shove for 20 bigs, blind versus blind. Well, actually, not small blind to big blind necessarily, but
wow, we've splashed it in with King Queen.
But what I mean is, a hand like this is never going to be doing too badly versus this open jam for this many big blinds, blind versus blind. So
no, I think Ryan made it up to 1,000. Gavin made it 4K.
Oh.
Gavin made it 4K.
I thought it was
and
open
then
shove.
Ryan made it 27.
Excuse me, I thought it was an open jam.
And it's 23 bigs you're calling off with King Queen off.
The king on the flop.
And unfortunately for Ryan, it looks like he's heading to the door.
Oh.
So, Gavin with the King Queen. Ryan is probably a nick compared to the guy in seat 9. Yes, he does like his 6 card. But to me, that was a bit of a punt with the King Queen. I know we've raised it up, but still. Gav, now chip leader. Easty running well on 94 bigs. 94 big blinds.
I can't believe it. I'm conflicted. I have 10%, but he can't do better than me.
94
at the same time.
big blinds.
Because if he does outlast me in this tournament, I don't get to forget about that. Probably ever.
You'll be mentioned on his stream.
Yeah. I always get mentioned on his stream. He's got a command that's !Josh, and it says Josh did not cash the World Series Poker main event. And then he's got one that says !main event. It says I cashed the. So, yeah, he likes to rub that one on my face.
Oh dear.
There we go. We've got it on our channel, have we?
Lovely. Easy 22, Mincast, the main event of World Series 2022.
Lime Ricky, can you get on that, please, and delete that one?
Vivi Saliba, Caster World Series main event 2024 for a whopping £27,500.
I don't mind seeing that. That's fine. Vivi wins all the time. That's allowed.
What did Vivi just Vivi won a bracelet, didn't she?
She sure did. Not just. It was a while ago now.
Was it the World Series book Europe?
Europe, yeah. It's 1K PLR, I believe. Easty flopping the best hands here, defending from the big blind, the ace-6 of diamonds.
If I erased the command, it would riot. That's a true story.
That is true. He was writing yesterday as well, so we're doing some content where we had these. Everyone had a like a famous poker player, which they had on their heads.
Yeah.
But they can't see, so you can't see your own one.
Okay.
You have to ask questions, and you've got to guess who you are. And Nick was getting furious because he thought our answers to his questions weren't satisfactory. He had Patrick Antonius.
Okay.
And he thought he was Phil Ivey, and we were like, no. And he was like, but you said I was a legendary cash game player. And we were like, well, you are. He was like, yeah, but
should have said. The opening question was one of his questions should have been, have I ever done comms at Goliath? And if he says yes, it would have come up with Patrick Antonius.
He's done comms at Goliath.
He has indeed.
I remember him. I saw him there that year.
Yeah.
He was wandering the halls. I didn't know why he was there. Why was he there?
Because he was. Did he have an app or something like that he was launching?
Maybe something like that.
And Jonathan Rabb, who we was with. Obviously, we know Johnny Rabb because of GKPT in Grosvenor.
Yeah.
And he brought him in, and it was the day of Joker's Wild.
Okay.
It was the day I was dressed as the Joker. So then I interview Patrick Antonius on stage as the Joker, and then because we needed a co-commentator while I'm doing that, he jumped in the comms with Jay.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Is he a nice guy?
Yeah, super nice.
Yeah. Did he play Goliath?
No.
Ah.
No, he was only there for a couple of hours.
And also, first prize is about 3 big blinds in his cash games. So. So I've also done comms at Goliath, by the way. So
yes, you have.
Just as good as Patrick Antonius.
You have things in common with Patrick Antonius.
That's better than I thought it would be. That's so good. That's a great picture. In that bit of content we were filming, I had Johnny Chan.
Johnny Chan.
And it was with Nick, Lucia, and Vivi.
Yeah.
Vivi and Lucia didn't know who it was.
No, he's too old.
No, but he's legendary.
He's got 10 bracelets.
He was in Rounders.
He was in Rounders. Interviewed him.
You interviewed him as well?
Yeah.
The master?
Yeah.
Oh. I guessed mine very quickly as well.
Johnny Chan.
The questions I asked were, am I European? Have I won the World Series Poker Main Event? And then Nick said yes more than once. And then I said, Johnny Chan. So I went straight away, yeah.
No way did you say that?
Well, because Nick thought for a second that he was Doyle Brunson, so I thought, that means I'm not Doyle Brunson.
Yeah.
So I'm either Stu Unger or I'm Johnny Chan. I went with Johnny Chan.
Fantastic.
I know, I'm a poker fanboy. I know my old stuff. Yeah. I know the legends.
Love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. So, break at the end of this session in 22 minutes time, and then a new table. 8 o'clock is when the turbo will start. 9 o'clock is when... Have you got that video?
Patrick Antonius looks so serious.
The things you do for work.
Amazing. So I saw you had a Portsmouth Summerfest tournament.
We have, yes. I don't know the schedule, full schedule just yet.
I might make it down for that.
But
because
the main event's 560.
Right, yeah. It's like UKPL. Yeah.
There'll be side events of 100, 200 satellites going on. As soon as we get the schedule for Portsmouth, we'll bring it to you.
Well, so when I came to the UKPL, that was a really easy journey, so we could do that again.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah.
And plus I'm moving to Worthing, which is a little bit closer. Barry picking up the jacks. And looks like he's just going to take it down.
There we go. 20. I thought it was on. It's not. June is not on just yet. Of the mini fest.
Who let this Easty rain cloud in the chat?
I don't know, but he's in every day.
Port Slay is not a real place, D1 restraints.
Port Slay.
It's not a real place. He's thinking of Port Slade. Easty with heaps, yeah. He won a flip. Can't believe it. But since he won the flip, he has been dealt complete garbage ever since. I'll give that to him, to be fair. He's not playing tight. He's just had nothing. So Lane with the defend with the Jack 7.
Off to the flop. Ace 7-3.
Well, she's out flop gammon.
She'll always check call. No Larry Lane. Off to the turn.
Attention players remaining in the main event. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break. You are now welcome to retake your seats. Once again, that's players in the main event. Please retake your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
This time gets Elaine off the hand with the flush draw, hitting the turn. Elaine thought better of it.
So how's the sound coming through on the stream with the immense background noise here?
Yeah, it's
all right.
It's not bad.
It's our fantastic
Obviously
sound?
upstairs it's on louder during the breaks. Then they turn it down.
Oh, okay.
There's a bit of entertainment during the breaks.
Yeah.
A bit of dancing. One thing I've not heard. I've not heard any Proclaimers.
No.
I've not heard any Texas. I've not heard any Deacon Blue.
No.
I've not heard any Andy Stewart.
It's funny because I was actually looking up Glasgow bands before I came here. Yeah, there's loads of them. Yeah, I didn't even know Texas were from Glasgow. I found that out before I came. I was thinking about when I did content, should I only use Glasgow bands? I haven't done that, but good idea for next time. Easty with the raise. And 8 spades. Barry completes with the 9-6. So
Ace, queen, ace, flop.
Good for Easty's range. Sort of. Yeah, just gets it straight through. He'll be pleased with that.
Yep. The black flash in the building. How are we doing, Paul? Why are you not playing this? You're around the corner. How are all the honkies? That's all Paul go up to. How are we doing, pal? Hope you're well.
Attention players in the main event. You have 1 minute remaining on your break. This is your final call to take your seat. Once again, that's final call for all players remaining in the main event. Dealers, if you have 3 or more on your table, please prepare your decks.
Just over 15 minutes to go till the end of this session. So you bagged up yesterday. Did you any dramas?
I had plenty of drama. Oh, I say dramas. Nothing out of the ordinary. I had some big hands that lost, but no real. I actually had no what I would say were bad beats or nothing like that. I got cooled once. I lost a flip. I won a flip. I won a few pots. It was quite uneventful towards the second half of the day.
Yeah.
After I lost a big pot, I went down from. Lost a couple of pots. Went down from 100k to 30k again.
Okay.
And I doubled up one hand to 60, and after that I just won small pot after small pot on the last few levels of the day.
Yeah.
There was nothing dramatic at all really. And I was quite pleased with where I ended up, to be fair. I thought I was out of the tournament.
Dealers in the main event, you have big blind levels, small blind 600, big blind 1200, with a 1200, big blind ante. Dealers, please begin to deal.
Yeah, I thought I'd be out of the tournament earlier in the day, but no.
Well done. Bagging over 100,000.
Yeah, it's all right. It's 25 big blinds for day 2, and I'm very comfortable with that sort of stack size. I wish I had instant some stack of 390k.
Oh, no. 390,000.
But you never know. Maybe we'll get into gear on day 2. Deep run. I need a deep run. Just be so good to have a deep run here.
Certainly would.
So it was a good day.
Kev Smith says, can 888 Poker Live stop the glitch, please? It says the East is chip leader on the table. It is no glitch, Kev.
No, it is an anomaly, but it is happening.
Mm-hmm.
He's raising the King 9 suited, which for Easty I would imagine was a pure fold. I'm very proud of him.
He's got the chips there, you see.
Yeah. I always just make fun of him because, you know, I just say, you're so tight, but to be fair, he just never has anything. Easty playing the rush for sure. Lower grass. I'm going to be playing some PLO on Saturday night. Be proud of me.
Are you?
There's a PLO tournament.
There is.
Yeah.
The rest of the stream, rest of the week looks like. Oh,
are we frozen?
Hang on a minute. Well, we do that, and then we do that, and then we do that again, and then we do that, and then we're back. Ah, God, am I?
Professional streamer.
Let me tell you, that
Professional.
is the rest of the festival. So you're going to be playing the PLO on Saturday night.
Yep.
You'll be in day 2.
Well, this is if I bust in the first 2 hours.
Not a chance.
I didn't mention that, by
If
the way.
you play the PLO, there's going to be, I'll be having words.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What if I bust, like, I lose, you know, just a standard hand?
Words.
You'll be having words.
25 big blinds. Walk in the park, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
5 o'clock.
I'm going
Walk
for
in the park.
Obviously, I'm going to try and win the main event, but if that doesn't happen, I'm going to play some PLO.
How long's the late reg?
I think it's only 6 levels.
Yes, it is. 6
Yeah.
20-minute levels. 2 hours. Plus the break. 2 hours, 15 minutes. If you want to play the PLO on Saturday.
But
Sunday.
then... Sorry, you go.
Do we know what Beat the Ambassadors added bounties are?
Well, last time around, we had a goodie bag, and we gave people like hats and shirts and like pack of cards, dealer button and stuff. I don't know what it is this time. I don't know what it is. They haven't told me. I can go ask. I can find out for you guys.
We need to know. So for people that want to come and play the Beat the Ambassadors.
That was a really, really fun tournament when we did it in Coventry. Had such a good time.
How many played?
I can't remember. It was quite... Oh, of the Ambassadors. Everyone who was there.
Right, okay.
I think there was 6 or 7 of us at the time, and there was one of us on each table. And we had, I think, 8 tables, or 9, or maybe 10. Can't remember.
Okay.
It was a good turnout. It did really well. I final tabled it. Fantastic. Ian won it. So no one beat that ambassador.
Did he get his own bag? His own goodie bag?
I believe he gave it to second place.
Oh, good lad.
Yeah.
Good lad. So, Beat the Ambassadors. We'll get what you do get if you beat an ambassador. I'm guessing there's bounties on the heads of all ambassadors.
Yes. And even though last time we were giving away things like hats and shirts, people were like, they were valuing that very, very, very highly. They were coming after us in all sorts of crazy ways, which was, it made it a lot of fun. But also it was just a very fun tournament where everyone was just having a good time. Not too serious. That's exactly what we like.
Well, Gavin made a speculative call with the King Queen off last time, and now he's made it with 1 card to come with Queen 10 drawing to a flush draw.
Needs a club. Can't be the 5 of clubs.
He loves to gamble.
Wait, what am I talking about?
He loves to gamble.
Any club.
Any club will do. And that is it. It's a 7 of hearts. So full double up for Stephen. Up to 42. Gav misses this one.
Very nice.
I had a Phil Pot tuning in with the last 11 minutes of the session and then a 15-minute break.
Oh, I should mention actually the PLO tournament that we've got here. Yeah, we could also start calling the Lime Ricky Special because she won that in Coventry.
She did.
She did. Her
I
first.
hope we get to see her in London later in the year.
Her first A-State
That'd
event.
be
She just
great.
won it.
I know.
Yeah.
Turn up, take all the money, all the English pounds out of the building.
That was wild, wasn't it?
Was that the year that Ian won the Dragon as well?
Yes.
Crazy times.
Everyone's winning everything. I don't win anything. I win nothing. Got 1 A-State title under my belt, and it was a €100 event in Madrid. That's it.
Is Late Reg open? Yes, it is. And also, there's a turbo 8 o'clock on 20-minute blinds, which I don't think is really a turbo, to be fair. Considering the main event, the normal flight is 40 minutes.
Yeah.
To have a 20-minute turbo, to me, is pretty lengthy as a turbo.
Yeah.
It's only half the clock. If it was an hour-long clock, would the turbo be half an hour clock?
Well, it doesn't matter if you're Ian Simpson because you end the day 2 levels before the end of the day.
You do.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a turbo tonight at 8 o'clock, and there's also a flight at 11 a.m. tomorrow. 20-minute blinds.
I think that might do quite well as well. The Saturday one.
Me too.
I've done one of those before though, where I played the turbo day 1 on the same day as the day 2, and then you make day 3 through the day 2. I did that, and that was a long day. That was a long day.
Yeah. Yeah, from 11 a.m. playing till what? 3 in the morning, something like that.
But you're just, you're
If you do
on
play till
adrenaline.
3 in the morning, you're in the money.
Yeah, you're going on pure adrenaline as well.
Jack eye flop for Gavin. Top.
Is that when we're suspecting it's going to be end of day 2? I don't know. I actually haven't looked at the schedule.
I'm guessing so. It'll be about 2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
But it doesn't start till 5:30. Well, 5 o'clock in live, 5:30 on live stream.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would say around about 2:30. So, but floating from Bernie, he gets called in both spots. Even the 7s are calling from Nick Eastwood.
Yeah, he's got the 7 of hearts. Guess he figured he wanted to continue there.
Round. And if we're not checking the ace jack there for a bit of value, got to be thinking we'll always check calling with the ace jack as Gavin in C3.
Yeah, definitely. As the way it's been played, for sure. He's not going too large here, is he? 7,000? It's not small.
Yep, look, just over near 60%.
So you bet flop, check turn, and then fires the river. I think Gavin might sniff this one out. Yeah, he's going to make a call here, isn't he?
Definitely
Yeah.
not folding. And turns over a nice hand, moves up to 93 big blinds. Very nice indeed. Final 7 minutes of this session. A 15-minute break, then a new table. Just shy of the $250,000 prize pool as it stands right now. Turbo at 8. There's a turbo at 11 tomorrow. I don't think the turbo will be overly busy tonight, but it might get 20-30 runners.
Yeah, that'd be decent.
Which will be added to the prize pool.
And we are very close to hitting that guarantee already, which is pretty good. Don't forget we'll have day 2 registers as well.
Yes, of course, day 2 binds.
Yeah.
And then the prize pool will be given out late Saturday evening or early Saturday evening. All the guys know what they're playing for.
I feel like it's been quite successful, so you might find yourself back under the stairs next year.
It has been good. I just like the casino's great.
Yeah, really good.
is. I've heard tomorrow night can be just manic on the floor, so we might be a bit loud tomorrow behind us. We'll have to see how we go on.
Maybe the craps table will be getting rowdy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be on that.
Yeah.
We'll be on it. We'll be signing out early.
Where's Tower? Oh, I'm on a 30-minute streak. You're going to be getting Sam back in the booth for Grosvenor Live events? And
yes, yeah. Sam's working most Fridays, at least. He's definitely a Goliath.
Brilliant. Love Sam.
Sam's a great lad. Are you going over to Ireland for the Irish Open or not?
I will not be, no.
No?
No. I've never been either.
Never been?
I know it's a good experience, but I've never been.
It is.
I've never been to Ireland. It's just shocking.
You've never been to
No, you look appalled.
Wow. Not really. Well, you're only young.
I'm
just flying.
I'm halfway to 70. I don't know if it's young.
Well, you've had plenty of time to get there, to be fair.
Yeah, I really want to go.
It's a beautiful country.
I know it's a good place to play cards. Good place to play cards. And, and I know everyone is very, very friendly and very funny.
Yeah. I know you don't play golf, but the golf in Ireland is stunning.
I'm going to get into golf one day.
It's like this place, Scotland. Unbelievable for golf. So many good, nice, beautiful, picturesque golf courses. 3-way to the flop, 7-7-6.
No one with
riffs everybody.
No one with anything. EC raised the button. Got a call from Haveli in the small blind. Craig completed the big blind with King 4 off. I want to see. One of EC's just going to check this back. I imagine he probably will, and I wouldn't blame him for doing so. Yeah, it checks through. So we're off to a turn. And bringing in flush draw for Haveli. Nick with the gut shot. And looks like we might be seeing a bet here from seat 5. Yeah. And this is probably just going to get it done as it is. These live tournaments are full of surprises. Oh, the King 4 reaching for chips.
Oh, yeah. Go on then, Craig.
He's announced a, oh, he's just called, is he? Oh, I thought he was raising, okay. The call with the King high.
Well, surely we're only going to bomb the river.
Well, this is a very good river to bluff if you're Craig, and you've called here. Because you can't be showing down with just the King 4. Must have called with some sort of intentions to bluff on the river. Well, you did call, to be fair, with the best hand.
Craig's call on the turn, obviously a little bit strange.
Well, it's check to him. And it's not going to be hard to win the pot now if he puts out a bet. And he's gone straight for chips. That's going to do it. Interesting line, but he won the pot.
Yep.
Well on Craig.
2 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Only 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Well, then I have to leave you.
You're going to there? What, now or in 2 minutes' time?
Well, no, I'll have to leave you in 2 minutes.
Yes.
I'm saying it's sad. But I'll try and get back during the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hopefully not, though. Hopefully I'll just be playing. Yeah.
Can't believe it. No tic-tacs from the team as they walk down the stairs.
Shocking.
So last couple of minutes of the level and the session, 15 minutes break and then we're back.
We're putting these back on, are we?
You never know, we might get Josh back for an hour later.
Right, I'm gonna
see what happens.
I need some footage.
See what he's doing. He's got a bit of content. We're here.
This is a 5-second video for a short here.
5 seconds.
So smile and wave, you know. That's perfect.
Look at the hats on the hat. Look, the hats are great. I like it. Thanks, Mel. Mel Simpson fixed them in. You look like you got no hair on your left-hand side. You look. Do you know what you look like? I'm not being funny.
What do I look like?
No, bring it back. Bring it down.
Here?
Bring the top back down.
Yeah.
And look straight to the camera. Does anybody remember Rick Mail in The Young Ones? Once in every lifetime.
Can I keep this and wear it in day 2?
It's great, isn't it? I think you should. So the final hand of the session, 3, 4, 6 flop, 2 clubs. Elaine has a flush draw and an open ender. Barry with the overs. 2,000 and a call.
Yeah, very fun flop to have as the last hand of the session. Bit of an action killer on the turn though.
Yes. Would probably go check. Oh no, Elaine.
She's going for the lead. And snapped off. Okay.
Ace on the river.
Well, it has got progressively worse for Barry, and they do just check.
So there we go. We will see you, ladies and gentlemen, in 15 minutes. Thanks to Josh.
Thanks so much for having me.
We might just grab him back for an hour later if he's still around. We will see you in 15 minutes after the break.
See you later, all.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade's
Spade
available.
for the double redraw. That's a very good flop for the A6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianko has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay, I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Deravianko's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but
tonight.
this is rather chaotic
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick. I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like that the other two would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck.
That's sick.
Card. Queen of Diamonds.
Get this dealer a raise. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot. Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are 2 players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes.
But can you imagine being Bosco? This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my God, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Deravianko has a flush a lot in this spot and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised the turn, Deravianko probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up.
Deravianko doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed, but he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really...
He's not going to call. He's just sad. This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as...
It's like, I had 2 pair. I had 2 pair, I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him, sad.
Well, he still does have 2 pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad 2 pair. It's a sad 2 pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall-to-wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so...
All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Deravianko needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Ace queen.
This is the pause for dramatic effect. Not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh.
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Deravianko. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand-up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here, for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Deravianko. He basically got smashed him out by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
And Bosco on the button picks up jacks. Cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet. Whatever that is.
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. If you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything. You just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives and continue with extreme caution. Specifically from the big blind. We got an all-in from Bosco. And a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind holding. Only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Waris as well, so only a jack, which there are 2 remaining of.
This is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly $500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big moment for both these players. Waris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The Jack of Clubs is a dagger to Waris, and now only one remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat, pain on the table. Waris has done the full bottle, bag and coat maneuver.
Hammer blow for Waris as the 5 of spades sees the end, and he is not happy.
And Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums, basically.
Yeah, he has, but...
Now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. King on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises, it's never a bluff. I mean, Bedell's so strong that he's probably going to have to call, but he knows immediately. You can see from his reaction, he knows immediately there's probably not a bluff, and he also probably has to call. It's so sick.
Wow.
That's such a sick spot. I want to come back. I want to die and come back as Bosco, but just with my hair.
Ooh, aces again. Red aces for Perez Docio. Mammon, though, might fall foul.
This is tricksy.
What an awful spot.
Yeah, horrible. Because obviously he's ahead of range, and he does put his money in. You can't blame him. He doesn't know he's running into aces. Just sucks.
And as you'll be able to see on the screen here, Mammon's only got 14%. Now that's a product of our folded cards that have already been dealt, which means that there aren't 2 9s left in this deck. Probably only has 1 9 available. And
or
then
some running
spades.
Cards or spades.
Yeah. Oh, the last 9!
Wow. What a shot from Mammon.
The last 9.
Aces all in has not worked out well on this stream, has it?
Oh. 9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade's
Spade
available.
for the double redraw.
For the double re-get there. Only a spade for Mammon now. There are no 9s left in the deck. As you can see there, grayed out 9 of hearts. A roller coaster of emotions as the river is dealt. And it's
black, but not a spade.
And Mammon goes through the ringer.
Well, he leaves with a story, doesn't he? He leaves with a story.
Top pair for Ian. No backdoors available. It has to be running 6s or running 5s, or Ian is the champion of 888 Live Madrid.
Ian Simpson picks up the aces under the gun.
Not again. Surely not.
Penn has ability to read Ian, and when he has a good hand or a bad hand, is amazing.
This is actually ridiculous. Tenchata has 3-bet Ian 3 times.
3 premium pairs.
And he's had queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah.
Oh
hello.
my God.
Hello. This is going to be huge. There's already 750,000 in the middle. What does Sarah do?
Well, he 4-bets. He just 4-bets. What about sizing? Is it just all in? Is Ian about to be absolutely gifted chip lead here?
He's going to make it 800.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Ian is in the situation that tournament poker players dream of. He's opened the action. He's got a 3-bet and a 4-bet back to him.
And Ian doesn't need to dream of it because...
Just going to check he's got the 9-8.
It happens to him every other level. So what does he do? Does he continue with call or does he just bang it in? Yeah, just all in.
All in he goes.
Now this might...
There is a chance he folds.
I think that Sarah should fold.
What would you do, chat? Fold or call? You're at the final table. You 4-bet. Ian Simpson's just shoved all in.
Think of the positions though as well.
I'm saying.
Under the gun.
Yeah.
First under gun 1. 4-bet from big blind. The most under done spot ever.
Yeah.
And
So
then shove.
you have shown a lot of strength.
Yes, and nobody cares, it seems.
Yeah.
So, why don't they care?
Why don't they care?
Well, let me tell you why. Ian's got aces.
What's he done?
Great fold.
He's folded. Wow. Highlight reel stuff.
This has got to be some sort of record.
Wait, let's just read. What's he had? He's had
kings twice, aces twice, queens once in
That's
about
right.
in probably 40 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, 40, 50 hands. If you tuned in as an Ian Simpson fan, this has turned into a not safe for work video.
I mean,
Wall to wall pleasure.
This has easily got to be one of the biggest heaters I've ever seen towards the end of a tournament.
And he's got action every time. Does he get action this time? Let's see.
700,000 from the small blind. And Diaz barely skips a beat
Doesn't
before
skip a beat.
calling.
Pretty nice flop for kings.
Yeah, another safe looking board for
He's
Ian.
actually a little bit unlucky here that Diaz hasn't connected with this in some way, because...
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go C-bet fold, I imagine.
450 maybe? 350, even smaller.
Looks good to me. Diaz has a fold here, I believe. It's just too hard to navigate this
It's
situation.
exactly the same concept, isn't it? What are you hoping for on the turn? Unless he's going to make a move here.
And there's no way.
He is going to make. He is going to make a move. He is going to make a move. Is this a click raise? Nick Eastwood has his head in his hands in the booth. Bit more than the click raise. Makes it $1 million. He's got 1.7 back. What does Ian do here?
He shoves.
Shove, yeah.
Because he won't believe there's many bluffs in this line.
This is why you have an aggressive image, right? Is that people will play back at you. And as you were saying earlier, this is the kind of spot... What?
Oh my god.
What?
Ian's folded.
What?
Ian's just folded.
So he didn't have kings. So he didn't have kings.
Either he didn't have kings,
No,
which he did.
no chance he had kings.
No, I think he did, and I think he thinks that nobody is ever bluffing in a million years in that spot. Because they shouldn't be, because at this stage of the tournament, it's the most tragically underbluffed spot in the world, and you have to find someone randomly clicking something like that in order to be ahead.
I should be celebrating the fact that we're playing 50-100,000, which is the spectator and commentator viewer friendly level. Easy to work out your big blinds, and Sarah here with a what feels like a no-brainer spot, but these players can always surprise you.
As you said.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Off of 15 big blinds.
Yeah, it just feels like the most perfect shoving situation in the world, but he decides not to.
We've got a shove here against cut-off open range with a hand like this. We're going to let Ian in as well in the big blind with 8-6 of hearts. King high. Pair of sixes for Simpson, who is still last.
Whoever wants to play nines out of position anyway, but especially when you've got the stack that you can just shove it in.
It's actually like the most pleasing situation to find yourself in, because you're begging for a spot to have a slam dunk situation.
Slam dunk situation where you can get in with dead money in the pot.
Yeah.
Didn't want it. Didn't want it, Nick Eastwood. He said no.
Here comes C-bet from Murphyano. Now what do you do?
This is the problem, isn't it?
With Michelangelo.
This is the problem. Call one, and then what do you do to a barrel? Life is pain. Life is pain out of position in Hold'em. Write that down.
Michelangelo hardly painting the Sistine Chapel with this line.
No, not the feature, guys. So on the feature, you can't use your phone at the table. If you wish to use your device, you must move away from the table.
But you can listen to music.
You can listen to music. You can't interact with your phone at all. Your phone must stay in your pocket as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't here.
Yeah, I'm with a bottom. No. He was big blind last hand, how much not to it, because you opened under the gun, do you know? Yes. So the button is correct.
Yeah. So then
And
he'll
he's
be
small
blind.
blind, he is big blind.
Players and
The
dealers
button
in
is
the
dead.
event, you have new landlords.
That's it.
Thanks to Josh. Said he might nip in if we need him a little bit later. So if he's still around. Cheers, Mr. Josh.
Thank you, Josh. Nice little break.
Absolutely. Always nice.
So we have 2 more sessions left tonight, guys. 2-hour session, hour 20-minute session. Going to be more giveaways this session because you and Josh, with 2 hours, 3 40-minute levels. That'll take us to level 12.
We only play 14 levels.
Yes, only 14 levels today.
Oh, okay.
There we go. So a few more giveaways coming up this session. We will let you know when. We'll have to do a couple keywords. We'll do one thinks. How many we got left, Lime?
That we don't know. How many we give away? Lime will tell us. She'll come back with 32 or something.
I think we've given away 8.
Okay. We have 5 left.
Okay.
Cheers, Lime. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So straight into the thick of it. Blinds now 6-12. Robert ace queen suited from gun makes it 2,500. David with the ace jack just choosing to call. Zipan going to be in from the big blind with the 3s.
Well, we've got 2 keywords left and 1 for the thinks. Thanks, Lime.
King 6 deuce rainbow. 3s of Zipan stay in front, but a board that Robert is going to be c-betting frequently. C-bet gets it done. How was Josh Taylor, alright?
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Did he stay alive? Is he still in?
He didn't play too many hands in the last last level, but played a couple. And got, I think he was on about 110 bigs when he left the feature, which was class. One thing I did find is that hat, our little bit of Scotland, only just fits, and I mean just fits, as in tight, Josh's head.
Okay.
Josh Manley is a fat Eid. Let me tell you, fat Eid. Josh Manley, he looked like Rick Mail out at Young Ones. He got this strap on like. Did you see pictures of Rick Mail? Out of the Young Ones.
Here's Mel in seat 4. Quick rundown of the table for the session. 1's going to be Robert McKeown, 2 James McCauley, 4 is Mel Simpson, 5 Zexuan Huang, 6 Cheng Cheng, 7 David Kamara, and in 9 is Zipan Huang.
Anybody still in the free roll? Because the free roll late reg is finished now.
$2,500 from Mel, just a raise and take.
Good evening, Valerie. Hope you've had a good day. Good luck, Millie Molly Mandy.
How we doing, Val? How we doing, Mike Leonard? Good evening.
How you doing, Val? Hope things are good. I thought Andy McKenzie was coming down. Did you get Andy McKenzie back up? I don't think we got the results in anymore.
Still there.
They are still there. No, he didn't.
He was there earlier.
I keep watching.
He was looking down us, wasn't he?
He was admiring the hat. That was a gift from Melanie, Mel Simpson. I like it. And Andy looked down and went, "Oh, nice haircut." So yes, he's in.
Couple left in the free roll. Rep your set's got 10 bigs. Cats out. Kings versus aces.
Oh no, man.
What can you do?
You won a ticket today. Can't win any more.
It folds to Zipan on the button, opens to 2,500. James, nice one to look at 3 from the big blind.
Jack high flop, Jack 10-6.
That seems like a nice one to continue as a pen. Nice suits as well, heart diamond. It's going to go for the check back to the 6 of hearts turn.
Jim McNeely.
So we're going to go for a lead here as James. 18 into 66, just shy of 30%. And against his size, I expect ace high to call once here, tower on the paired board. Lots of draws out there from the big blind, beating all this queen 9, 9-8, 9-7, heart draws, diamond draws, just draws galore. So ace high having to take one off.
Queen of hearts on the river. Actually got the check mark with ace high.
Yeah, but not the most appetising river to be bluffing here as James. And to be fair as a pan, I know we can see if he checks and wins here, but personally, I like bet. Target the jack, target the 10. We've got nut blockers here, blocking 8-9, blocking ace-king, blocking some ace-x of hearts. We can really put a jack or a 10 in a rough spot. And goes for the jam. Love that. Obviously 7 high always folding, but just think about James' range. Imagine he's got a jack there or a 10. Can't really call off, can he? Nice little move from Zipan.
What's Jedeminas guessing on? What was that? Oh, the length of the River Tay, I'm guessing.
I'm surely you can't watch that far behind on Twitch.
What, 2 hours?
Yeah. I reckon he has got 248k in the free roll. That's what I reckon he means.
Okay.
So Chen treats himself to a loose one. Ace deuce off from +1 on the loose side. See what Mel is working with in the big blind. King 3 off. Not the most appetising candidate in the big. Can be dominated versus EP, but it's going to have a look at the flop.
Jack high flop, Jack 10-8.
With for both here, not too much going on for Chen with the ace deuce. Don't need to c-bet every board. And we can see c-bet would get it done here and now, but wouldn't be too comfortable putting chips in with ace deuce on the jack 10-8 versus big blind. I guess we can fold out stuff like 3s, 4s, 5s, some smaller pocket pairs, getting some better hands to fold. Goes for small bet.
Chen Cheng, 100 bigs, chip leader on the table, Mel 25.
At 7:30, we will be going to a keyword. 6 minutes time.
7:30, Lime, 7:30, Lime Ricky. If you want to get involved, rest of the festival looks like this. Friday's what we're on now. There's a turbo starting at 8 o'clock. There's a satellite starting at 9. Maybe do the satellite a bit earlier.
Oh, what? So they could
like
play
mid-afternoon.
what to play the turbo like
Either choose playing the turbo today or tomorrow.
Yeah, like 4 o'clock or something.
Yeah,
potentially could be an idea.
Yeah, have the turbo satellite. Have maybe have it on a 10-15 minute clock and get them in. Because a turbo at 20 minutes levels, 30-minute levels, cash out turbo. 30-minute levels in a turbo.
To be fair, yeah, it's
what
quite.
Kind of length, what kind of turbo is that? Would you a 4-hour clock?
Quite long for a turbo on a 40-minute clock. Yeah.
30-minute clock is long for turbos.
I guess we go our day 3.
Yeah, but if we still a turbo is never only half the clock.
Not usually, no, it's not. 20 minutes is great when the main flight is 40 minutes. I agree.
Just thinking out loud, you know.
Yeah, that's. You've made a very valid point there, sir.
No, Valentine's never still in. Never. Turns up once. First time I've seen him playing Britain in years. So less than 5 minutes to go till another giveaway. Any bad beat stories about?
Pound for a bad beat story.
Players and dealers in the main event, you have new blind levels, small blind 800, big blind.
Good evening, Christy Roman on Twitch. Welcome to the stream.
16,
King 7 of diamonds for James.
Yeah. Chen, chip lead on the table.
Defends a 6-7 off. Seems good.
King high flop, king 8-2. Yeah, king queen 2, sorry.
I'm probably just going to be check that fold tower, small size on the king high board. Or sometimes we can check back some of these middling lower king X hands, but about the backdoor flush draw, feel like c-bet just in order. Small size should be hand over. Easy snap fold for the 7 high.
And does.
Do you think we got a couple of brothers on the table tower? Huang and Huang.
Huang Huang.
Zipen and Zishuang.
So definitely have. Did you see what was in the other end of this floor and the pit in that way?
No.
There is a craps table.
Is there really?
Yes.
Does that mean?
There is a half size, so you'd only need a couple of staff.
Okay.
Half size craps table.
Did they put
with
that
the
in?
actual betting exactly the same as it should be?
Okay.
Apart from the opening roll where you don't lose with 2, 3 and 7.
Did they put that in because you were coming here? Because I remember last
Maybe.
leg we were talking about no craps tables in the UK.
Maybe.
You're in Glasgow and suddenly we've got a craps table.
We have to know when it's open.
So when you say it's half a table, it's just exactly the same game, just less people can play at the same time.
Yes, because the full size craps table is only mirrors what.
Yeah,
left
exactly.
of-
It's just symmetrical, isn't it? Yeah.
Everything
Okay.
just mirrors, so you can have 20 people around it.
Okay, yeah.
But it actually has the betting on. You can do the hopping bets. You can do the normal bets on 2, 3, 4, 12, 11, 12. It's there. Every casino needs one. There's one in Dundee as well, says Dennis. We need a full tour of Scotland. Every casino needs one. Everyone.
Deuces on the button for Chem. Should be opening. Into pan here. King 7 off in the big blind. Seems like one that going to be calling. If we had like the King 3, the King deuce off at 30 here, potentially could go for a small frequency free bet. Slightly too middling though. Like we're still going to dominate some of like the 7-8 suited, 9-7 suited, 10-7 suited. Like Chen opens here, so just going to play the call as I think we should. Beautiful flop for Chen. Unfortunately for us, Zapan just wanting to check fold his hand. So another 3 hours of play for everyone left in this flight to look for bag for day 2. And if you are local, if you're a couple of hours away, still can get in tomorrow. We have that turbo flight before day 2 kicks off at 5 p.m. as David will be opening the button. Ace 8. King 7 again for Zapan, this time in the small blind. He'll get out of here. And Robert with a 7 boost will do exactly the same. Jack 10 suited for Mel, nice one to open. Zexuan 1 seat over with the King Queen off here, going to land on flat. Kind of awkward against gun. I feel like we are 7 max here, I guess, so maybe there is some calling going on, but potentially one that could fold. I feel like 3-bet could be an option as well. Chen Cheng out of line peel with a 10-8 off. Round to Robert. Can't really do much with ace deuce off. Already let it go. It's James McCauley, Jack 3 of clubs. Defends getting a nice price with a suited hand. 4-way to the flop. With Zexuan flopping best on Queen Jack 7 Rainbow. Lots of checking going on here for Mel with 2 players on a direct left. Does check the Jack 10 suited over. And Zexuan seems like he has a nice one to just start firing here with a King Queen. Start thinning down the field, ranging our opponents. Get value from worse, all the Queen 10 suited, some Ace Jack, King Jack. Big blind can have like the Queen deuce suited upwards. And Cheng Cheng with his dummy and gut shot here, got to be careful. King 10 suited in all 3 players range and King 10 off from the big blind. So you got that reverse implied odds chance when it rolls off that 9. Don't necessarily have the best hand, potential to lose a big one.
It's really cool.
Yeah, but fancies it nonetheless, and now kind of an awkward spot here for Mel. Like, we feel like we never have the best hand once it goes bet call, but we're getting such a nice price, just under 6-1, to perhaps snag a jack or a 10 on the turn, or perhaps some sort of backdoor.
Not that on the 5 of spades.
Mel got a playing flow, checks his X1 and should feel comfortable here going for another street. Mel can potentially still have some ace, queen, kings, aces that check to the 2 in position players, but I think these hands are going to be check raising flop once it goes bet call. So I feel like we do have a comfortable second street of value here with the king, queen, and X1. Goes for 9,500, just shy of half. And that should be the end of it, Tower.
Should be in the hand, and I can't see Mel calling. It's all about Chen.
Especially once Zexuan barrels into 2 here, that's the important factor. Like if he had a bluff like a king 10, a 9-10 suited, he's likely to check this on the turn. Don't think he's going to be barreling into 2 too often. An under bluff spot, so decent fold from Mill with the second pair.
Keyword?
Keyword? I've got it.
Oh, he's already got it.
I've got the key.
He's got it.
So guys, this one is a simple giveaway. I have 2 $25 tickets for 888 poker. 2 people are going to win. All you have to do is type the keyword in the Twitch chat box. You need to be on Twitch, 888 Poker TV. Get yourself over there now if you're not on the Twitch channel.
About 5 minutes to get yourself over, and if you do want to rejoin whatever you want to watch it on, then you can, but switch for the tokens.
So the penultimate keyword of the day is bluff-tastic. I don't think it's an actual word, but we'll go with it. It's like a play on fantastic and bluff, so bluff-tastic.
Bluff-tastic.
Bluff-tastic. There we go. Lime's put it in the chat. Good luck, everyone. 5 minutes.
Go. Bluff-tastic.
Without the 4.
Was it Bluff-tastic 4?
No, it's just Bluff-tastic.
Okay. And everybody's sticking it in. Bluff-tastic.
So, gun open here from Szechuan. An instant punishment from David. Goes for the 3-bet with the ace-queen in the hijack. And we do start the hand 40 plus effective here as Szechuan. Like, much better to peel a hand like this than, let's say, an ace-10 off, a king-queen off. But just doesn't feel he's deep enough. Like, as soon as we get like 80 plus for sure, come along, C3. Even the open itself may be a bit loose at this stage of the tournament at that stack depth.
Bluff-tastic. There's Josh. Watching Easty.
Attention all players on the waiting list for a 1-2 Northern Texas Hold'em cash in. Please make your way to the poker room now. Once again, that's all players on the 1-2 Northern Texas Hold'em cash in. Please make your way to the table now.
The guy to the left on the cash table, who you can't see him.
Is he the chairman of Hamilton Academical anyway?
He is indeed.
Someone told me
The
that earlier.
Hamilton Ackies.
Oh, it was Paul. Paul told me that earlier.
And we've had Lord Orchid in the building.
So cut off open from Robert.
Oh,
And
look at this. Wrapped around the straight flush.
yeah.
Oh, we've had a royal.
Yeah, had a royal.
We had a royal. Only a 1-card royal, but we're nice. We had a royal.
That don't count.
Oh, okay.
Got to be both cards.
Oh, we had a 1-card royal.
So Robert here, huge equity. Just firing.
Final minute for Bluff-tastic. Final minute. So get Bluff-tastic written down in the chat. Bluff-tastic. Less than a minute to get in it.
Couple of kings.
Still 2 levels to two buying flights yet, Phil. Phil Mitchell. Yeah, we had the Mitchells. So first prize won't be given out until tomorrow afternoon about 6 p.m.
Yeah, back to the hand. Couple of kings for James here. Nice one to look down at. And going to get some defense from Chen. 8-6 of hearts. Should be getting involved from the big blind.
Ace 8-8.
Wow. We flopped trips as Chen, but unfortunately for us, couple of kings for James. Not going to get 2 streets of value. Potentially 1. We should get 1. Definitely start leading this turn here now. Goes for the check again. I would have personally led here, Tao. I'll speak about why in a minute. But goes for the check on the turn and now has to go for the bet on the river here with the trip 8s. And then James, I'm guessing, is going to call. But we want to go for 2 streets here as Chen. And we're going to mention why in a second. We'll see what he does here. Have to go for value ourselves. It's a cut-off opening range. Going to be some like king highs that are happy to check down, some pocket pairs, even some maybe like ace deuce, ace 3 suited that wants to check twice versus big blind. Have to do our own betting on the river. Goes for over pot size here. And it's a real grim one for James Sal because it's not necessarily a situation that our opponent has an 8 or they don't. It's a situation they get to value bet every ace-x as well, even as low as ace deuce off, something like that, because it's gone check, 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 ace queen, ace king, going to bet before that. chop with all other ace-X. But the turn bet's really good because once James checks back flop on ace 8-8, like when he has like the jack 10 suited, the queen jack, all these whiffs, they just c-bet the ace 8-8 board. So when he checks back the flop, a lot of the time he's just got a hand that always calls a turn bet. So just start leading turn there. I know Chen's probably going for the check raise, but I feel like we get more value going bet turn, bet river than potentially going for the check raise on the turn for that reason. A lot of the jack 9 suited, queen jack off, 6-7 suited, all this whiffing the flop stuff, just wants to c-bet and try and win it there and then. So very likely James is weighted towards something that has a decent amount of showdown.
Evening, Parabellum. The microphone keeps breaking up. So annoying. Markak, give yourself a refresh. We'll check it out on our sides. Bluff-tastic. Last 3 seconds. Here we go. Who wins? King of dumbbells.
King of dumbbells.
Like that. I like King of dumbbells.
And?
I thought we were having 2.
I thought we was having 2.
And we're not having 2. Lime.
There we go.
The hungry one. The hungry one already won?
Yeah, the hungry one is a hungry one for tickets. It was last event. I think they won a couple.
The hungry one won again. Well done, the hungry one. Congratulations. Well done. The hungry one. Another $25 ticket into the account. Oh, the Star Prime Cup's on.
I've seen Jack up and down. How many bullets you had today?
I didn't realise I was playing the 5K.
Is it every time you're up and down them stairs?
Decimal players on the wing list for a 2-2, polling all hard cash in. Please make
I've seen Mr. Hardcastle up and down. He must have burnt some calories today. He's been up and down the stairs.
All hard cash in. Please make your way to the boardroom now.
Well done, the hungry one. Well done. Says thank you, Line. Thank you, 888 and chat. Well done. Congratulations.
There's 7 off here for Chen. Clear open on the button. David here, pocket 4s off this stack. Probably much all we can do. Play coins. A pound ace-5 off there. Could have had some ideas against this button open from Chen.
Jack high flop, Jack 7-5.
Let's just play cool and middle and bottom for Chen and Zapan respectively. David 3 over cards he is met by. I feel like Chen with middle here, 3-way, seems fine to continue. Maybe heads up, some checking going on. 3-way, feel like a nice one to just come out bet end, flush out, even like a queen 10, king 10, sort of these 2 over cards. Does feel like check's fine. And does bring in a gutter now for David. And the A7 of Chen stays out in front, and even Zapan here may fancy a little lead after flop checks through. Like we assume that Chen's just always betting a jack. He may check back some 7x, but I think 3-way I'm going to make the assumption that 7x going to be betting decent frequency as well, so I feel like lead in this spot would be nice from Japan. Obviously, we can see Chen does have one of these check back 7x, but I feel like this is a nice little lead. So 35 into 8.6, 40%. Clear call for Chen once we check back second pair, not kick up. And there's David now. Comes round to us, getting just over 4-1 on our money. Obviously, we have this gut shot. It's kind of a tough one. I'm actually not sure when 8-9 gets there when we make the straight. 8-9 in their 16 combos from the big. I'm not sure about this one with this price from David, but does find cool. And now as Japan, once we get called in 2 spots here, have to be checking. And I assume Chen will be doing the same here. I feel like this is way too thin. Freeway, heads up. We go like heads up to the river, and Japan checks, yeah, potentially against big blind and go for some value, but we still got David in there to worry about. Small blind range, potentially can still have some jack X that checks twice, although now we expect queen jack, jack 10 to lead turn, so interesting one for Chen Tao, whether to value bet here. I think heads up definitely. Freeway seems kind of too thin in my opinion. I know it would be a great value bet on site because we could see he has the best hand.
But just check. And we get the check mark and shows the 7. Chen 112 bigs, Jim McCauley down at 12. 74 players left in today out of 150, so we've lost half the field. The night bot is telling us, yep, I'm guessing the free roll could have finished by now.
Chen Cheng back in amongst it. King 10 in the cut-off opens.
Robin C1 gets out of the way. Ron McKeown. Ron McKeown out of the way. 44 beats. David G, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you.
How you doing? You alright, mate?
1 bullet, 2 bullet, no bullets?
Some of the other ones. Run out of money.
Goal. David Gallagher in the building.
Ten-6 suited for Japan on the button. Opens to 2,500. Robert can't do anything in the small. James in the big blind. Looks like a man that's defended. Does defend the 10-8 off.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 9 5.
Really nice one to see, but here Tower sort of, we don't mind getting raised because we just got 10 high, but we got a lot of good turns that we get to barrel. All this spade stuff, all this sort of gut shot stuff, a king, there's an ace even, a pretty nice one, especially at this stack depth as well. Very important thing. When James starts the hand off of 10, he's going to shove his ace-x versus our button open. So like James just never has an ace here. So it's a really nice card for Zupan to just chuck it in like he does, even drawing dead sometimes against when we get heroed against maybe some flop 9-6, queen 6, but even the queen x of James probably puts it in on the flop versus that stack depth, so love that from him. Obviously advocate a lot of the time when barreling these turns to at least have some equity versus the top pair, but in that specific situation the top pair, the ace of James off a 10 pre should just be moving all in, so essentially ace-x not a thing.
Next one with the ace king raising 2.5. Folding round to the small of Mel Simpson. Oh, sorry. Oh, Jim McCauley. The bigger Mel wants to see a flop. Flop's best as well. 5-9 deuce.
Could be a fun hand here. Ace king, king of diamonds, definitely starts out with bet, 9-5 deuce. Got a lot of turns once again we get to barrel on, and Mel's got a hand that definitely needs to call, so off to the turn we go. But going to get to barrel like the 10, the jack, the queen.
There we go.
Like this could potentially going to put Mel in a tough spot here. Already in our eyes, we set up the triple tail. You think about Mel's calling range on the flop, she's going to have some 9x, she's going to have some 5x, a lot of this 6-7, 7-8 sort of gutted type stuff, but white flag wave there from Zexuan. So hard to tell a credible story now for value. He does still beat enough here though, Tower. Just check ace high. We beat like the gut shots, the diamond draws, 3-4 suited up and down, but feel like that was a nice turn to barrel and then just bluff diamond rivers, bluff sort of the non-6, 7, 8 rivers, this type of stuff. Could have potentially been a triple spot.
You know, Simpson gets sold up to 25 bigs.
King 9 suited. Nice one to open from hijack for Zipan. Robert here in the cut of ace 10 off. At 30, feel like flat's kind of nice. Annoying having to free bet fold this LP versus LP if we get jammed on. So flat's nice, keep all this king 10, queen 10, jack 10 in, keep all this suited ace 9 through, suited ace deuce in.
5-eye flop, 5 deuce 4. Plus draw Zipan.
Check right, yes, love it from Zipan here. Finds the check. About to say, nice little spot to go for a check raise here. LP versus LP, a lot of checking going on from our range. And then we can spring the check raise with the king 9 of clubs, but does check it back as Robert, which I think we should with our hand. Still beating enough stuff. Got this wheel draw, backdoor clubs. Now to the deuce of diamonds turn. 5,500 into 8k. So 2/3 pot met by call from the ace 10 high.
Queen of hearts is the river.
A really nice spot to barrel here for Zipan Tower, simply because like we expect 6s plus, like these overpairs to bet flop. Like if Robert's got an overpair on the flop, he's going to bet in position. And when he calls the turn, he's going to have a lot of ace-x, a lot of stuff with a wheel draw, 2 overcard. So I feel like once flop goes check check and Robert calls turn, he's going to have a lot of like ace-6 suited, ace-6 suited for ace-9 suited, ace-10 off, ace-jack off, ace-queen off. Like doesn't necessarily always free bet a LP versus LP, but seemed like a nice little spot there. Our opponent doesn't really have much queen x other than queen x of clubs.
Chen Cheng, chip leader on 110 bigs. Jack Hardcastle didn't say that the last sentence he heard was, "Tell him Terry sent you," did he? Tell him Terry sent you. TJ turning a set of 60 on Mickey Blacks. From TJ.
Couple of quackers for Robert. Opens off of just north of 50 from Hijack. Yeah, fold from Mel on the button. Round to the blinds, and it's going to be Chen Cheng. With the 7-8 off, should be C and 3 with this holding.
Attention players registered in this evening's turbo, while your seat draw is now on the screens. Please make your way to your table now. Once again, that's all players in the turbo. Your seat draw is now on the screen. Please make your way to your table.
Yeah, now this is one that a lot of people miss, Tower, like the under pairs to the board. Like these are the boards where we use our bluffs as like deuces, threes, fours, stuff like that. Like we see bet and we fold out the bigger pairs like the 5, 6s and 7s.
I always check a small
yeah,
pair.
but in this spot, it's our board. We have ace king, our opponent doesn't. We have queens, jacks and 10s, our opponent doesn't. But they will have a lot of hands that have to call twice and fold river, like jack 9, 10, 9, queen 9, all this pair gut shot type stuff. So when you have the small pairs, the deuces, threes, fours, on these type of boards, these are the hands we like to triple because we unblock all of these hands that want to check call, and then have to fold to a river bet when we just have the advantage in terms of range. It's one a lot of people miss. Like in thinking of bluffs on that board, people might think they might think like ace X suited, something like that. But there's Jack in the camera. But these small pocket pairs, when we fold out like the 6s, 7s, 5s on the flop, and then by the river we can even get like the queen 9 to fold. They're going to be like the prime candidates there to just go bet. I'm all in on the river. Obviously on certain runouts when it comes like a 9 or potentially a queen, a jack, something like that, we do have to shut it down. But there's a lot of runouts that we do just get to unload the clip on.
Here he is, Fruity Gareth. All the way from Pompey. That has to be the longest. He has to be the. Well, maybe not. There's people from Spain here.
Well, any alarm bell megaphone raises from James McCauley, he might as well have gotten the megaphone out town and said, "I've got aces, everyone. I've min-clicked it here off of my 5 big blinds." He's basically said to the table, "I've got aces," and somehow Zexuan's found ace king, and as Zexuan, you can't do anything. Like, yeah, it looks like James has aces. It looks like he's screaming for action. He jams ace king, ace jack, ace x, king queen, jacks, queens. He just jams all of this stuff. So when he makes it 2 bigs, you do think, here we go. And here we go indeed. Zexuan crushed. And James set for a double.
No running spades involved. Running jack 10. And that will do it. So Jim McCauley gets up to 13 big blinds.
Yeah, we're going to do another keyword, guys, at about 8:30, and then the final session we will do a tower finks. It's only an hour and 20-minute session, so we will squeeze 1 finks in for the final ticket of the day. We got 3 more to give to the chat box.
Love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Loving it like that. Oh, it's quickly filled, that glass. It was empty about 30 seconds ago, but he was smiling at the camera.
Well, just doubled up for ace king with the aces. And now James finds ace king and goes for a little limp here from +2. Either way, it's going to be getting in between these two again. Somehow, back-to-back hands, we've had setups between James and Zexuan. James can't wait to go for the limp jam, but he'll be getting snapped off.
I'm all in. I call. Let's look back down. Yeah, the queens.
You never win these in Zexuan, by the way. When you just double someone up and the very next hand you're all in against them again, you just don't win these, Taylor. I don't know how it's possible. The maths of it don't make sense, but there's a power where you just don't win these one. As soon as you're all in again,
yeah, you'll never win this one.
You just don't win these. I don't know what it is. It's a weird thing, poker. But when you double someone up, hold it.
No, hang on a minute.
Hold it.
Hang on a minute.
Have we got a running diamond show? No, we do not.
Oh, we do. We double.
But how many times when you see someone double someone up and then the very next hand they get it in versus that person again, you just don't win and you double them up again all the time.
You're right. So all of a sudden, Jim is on 40 bigs.
The other one, Ace Jack versus King Queen. King Queen wins it much more than Ace Jack. I know it shouldn't, over infinite. But in this lifetime sample size, I swear that's another one. You just see whenever you got Ace Jack and you're called by a King Queen all in pre, you're like, all right, GG guys.
Oh, and another thing.
Go on.
While you're on your break.
Yeah.
Told Small Teeth, or whatever his name was.
Baby Teeth.
Baby Teeth. He is the man you play with online.
I thought so. Like it was long. So it was about 2 years ago, I'd say. Lockdown time. That just after lockdown. But yeah. Baby Teeth. He used to be online. That was his name.
Baby Teeth. Yep. He had a chat, and he went, "Yep, I know." Okay. He says, "Is he a bit of a nit?" And I went, "I don't think so."
And James, here we go again. Pocket sevens this time, looking for the hat trick. Starts with limp again. King 6 suited for David here. I personally just limp this on the button. Just gonna fold it, okay. Feel like we could have seen 3 there for 1 big with the King 6 suited on position, with position on the limp up. The side's against it. Now Zipan getting to check with the 4 deuce.
789 flop, bottom set.
When it's going good, it's going great sometimes in this game. Spins up the 5 big blinds all the way to 30 now for James McCauley.
Lovely jubbly. 31 bigs near 50k. Good session for Jim. How much TG time does this guy want? He's waiting for the big blind to pass out.
He's got his receipt in his hand.
He knows the tricks.
But now he's having a chat with Mel, acting like he's just speaking to a mate, but really... he might be looking for his table, to be fair.
Yeah, there's one of 4 to choose from.
What are you going with today, Tower? Are you going, Jack has had more bullets or more beers?
Oh, ooh.
That's a great...
That's a good line.
That's a good hold.
That's a good shout, actually. 4, 5... Probably bullets.
It's close. I'd love to see the line. We'll have to find out from him.
Probably bullets.
King 10 for Japan takes the shove spot. Chen has been opening a lot of hands from late position, so reshoves this one for 15.
Ladies and dealers of the main event, company runner for 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 decline ante, 1, 2, 2, next time. $240,000 in the prize pool. Good to see. 250,000 guarantee, nice $250,000 guarantee here in Glasgow. Just about hit 152 today in this event, in this flight. Very nice indeed.
Like this from Zexuan, not choosing to jam, 14 bigs from +1. Don't really want any jams. Just going to want to open, make it 2 bigs. Japan probably will have a look with the 3s here on the button, but he's going to take the reshove instead. 25 bigs, it's a lot versus +1. Sorry, sub 20 bigs, we're at 1600. Just sub 20 for Japan. My apologies, thought we were at 1200. Makes a little bit more sense. Even still, like even fold might even be an option now. Once the Schwan, I might have even gone for fold here. The Japan Tower. Zexuan's opened off of 14 bigs. We have 3s here on the button. Seems like a tough one. Like definitely shove 6s plus, 5 seems kind of whatever. Maybe like the deuces, the 3s, the 4s are ones that we can just potentially fold at 15 effective of the opener from early position. Either way.
Yeah. Japan put more chips in, but all the table think it's a call. They're not all in.
Well, gonna let James come along now from the big blind, ace-4 suited.
It is. Couldn't decipher whether he said all in or call. So the looks of that, it was just a call. Queen 9-9. The Swan in seat number 5.
There and now the freeze out the way. Not sure whether Zexuan would have called off the 14 anyway with the king queen off +1 versus button when the button effectively jams for 20, so we'll never know.
Folding round in turn.
Some free off into the mark for Japan. Robert on the button with the king queen. Opens to 32. Now going to defend the 10-6 off here. Off of 15. I feel like the one that probably just gets in, 10-5 off, probably hits the mark. As we see 3-7-5 here. Check from Mel, quick check back from Robert. Much better board for the big blind. Mel does snag off the top pair with the 10 of hearts and potentially going to start leading, trying to get some value from the top pair. And Robert here just handcuffed with the king queen, can be drawn dead versus some hands from the big. Not really much we can do there. Just the lay down.
Chen, big chip leader on the table, 130,081 bigs.
Seven's a bit disappointed that nobody else got involved.
It's a set, still disappointed.
Ace 9, Santiago from +2. 10 bigs here. I feel like this is one that just gets in. Ace 10 off definitely gets in. Ace 9 decides against. May have just gone with that one for 10. Seemed close. But we know that Ace 10 would shove for 10 there for sure. So I feel like Ace 9 going to be close to the bottom of the shoving range, but decides against it on this occasion as Santiago. That leaves room for Zapen to just open shove here for his 17 BBs with the King Jack, and he's going to be getting it through. Ace 3 off for Santiago. This one much easier. Into the muck. King 10 suited for Zapan. Would just make this 2 bigs. Off a 19 to start the hand from +2. Opts for the 2 big blind open. And Chen Cheng. Doesn't fancy it with a Queen 5, raise and take for Zapan. So going to be another keyword coming up at 8:30, guys, around that sort of time. We've got another 2 $25 tickets to give away, so stay tuned for that. We'll also have a final one to give away for the final 80 minutes of the day when we come back from the final break, but still a while to get there. Ace Queen suited for Mel, makes it 3,200, starts the hand off on 19, sorry, just north of 20. Not getting any action from the Ace Queen suited though, raise and take. Don't forget, guys, as well, wherever you're watching from, make sure, give us a follow, subscribe, like, all of that. Across 4 platforms today, 2 YouTube channels, 888poker TV on Twitch, and also streaming from the Grosvenor Facebook page. you enjoy the coverage, we still have another 2 fantastic days coming up. Big day 2 tomorrow when we will have the confirmed prize pool. And then obviously on the Sunday when we crown the Glasgow champion of 888 Live.
Good luck everybody who's going to be playing the Turbo. Making it through today 2 that starts at 5 p.m. tomorrow. There is a flight tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Last chance saloon to get in if you want to play. The Black Flash.
Folded to Chen on the button, pocket 10s. Big hand on the button to find, opens to 3200. Dave with a queen 7 suited off of this stack depth, can't really do anything. Starts the hand with 23. Gonna have to muck this one. Right. Just want to have a look though. Well, going to go for this option.
Real 3-bet.
I think he's fed up of Chen opening every button when it's folded to him. He's just taken a stand, but he's picked the wrong time. Chen's at top end. And the send should be coming in from Chen here. 23 to start the hand. Pretty clear 4-bet jam for the pocket 10s. Button versus small blind here. And there is, does find the 4-bet send. Going to be a snap fold from David. At least he knew what he was up to. I think he just had enough time. Maybe he just thought, this guy keeps opening every time he's folded to him on the button. He can't just have a hand every time on the button, and he finally makes a stand, but just ill-timed. Chen actually woke up with the goods.
Sean Mann says, loving the stream, guys. I know you would have a great few days in Glasgow. Mint cash the minute and off to see David Gray tomorrow with the missus. So no man, but I'll pop in for a pint tomorrow.
David
Nice
Gray.
one, Sean
Is he
Mann.
the one that sings Babylon?
David Gray, yes
Yeah.
it is.
It is, yeah.
Not seen David Gray for years, not in the charts anymore.
What a
is he?
tune that is, Babylon.
Damn,
No,
right, yeah, could be.
it's a long time ago.
David Gray. Unless he was the striker for Aston Villa.
I'm sure there's plenty of David Grays out there, to be fair. I bet it's a common name.
Mick Take, like that. Hi all. Hello Mick Take.
Slightly too loose for Mel off a 22. That's the queen 10 off goes. Extron 9-7 suited from the hijack here. Once again, 18 bigs, slightly too loose off this stack depth. Need a few more chips to be opening this one. And that's a walk.
A what?
A walk.
A walk? A walk?
Yeah, a walk.
With the blinds at 1600? Wowzers.
But A7 for David here. Definite attempt to steal candidate. Way too much to be shoving this hand from the cutoff. Makes it 3,300. And Robert's 6-4 off here. Does choose to defend. One of these that probably just gets in again, like fold the 6 deuce off, 6-3 off. Definitely come along with 6-5, don't we? So makes the call with a 6-4 and gets a nice looking flop up and down on the 9-5-3 rainbow. Pound. Pound. We're charging a pound now. Everyone that comes down the stairs and says they've had a bad beat.
No, it wasn't a bad beat.
Oh, just.
Still a pound.
Still a pound. That's actually £2, that.
2 stories, that.
And Robert just going to send it with a 6 high. Lots of ace high, king high, queen high stuff in the cut-off opening range that we are going to be folding out. And then the times he has the overpair, he has the 9x that calls us off. Still going to have a nice healthy 30% to get there, 8 outs twice. Nice little move from Robert.
Andy McKenzie got 120k, Tom Hall's got 120, Paul Clements, or Clemmy's got 90, Andy McKenzie's got 120k, Nick Swan 150, and Andrew Hawksby 140.
Ace 10 for Mel. Nice one to open from gun. Raises to 3,500. Santiago. Too good not to shove here. And Mel's going to have to call when it's back on her. Ace 10 for 7 bigs. When we have 2 already invested. Going to have to call this off as Mel, unfortunately. Kind of knows that when we open gun and Santiago wants to send in his 8, we can be dominated here, but still going to be some hands we can potentially dominate. Something like a king 10 suited, an ace 9 suited. That's good news for Santiago. Now we're doing Papasaur. Welcome to the stream. It's looking clean for Santiago. No runners to win for the ace 10, but there's runners to chop.
There is now. 2 to chop. And it's a 10 for Mel.
Wow.
Whoa, she's on her holidays. She's in Glasgow. Oh, Mel Simpson. Oh.
Pings off the 10 on the river. It weren't too big a pot, to be fair. It's a 7 big blind jam. It's not like it's a pot worth 50 odd BBs.
10 on the river.
Even so,
yeah.
Still hurts when you get rivered. Mel Simpson takes one out.
Absolutely. Sean Man says it is the Babylon David Gray and it's his new album. New album tour. Like it. Enjoy. Have a great evening. Valerie watching. There we go. There's a 10 on the river. Shouting at the telly.
$5-7 for Robert, opens to 3,500. Bit of a loose one on the button, especially with 2 reshove stacks in the blinds. James can still have some shoves for 25, and Mel Could still even shove her up to 30. And the king queen here is going to defend. And it's a nice looking flop for Mel. Jack 10, 6, 2 diamonds.
You don't play the rush.
There, and C-bet from the 7-5 of Robert here continues for 55. 60% pot. Mel with a check call.
Jack of hearts turn.
And not the most appetising turn to be barreling here. Like, not dislodging the 10x now, not dislodging the Jack X. Even 6x might get sticky versus the bottom range, so not really the best turn to be barreling here as Robert with the 7-5 off. As I always say, like, have at least a little bit of equity, a gut shot, an overcard to the board, something to work with. Like, there's situations here we can just be drawing dead. But it's reaching. And the second barrel does come in here. 16k, and as Mel now against this size is actually really annoying. 80% pot tower, one card to come.
Tough spot.
Imagine if she finds jam. How sick would jam be? Because I doubt Robert goes this size with a jack, right? And we got the king jack, queen jack blocker. Jam might have been actually so filthy there if Mel could have found it. Like, call's a bad option. Like, I don't think we get to call tower when it's 80% pot, one card to come, draw into an up and down, lose into some bluffs, some like ace high bluffs. But the 7-5 off, not sure about that barrel. Don't think we need to necessarily be barreling it off, but do get one of those hands in Mel's range that has to fold versus that size, one of the drawing hands. Couple of sevens for Zapan in a hijack. Would be raise call in this tower when it's LP. Like, one of the blinds set us in for 22. We need to call off because they should be shoving like the 6s, 5s, 4s, so on. A lot of stuff we dominate, and they may go for free bet, not all ins with the bigger pairs, aces, kings, queens. It's one that would potentially have to raise call. Mel wants to have a look in the small blind with the king 9 off, fruity call from her. Maybe just some reminiscence of the king queen hand that just took place prior. Could be in her head trying to get some of these chips back.
King 5 flop.
But it's all about time in this game, Tower.
It certainly is.
Flicks in a loose call in the small. And the reward on the flop is trip kings. And not only that, our opponent with a hand that potentially going to get the maximum from. We can rep flush draws still. Has some potential misses on later streets. We can still potentially have ace 5 suited for some 5x. Jack of spades on the turn. It's now a difficult one for Zapan because obviously Mel's range is going to be some king x and 5x, maybe some pocket pairs and then some flush draws.
Whoa, what a river card that is for Zapan. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How big do we go here?
I'd probably go small, Tower.
Just
Mel's just cool with the king 9 and she's going to see that she's been snagged by the 7 on the river. That's a filthy one. But to be fair to Mel, she's done very well not to lead river there and potentially bet call off, Tower. So she hasn't doubled Zapan up. That's the main thing. It's a filthy river, but can't fold there with the king 9. May have even thought about raising some people, but wow, loses minimum on that river.
Ouch for Mel Simpson.
Yeah, I would have probably gone small Zapan because I'd make the assumption once Mel checks river she doesn't have a king, so like she potentially has stuff like 8s, 9s, 6s, ace 5 suited. stuff like this, but went for that size, and Mel with a quick call with the king.
Amazing not to go and double up Zipan. Wowzers, wowzers. You get lucky, you get unlucky. It's all about the game. Jim, who's got his stack up to 40k with the blinds at 1600. Going to race. Makes it 3.6. No, with the 10 jack of clubs. Wait. Raising up. Oh no, just a call. Just a call from Mel. Wants to see a flop with 10 jacks. Suited. And then Zeshwan with the ace 8. Says all of it. Chen will get out of the way. James with the 6s has a decision. Mel will fold as well. Decision on Jim McCauley. And in the bin they go, end of hand. So Mel down to 19 and 13 big blinds. Price pool so far is 245,000, I do believe. I know we're working on a 30-minute delay with the 888ers this week. We normally run a GKPT in the Open on a 20-minute delay, but 888 want the 30-minute delay. So 30 minutes it is. So we're working on a 30-minute delay this week. 250,000 guaranteed. And live, we have collected £250,400. 153 entries for day 1D, which is the one we're on now. We've got 1 minute left at this level, and then we go to 1,000, 2,000. We're the right-hand side clock that's down into the red 1 minute. And we've just hit the guarantee. Well done, one and all. We've got 40 minutes left of this session, and then 2 levels after the last break of the day. The Schwan yet again, all in. Rob won't be calling with a 10-9 suited. I'd like to see a flop like, but they're not going to get the chance. So the guarantee live has been hit. The turbo, 17 runners in the turbo. That started at 8 PM live, so 40 minutes ago. That's running on a 20-minute clock. And then if you do want to get involved with a cash out satellite turbo, interesting that it says on the structure it's a 20-minute clock with 15-minute clock blinds after the buy-ins. So that is a good turbo. Cash out turbo satellite at 9 o'clock. 10,000 starting stack. So people will be buying into that. The guarantee has been hit, yes it has. Well done, one and all. The Swan raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. There's a Shuang ace 10. David Camera, pocket jacks. Off we go. King 9 6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the two aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fist pump. All around him. Unlucky David. Needed to fade one of the two outs and just couldn't do it. This river card today. Oosh. Out goes David Camera.
Seat open, table 11, seat 7.
Nice lady.
Lines are up, 1,002.
Unlucky, sir. David Cameron busting out with jacks. Yep. Was a one outer, was it? The ace of hearts was gone because of the flush and the ace of spades was folded. Wowzers. A pure one outer to get eliminated. That's even worse.
Cool. 3 players. Jack.
The Mickey Blacks are out. Robin C1 flopping middle set. Top pair, decent kicker for Zipan.
I'm just going to get to probe this turn with a lot of our range. There's a pan from the big blind, going to have the 5x advantage, the 2 pair advantage. Does go for the little small turn probe, 30%. Just got to cause Robert. Chen out there.
Just the quads. Any quads about?
Don't mind that. With the quads here. Now's the pan with the check. Just recognising here, Robert will check over pairs on this board, three-way, like the 8s for aces. Not necessarily just going to insta-bet when we're out of position to 1 and it's a more favourable board from the big blind. So Zapan aware here that there's going to be some like 8s through aces in here for sure. a board that the under the gun opener should be checking a high frequency, if not all of his range. And goes for 21 on the end here. So now, difficult one for Zapan with a 7. Because once we check river tower, we never have a 5. Like, we don't want like 8s through aces to check back. So when we check the river here, we just have a 6 at best. We can have some 6x, of course, at river. I know from Rob's perspective, not possible, but just never have a straight. So that's the problem we have here. We're kind of capped when we check this river to a 7 or a 6. I know from Rob's perspective 6 isn't possible, but looking at this from a range versus range perspective, and then when we check, Rob gets the value bet all this like. It's really tough. It's actually really tough. We beat miss clubs. That's it. That's literally it. We beat miss clubs. It does look like a value bet from Rob. Because as soon as Zapan checks, he just has a 7 or a 6.
And we know he can't have a 6.
And I feel like even a 6 might value bet for him as well. So I feel like when Rob's under the gun range, you're going to have a lot of these 8s through aces. Maybe even a 6 actually does value bet. So maybe it just looks like what he has, a 7, but still makes a very good fold with the top pair.
Mel back down to 10 bigs. Losing on the river this time. Won on the river before, lost on the river just then. 33 minutes to go of this session. That'll take us to 9:15. 15-minute break. And then 2 levels of poker after the break. Which will take us to around about 11:15 finish tonight.
But it's fine because we are in late tomorrow.
We are. We're in late tomorrow. We finish late, don't forget.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't mind that.
I'm looking forward to the boogie.
I would happily work.
What I've heard.
To the boogie.
To the boogie.
I'd happily do 5 p.m. till 4 a.m. over like 12 start, 12 finish. Every day of the week.
We got half an hour to go.
And we will be going to the keyword in about 5 minutes, guys. I know I said past. I quickly just had 5-10 minutes out of the booth. Back in now. Tower's grabbing the tees, and then when he's back with the tees, we will go to the keyword in about 5 minutes' time. 2 $25 tickets to give away. We have 3 remaining, and then the final ticket will be a Tower Finks last session of the day. And Rob feels the need to bluff Queen High here. Either way, the board for the 4 deuce. Can't do anything.
Players and dealers in the main event after the hand in progress, you are going to be on a 15-minute break. That is 15-minute break after the hand in progress, please. Dealers, please chip raise the 100-point chips.
So whole load of nothing for everyone so far. Round to the blinds. Robert with a 9-7 completes over to James. Queen 3 of hearts, nice one to just check back at 16 BBs. Well, James got his own ideas. Going to try and take this here and now. Makes it 5k. Putting the 9-7 in a rough spot, out of position. Does want to have a little look as Robert, blind on blind. Going to play some jams as well as James. Offer this stack depth to start. Maybe some hands that we want to just say the words I'm all in with. Maybe going for the raise, not all in, more polar towards very good hands and very bad hands, but kind of in the middle here with the Queen 3 of hearts. But the c-bet from James quickly gets it done. And there's the stacks. Chen Cheng seems to have the chip lead most of this session. Mel been up and down, but going to need a spin with her 10 BBs here. The main man is back, so after this hand, guys, we will be going to a keyword, two $25 tickets to give away.
Got to keep him in teas.
Yep. I've had a few teas and coffees today, we have.
Got to keep him in teas.
King 9 suited here for Vic. I'd shove this here for 11 and Vic agrees. Nice one to move all in with. We get some hands that dominate us to fold, like the King 10 off. The King Jack off potentially wouldn't call unless it's in the big blind. And then like when we call by some Ace X. Wow, the pen just folds Ace 10 suited for 11. That is tight, Tower.
Tight.
That is tight. 11 big blind hijack shoving range here. Ace 10 suited. There's going to be Ace 9 suited through Ace 2 suited in there. Even some like Ace 9, Ace 8, Ace 7 off potentially moves in. And then you've also got some King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10 suited. There's so much we dominate there with Ace 10 suited, and Zapen just chooses to let it go. And Robert here does the same with the Ace 9, and Vic going to get these two hands out of here somehow.
How's he doing that?
How has he managed this one? Woo. The power of the jam.
Go on, Vic. So what we got? One more keyword and one more question.
Yep.
Is that what we've got?
So, for the final keyword of the day, guys, you need to be on 888poker TV on Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, get yourself over to Twitch to participate. The final keyword of the day is Loch Ness.
Loch Ness?
Loch Ness?
Loch Ness.
Loch Ness.
Have you ever heard of the Loch Ness Monster?
Yeah, is that a big dinosaur thing? Yeah. Loch Ness Monster.
Loch Ness.
Just Loch Ness, forget the monster. Loch Ness.
Loch Ness.
This is Loch Ness, isn't it? What you're wearing? Is that from Loch Ness? They all wear them in.
That's a... No, this is a little wee Jimmy hat.
I know what it is, but is it not the further you get to? I don't know. Ignore me. I always thought there was certain type of Scottish people that wore the Jimmy hats.
Everybody.
Oh, everyone. Okay.
This is normal tradition.
Okay,
this.
there you go.
This is normal tradition. On a Saturday night, you'll see at least 100 of these.
100. Tomorrow, I'll see 100 of them.
Easy.
Yep.
Easy.
Okay.
Easy. Loch Ness. And which loch is the Loch Ness Monster in?
It is in Loch Ness. Did I get it right? Yeah.
It's in Ness.
To be fair, like, I have no idea about the story of the Loch Ness Monster. I've heard about it. but I have no idea. Like, was it not like a dinosaur that lived in Scotland like years and years ago?
Yeah, there's sightings every year, apparently. Gets on the telly every now and again. There's been a sighting! There's been a sighting! We've seen him today! Oh, Nessie.
King 9 suited for Vic, this time getting to open it. Love this from him. This is actually just really good awareness. You tell just from these two hands, Vic plays a lot of poker. He shoves for 11 and then he chooses to open off of 13.5, and just like little things like that sort of stand out. People that know their way around the poker table, 2 big blinds doesn't seem much difference, but it actually does make a difference whether to jam or whether to open these 2 big blinds, and finds the open off of 13, found the jam off 11. Got a lot of time for that. One more minute.
1 more minute. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So 1 more minute, guys. If you haven't guessed, get your guess in the chat box. Lime will start the countdown shortly as we pick up with James and the ace queen in the hijack. 20 bigs here. Nice one to raise call. Makes it 2.5x and 10-8 of spades against a 20 big blind stack against a 2.5 BB open, even on the button here. Feel like wants to be folding for Zexuan. Zexuan does get out of the way. Chen will do the same. And Vic with the Jack 5 of hearts should be defending here off of 15 bigs, suited Jack. Gonna want to get in. Does become, we do lose a few hands against 2.5 BBs, like there's certain hands we defend versus 2 bigs that we wouldn't defend versus 2.5 BBs, but the suited Jack 5 going to be fine to get in, facing Eva. So 9-7-3 rainbow. And if James bets small here, Tower, like these are the combos off this shallow stack depth that we potentially can go for, like the small check raise with. Again, 3,800 potentially still was room there, but like we want to choose hands that if we get jammed on, we don't care.
Yeah.
Like we don't want to choose like a gut shot where we get jammed on and don't get to realise that equity at that shallow stack depth. Like an overcard, a backdoor flush draw, and a backdoor straight draws a really good hand to choose for a small raise, because when we fold out the ace high king highs, and when we turn that heart, when we turn that double gutter, when we turn that top pair, we can just send it for 1 SPR on the turn.
Cindy Bear, Kogong, you won't be winning another one tonight. Only 1 per day. The old Kogong. Loch Ness. Here we go. Give us the winners. Congratulations when you win.
Bad beat jackpot.
Well, I like it. Bad beat jackpot wins a ticket and da, 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 da.
A goosh.
A goosh. Nice one, a goosh.
Button open from Chen, opens to 4K. With the A7, it's a pound suited Jack defence.
Ace, Queen, King. All hearts.
Pays 33 to 1 that in 3 card poker.
60% of the royal. Is it?
Yeah.
33s.
Yeah,
That's not bad. What happens if you're holding Jack 10?
Well, no, you only get 3 cards. It's 3 card poker.
Oh, right.
Well done, the bad beat jackpot. Make sure your whispers are not set to. Make sure your whispers are not set to private.
You're getting some looks wearing that out of these people coming down the stairs tower.
I know they're getting redder and redder and angrier and angrier.
I'm waiting for a local to jump over that barrier and.
You'll save me.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be off.
Oh, cheers. Thanks for that.
Do you know what? Clemmy had me up against the wall in Coventry, and then since then, not messing with a Scotsman again. I'll tell you that. Jack 9 for Vic on the barn. Opens, gets it through. Rob could have definitely defended 5 deuce of hearts there against the 2 big blind open.
I'm getting some strange.
Do you know everyone? Because you just seem to wave to every other person that's coming down the stairs.
Popular guy.
Popular guy, yeah.
18 minutes to go until the end of this session. Then the last 15-minute break of the day. Oh, tic-tac man's here. Tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe. Here he comes. Yeah, nice tic-tac. You would like 1 or 2?
I've got a cup of tea. I'm all right today. I've got my tea with me. Thank you, though, Ben.
Thank you very much.
And now, Mel, what a sight to see. We find aces. And we have 7 bigs. Got to fold here, X1. It's annoying we have a pair for 7. If we were in the big, we'd call. But we still got the whole table behind us. Like, yes, Mel's going to shove deuces. She's going to shove ace deuce suited, ace 3 suited. But I feel like 3s from +1 specifically just going to be slightly out.
Please all players remaining in the main event. Please start retaking your seats. You have just over 2 minutes remaining on your break. Once again, as all main event players, please start to retake your seats.
And there's Robert here. I feel like he'll just leave James to deal with Mel in the big blind. What do we got as James? 6-4 off. Can't call off the 7, I'm afraid.
Mel's just saying, don't bother, just leave your chips in behind.
Yeah, good discipline from James. I know it's only 7 bigs, we got a big in there, but we can't be calling off with 6-4. Nearly gave Mel the spin she wanted.
James has just said, I can't believe I folded an ace 7 to you.
Is that what he said? He didn't say that, did he?
Oh, Melody's like, there's no way. No way you folded an ace 7.
All main event players, please retake your seats. You have just 1 minute remaining on your break. Once again, all main event players, please retake your seats now. Dealers, if you have 3 or more players, please prepare your deck.
Ace 7.
X1 with the open with the ace 10.
Roll with the 4s on the button.
Just call. 10-8 suited for James. I'd personally fold off a 21, but I feel like James may fancy the 10-8 suited here. But good little fold. Good discipline again. Now Mel
gonna see a flop
with the deuces. Well, she might run it here and now to try and get heads up tower and not split this three-way. there you have it. And this is going to work out perfectly for Mel, this jam, because she's going to get the fours to fold and the ace-10 will call and we will be flipping. Zexuan here, I expect him to ISO. Robert's probably never playing any traps here, so just going to be a jam from Zexuan. Now the fours have to fold and Mel's actually going to be favourite to double up here. Obviously a flip situation, but worked out perfectly here for Mel Simpson, getting the fours to fold that crush us and flipping versus the ace-10.
Players and dealers in the main event, you have legal line about 1,000, 2,500, 2,500 big blind empty. Dealers, please begin to do.
Does Mel survive? 6-7 jack is good at the minute.
Yeah, we've got some of them funky backdoors, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight possibilities both ways. And it's never easy.
Ever.
So diamond draw on the turn now for Zexuan. Ace-10 at diamond to fade.
It's an 8. Survives. Go Mel.
And Mel back up to 41k. Queen Jack of Spades on the button for James. Love to see jam here, Tower. Really love to see jam. Zexuan's got about 20. Mel's got? Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. I might even race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for the flop? How does this not go in?
2 against the flop flush with the redraw to the straight flush here. And there's a continue for 2k for James. X1 with the fake club check. Have I got a club? You got 2, sir.
What a flop.
They're going to raise straight off the bat.
Oh. No, I think we're going to be the bare 8 of clubs, the bare king of clubs.
Just a call from James, like it. Glad he didn't just rifle this in here, just recognising our opponent repping straights and flushes.
Ace of spades, no difference.
Oh, now. Imagine a check here now, Tower, from Zexuan, because you think about James' calling range on the flop, like he's going to continue his King X, right? So we're not going to get to jam for 120% pot, so I guess maybe there's some checking going on here. Just the times James has a king, he's going to be firing it. 9,500 he goes for. Trying to get it over 2 streets. And now James with the Queen Jack suited, awful turn card, even some bluffs getting there now. The perhaps
King
X.
The call, and he's like, cool, any Queen of Hearts about, he's thinking.
Oh, the Queen of Diamonds. Oh, how has he pulled that out?
Oh, he loves it as well. He sits up in his chair as the extra one less than half pot back and wants the value from the King X. So I guess he just jams, but he's going to have some bad news. James going to be beating him into the pot here. There's the jam, and there James says call straight away.
Shows in the flush, and before he's even showed in the flush, he's flooding the house. Oh.
What a river card. James McCauley, who was down to 5 big blinds less than an hour ago, suddenly up to just shy of 90k. What a spin up.
What a player.
What a player.
Absolutely.
I'm off and go at 7.
Enjoy. Jack, we were having a bet.
We had a bet earlier.
What have you had more of today, beers or bullets?
I actually had this discussion unprovoked. I think I've had 6 of each.
6 of each, okay.
And
So we chopped it, Tower. We chopped it.
6 of each.
I went beers, Tower went bullets, so we chopped it. That's fair.
If it was the week, it's no contest.
To be fair, it's soon to be 7 of each.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, still tied. Like, I've kept it very fair, I think. Just raise 10s, blind and blind, get jammed on 7s, I'm out. So,
we're not a pound.
Yeah.
We're charging a pound.
Hang on,
Anyone that comes in and tells us a story.
That's just a fact.
Oh, okay. Well, you said you got 10s in against 7s.
You didn't. And I've never said a thing.
Well, I know. Sounds like a little moan to me. 10s versus 7s, and you're out.
No, I just really wanted to see Dina again.
Okay.
That was it.
Dire Straits says it's hard in the castle.
You're not wrong.
We continue. Nearly break time, guys. We need it. 10 minutes to go. And then we'll go to the final break of the day. Thanks, Jack. Good luck on your next bullet.
I can see a bag coming. Final 7 minutes.
This always happens. I was just bigging Vic up about his King 9 suited jam for 11, then the King 9 suited open off of 13, and he just rips 15 bigs under the gun. Why did they do it to me, Tower? Why did they do it to me?
You're bigging him up.
I guess we're 6 max actually. We're low jack effective, so it's actually a lot closer. I didn't actually realise it was 6-handed, so it does become actually slightly closer. I still personally would have opened and gone for a raise call. I just sent it in for 15. Kings and the clubs for James. Should be opening. Ace Jack of Diamonds for Chen here in the small blind. We start the hand 40 effective or 45 effective with James, just shy off. That's just land on call. Kind of like it. If we're not willing to 3-bet call off a 45 hijack versus small blind ace jack suited, then land on call seems good, keeping some of them dominated ace x, king jack, queen jack, this part of our opponent's range.
Ace deuce 4.
And another benefit as well, Tal, that I don't mention too much, when you do flat like higher up the ace x, there are also boards that the opener likes to get aggressive on. That's obviously one of the benefits, the times that we do flat these stronger ace x. When it comes ace high, our opponent likely to throw some barrels in when they whiff it. As you see here, James continues. Fairly small though.
It's okay.
Yeah, about cool. 17% pop, thereabouts. Five of spades on the turn, and as James personally would be giving this one up, drawing dead to the ace x, white flag wave, And we do actually jump in front of some stuff now, some like 6s through 9s on this 10 river. However, Chen would never bet 6s through 9s, he'd just check, so I thought we might be able to get away from it there, but it was a third pot bet. Think about Chen's calling range on the flop, like if he's got a 4, if he's got one of these pocket pairs, there's no need to bluff there, he's still beating enough of the higher jab range, so when he bets, he's basically saying he has an ace or better. All this sort of middle impaired, second pair, third pair stuff, always checking.
Last time before the break.
How doing, Robin Poker? Welcome to the stream. All the best tonight.
Robin!
Oh, look at. Oh,
hang on a minute.
We need the comms
that,
cam.
You do that, and then you do that again. Oh, and then you do that, and then you do that, and then you do it again, and then you do that, and then you do that. Ta-da!
Magic.
Robin, you know when you do going for gold 2?
Game of gold.
Same
Close.
thing.
Good,
Can you get one of these?
He's from Liverpool.
He's got connections in Scotland.
Yeah, but why would he wear one?
Well, I'm from Sheffield, I'm from Rotherham.
Yeah, you're wearing one because we're in Scotland right now. I doubt they're going to be producing Game of Gold in Glasgow. I reckon it'll probably be Vegas Poker Go Studios. Just out on a limb. Just out on a limb. You just wanted to show your hat again. That's basically all this was. He just wanted to show you his hat. His Jimmy? Wee Jimmy?
Wee Jimmy.
Wee Jimmy.
The Wee Jimmy hat. As we found out, it was called a top of what it called? A top of banter, what it called? What was the first keyword today?
Tamos Hunter.
Oh, Tamashanta.
Oh, Tamashanta,
That's
yeah.
the one. The old Tamashanta. There we go. That's what it is. Two minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 15-minute break, and then 80 minutes of poker. It takes us to round about 11:15.
Nice one to find on the button for Vic. Have to open here. Just shy of 17. We want action with jacks.
Oh, it's a see you, Jimmy hat. Oh yeah, Russ Abbott. See you, Jimmy.
Unfortunate timing here for Japan. Have to jam this one, Tower. Ace 10 versus the button open for 15. We are fist pump jamming here as Japan, unfortunately, just running into the jacks, but take nothing away from the jam. Going to be printing money in the long run.
Here we go.
We can just get there too. That is an avenue out of this one.
See you, Jimmy. That's it, Russ Abbott. He was the man that brought it onto TV. And the last hand of the sesh. 3-9-3.
So a good start for Vic.
Last hand. See you in 15 minutes after Vic survives. Or is it Zipan?
Just an ace to fade. And just the meaningless jacks fall on the river, guys. We are on a 15-minute break. We will see you in 15.
See you in 15.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888 Poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 888poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stack you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our full equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is batting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is batting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment will work much better when playing a heads-up hand against the overly bluffy opponent. So you should be careful with the other players at the table, because every time you deviate from what you should be doing, people can adapt and punish you. Don't feel intimidated. Playing against someone unpredictable that will often put you in tough spots can be intimidating and even discouraging. But don't let the fear of facing difficult decisions interfere with your game. Knowing your opponent's tendencies is an advantage, and it is your job to make the best decisions with the information you have. It is true that sometimes you'll be put to the test, but this is what poker is all about. Prioritize position. Having position in poker is always an advantage, but being the last to act against someone who is frequently too aggressive is even better. Have in mind that an aggressive player may check raise you more often than you would experience against a regular opponent, so think twice before placing a bet. It is important to think beforehand about all the possible scenarios and already have an idea of how you will react according to your opponent's moves. Don't level yourself. You must be careful not to place yourself in tricky spots just because you're playing against someone who is too aggressive or that isn't following any proper theoretical guidelines. Be careful playing huge pots with hands that might be dominated. Just because you told yourself that your opponent's range is too wide doesn't mean you will outplay them. Not giving in to someone else's mental pressure at the tables is harder than we realize. Your goal is finding out how to navigate and how to respond to their tendencies and weaknesses without compromising your own strategy. So there you have it, some important things to keep in mind the next time an overly aggressive player sits down at your table. Stay calm, don't give in to their pressure, and look for opportunities to exploit their play. How do you adjust to playing against an overly aggressive player? Let us know in the comments below.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not dealing with rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually, it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent, and while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment.
And if you're please final call all main event players, please do take your seats. You have just 1 minute remaining on your phone. Once again, all main event players, please do take your seats now. Dealers, if you have 3 or more players, please prepare your bets.
Marius? 25k? 15, 25.
Do I have to sit on the triple stem chairs?
You don't have to. You can swap one if you want.
Yeah, where should I put it though?
Anywhere, to be honest. Go on one of the screens.
Shall we do it again?
I guess we better.
One more session, ladies and gentlemen. Evening, Steve Barnes. Congratulations yesterday.
One too many beers last night, mate. One too many
Why?
chips from the look of things.
365k. Do you know he had a massive bet with Ian Simpson had been chip leader overnight?
No, he didn't.
Of the tournament.
No, he didn't. Did he really?
Ian Simpson came up with like that, chest out, sticking it out like that. That's Superman. Good to have a nice little chat with you last night, Stevie. Steve Barnes to 365,000. Well done, sir, and enjoy day two. Fingers crossed it's a cracker. We are on, and I like to see Dean Lyle there as well. That's great news.
A new feature table for the final 80 minutes of the day, guys. Just 2 levels. Quick rundown who we got. In 1 we have Grant, 2 Matt Davenport, 3 Marius Czech, 4 is Madge, 6 Nick Swan, 7 David Doherty, 8 Steve Quinn, and in 9 it's Bitcoin Billy Henderson back at the table.
Awesome.
I'm sure Barry Whitehead tuned in with some more intrepid facts on the Scots.
And the reason Madge is stood up is he's just had a back operation, and he asked if he could stand up during the tournament to play because he wants to play, and he's not been too well with the back, and they've agreed that yes he can. To be dealt in, he has to be touching the chair. Okay. And that's it. So he's told him he's got the medical condition, and he says yes you can. So Madge stood up. He can't sit down at the moment. Asked if he could play, and they agreed to it, which is good because Madge is a great player.
So right off the bat here, Nicholas setting Dave Doherty in. Dave only working with 6.5 bigs here. Queen 5 off. Pretty grim one. We call any king. We call suited queens. We call like Queen 8. Queen 5 off is kind of a nasty one, and Dave going to live to fight another day. Also got one final $25 ticket to give away this session, guys. We'll do that at around 10:30. Well, actually, we'll say 10:15 because it's only an hour and 20-minute session.
10:15, I like that.
I'll come up with a question for the tower.
No.
Jack got a bad back too. He's been standing up all day.
He's watching how it's done.
So open from Grant. Nicholas here with the flat. Could 3-bet this one, maybe just slightly too shallow. Lands on call. 6-7 suited in with a call as well. And it's a gut shot for Steve. Top pair for Nicholas here. Nice one to see bet here as Grant, to be fair. Yeah, out of position to 1, but still feel like this hand too good not to see bet the king high board. Power suits club diamond. Clear call for Nicholas against 30%. And Steve gonna let his gut shot go.
Eight of spades on the river, a turn, even. Getting a bit ahead of myself.
Yeah, and sometimes we get to barrel an ace, a 10, a 9, a club, 8 of spades. Not going to be one of these turns. Nicholas still going to have some king X on the button in position here. Always say, like, if we are going to choose a barrel, that on this 8 of spades turn, at least have that ace, an overcard to the king. Still having some equity versus some king X in our opponent's range. Let's check it over to Nicholas with the king 10. It's an interesting one whether to bet ourselves now. Let's try and target perhaps some 9s through queen, some flush draws out there, or perhaps check back, try and induce some river bluffs. It's going to be end the hand anyway. Grant out of the way.
Grant out of the way. So DD down to 6.2 bigs. What have you done today, Steve? Steve Barnes, obviously a day off because you've bagged up chunks. We've had today off and all day tomorrow until 5 PM. What have you been doing with yourself?
I bet he's been in the lab.
Or recovering. Late start tomorrow, no football on.
Unbelievable.
Nothing.
Can't even go and watch not even a 12 o'clock kick-off in Scotland anyway.
Nope. No Premier League football, no Premiership football, no Scottish Prem.
Who Motherwell got?
No, they're in Prem. They're out, they're off. They've got a week off. We've got a tea time at North Berwick tomorrow morning if you want it, at 7:30.
How long?
You'd have to leave here at 4:30.
Yep.
To get 2 hours, 10-minute drive.
Yep.
You'd have to hire a car.
Yep.
Get there, hire the clubs.
Yep.
Tee off at 7:30.
And get back here.
You need to leave here no later than 4:45.
I'm probably going to still win a casino tonight at 4:45. So Nicholas in the cut-off opens. Billy folds the 8-6 off, raise and take. It's been a good day. A lot of players turning out.
Yes.
Today.
Been good.
What we haven't seen yet, firing their first bullet. Do you feel like tomorrow's turbo is going to be a really busy one? Basically everyone that's here that hasn't bagged yet, they'll be in that, trying to be part of a big day too. E6 suited for Maris. Really nice one to attempt to steal from +1, but chooses against it. Nicholas with his stack probably open the queen 10 off here from the hijack. This is the 5. Billy in the small blind out the way with the rugby ace, and Grant with the 9 deuce. Can't do anything from the big. Raise and take again. Ace 5 for Madge, can't do much from +1. $10-7 for Dave, out of the way. Billy though should open the king 9 suited here on the button. Does make it 2 bigs. And Matt can't do anything with the old 10 deuce.
was that?
Nuglet.
The Nuglet in Glasgow?
Yeah, I just saw Kellett, Slater and Nuglet round the table.
Did he fall asleep on the chair?
I
On the
don't
train?
know. The Nuglet in Glasgow, exactly that. Ace Queen for Dave. Just going to be all in for our 6 big blinds. Anything for Marius. King 10 for 6 has to call. Dave going to shove worst. King X, Jack 10, Queen 10, hands now we dominate. Ace 9 through Ace Deuce. We've got north of 40%. Have to call here as Marius. This would be a really, really, really tight fold. 6 big blinds.
He's reaching for chips. He has made a call, DD. Ace Queen, nearly a 50-50. 56% of the time, DD gets a double. All in for his last 15.5.
Well, there we go.
Ace, Jack 5.
Just fading the lady. Doesn't want to make 2 pair. Looking good at the moment for David.
There we go. No clubs in play. Fading the Queen.
Oh my
the
word.
Queen of Spades.
Really?
On the river, we've had the Queen of Diamonds on the river, we've had the Queen of Spades on the river, and DD is shaking his head because the run bad continues. Wow. Sometimes you just think, when will it end?
Yes, you do. You do exactly that. Just keep asking yourself, surely it's got to turn soon. It has to turn soon.
Yeah.
6 months later, it's still happening.
Chip leader at the break was Francisco Salvador. Second in chips, Mao Zhen with 230,000. The hero from yesterday, so Mao Zhen. Andy McKenzie still going well. He was on 120. Said Clemmy was on 90. Madge is allowed to stand because he's had a back operation, and he asked the floor if he was allowed to stand during the day, and they agreed to it.
Well, we're going to a giveaway in about half hour's time, guys. I've just picked out an absolute corker of a question.
No way. Where have you found it from? Go on, tell me where you found it from.
Google. Where I always find it from.
Man.
Ugh. Really nice check here from Madge on the river. Wow, Grant doesn't take the bait with the deuces, checks it back, ace-6 good. Maybe when all this 7-8, 7-4, 7-5 stuff that would be in, maybe deuces can check back. But then again, we just fold out all this 9x, 6x, 3x with a bet there with the deuces. I feel like one we are supposed to bluff as Grant, but on the short term, worked out perfectly. Madge wouldn't have been folding. 5 for Matt in the cut-off. Lets it go. Marius A7 of diamonds. Clear open. And Madge here with the ace-8 suited. He won't be going anywhere here. Marius starts the hand with 24 effective here, so I guess as Madge we just have to land on flat. We are going to free bet. We'd have to free bet call. So I feel like that just leaves us with the call option here. It looks like he's going to go for the free bet call with the ace-8 suited. Makes it 17k. Like, just too strong a hand, suited middling ace-X facing the button opening range to free bet fold at 24 effective. So if we are going for this as Madge, if Marius jams, I'm assuming we're free betting to call off. We do get some potential hands we dominate in there, like the ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, in front of maybe like the suited broadways, king-10 suited, queen-jack suited type of stuff. But free bet to 17k, back over to Marius here. It's a tough one to out here with Marius, but he's going to make a very nice laydown. Gives Madge credit. Madge did have the goods.
Nice on the Madge. 47 bigs at 117. Last 2 levels of the day. What time have we got to think about my question? Quarter past 10.
Quarter past, got ages.
Quarter past 10. Last tower thinks of the day. Thanks to 888 Lime yet again for giving us 15 tickets per day during the live stream to give away to you guys.
How many we got tomorrow?
I have no idea. Could be 30. Saturday.
Saturday, we got another 15
Another
to give
15
away on a Saturday.
Thank you very much.
On a day 2.
Boom. Might be keywords tomorrow.
I think it will be.
Don't forget, tomorrow we start at 5 p.m. There we go. That's what time we start tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. And then Sunday we start at 1:30, not 12:30.
Nice.
No lying for you.
Any Scottish football?
Yeah, more lying to you.
I know. To be fair, I was actually that was the condition with 888. Usually on GKPTs we're on that 20-minute delay. I wanted the extra 10 minutes in bed this week, so we pushed it back to a half-hour delay.
And also,
extra 10 minutes.
And I also know that you got in touch with the boss and said, "Can I have my hotel?" On the way to the casino, there has to be a coffee shop.
That is true. That is true.
And what is there?
There's one next
a
door.
Coffee shop.
Yeah, it's next door to the casino, to be fair.
Unbelievable.
Which is bad because I'm having too much coffee. I am bouncing.
He walks in like this.
I am.
Oh, yeah. You're right, kids.
Queens for Grant opens to 55. Matt kills the 8-9 suited in the hijack. Nicholas here in the small blind. Going to go for the squeeze as a bluff. Don't mind it at all. Good combo choice. Size looks nice as well. Facing the stack depth of Grant and Matt. But Grant just going to get to 4-bet send here. But always give credit when you see someone find a bluff pre-flop with a combo that we can use. Just because we run into a hand doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Yes, we've run into queens here and we're going to just lose 8 big blinds like that. But imagine if you sat here as Grant with ace-jack off, if you sat here with a queen-10 suited, a pocket ace. A lot of hands in Grant's range are just going to be in a horrible spot facing this squeeze play. Unfortunately for Grant, unfortunately for Nicholas, Grant had the goods. Queens get the 4-bet 7 through.
Final session of the day. Another great day in the 888. Guarantee hits and well over turbo 11 p.m. tomorrow as well. 11 a.m. tomorrow before we start the live stream at 5. There's another turbo. There's plenty in that tomorrow, I'm expecting.
I think we're just okay to 3-bet call here as match. Once again, if we do take the squeeze, we have to call off a jam from Matt. Very important not to squeeze here and fold. So here comes the squeeze.
3-bet to 22.
Just going to be a nice clean jam for Matt once it's back on him. And as I say, as match, we can't be 3-betting 9s to fold. So it will be a call.
All of it, says Matt. Matt is for the 5s in the bin. And now the match. 60,000 to call.
32 big sour. We 3-bet to 9 bigs.
Is it doing it with ace, jack, ace, queen? No.
But this is the thing. We need to always say, like, make this decision before. We're not going to 3-bet call 9s versus Matt here at 32 effective. We might as well just flat in the first place. Like, I think as soon as we 3-bet here, we have to call. If Matt's got 10s through aces, so be it.
Makes the call. Ace, king against pocket 9s. Taps the table, does Matt. NPL winner last year. UK PL winner last year. Was that High Roller League last year? Matt Davenport? Or was that Thomas Clack?
Tom Clack won the High Roller League.
Tom Clack won the High Roller.
Matt won the 888 and the MPL.
Yeah. King on the flop. Doubling Matt up to 82,000.
And only 1-9 left in the deck. Meaningless king on the turn. Same scenario.
1-9. 9 clubs. Oh, it's a big double. Oh, it's 8 of diamonds. One big double for Matt Davenport to 175. Leaving Madge with 35 and about 15 bits. He's standing up because he's had a back operation. He asked if he wanted to, if he could come and play, but not sit down, and they agreed to it. That is why. Good player is Madge.
Gee, KPT champion is Madge.
Yes, Ludo was second.
And that takes him doing beating Ludo heads up as well.
Is Ludo in Cyprus or Amsterdam? What, I might have seen Ludo this week. I've not seen him. Plenty going on nowadays, isn't there? Anywhere you look.
Everywhere.
You want to travel, you want to go to a warm part of the world, there's poker. To be fair, it's been t-shirt weather here all week. All week.
King 8 for Nicholas. Opens in the car, fairly wide, but we don't think people are 3-betting enough behind us or taking any reshove spots that they should be, then can start dipping into some lighter holdings. Pocket 8s for Marius. Starts at hand with 22. Opens from gun.
We've not seen it yet. 888s with an 8 on the flop. Not seen it once yet.
Matt Davenport defends the 10-7 and out flops Marius on the 10-6-4. Marius counts out continue, 4K into 13.5. 30% going to continue with a check call as Matt. Pretty standard so far.
One low. Oh. All right. Well, they've disappeared when we get back to them.
King of diamonds on the turn. Don't love to see that card as Matt, but Marius probably going to be checking here now. Like, if we had like an ace high, yeah, we'd be bluffing this card, but with 8s, no need to start turning them into a bluff. Still ahead of 6x and 4x, some of these straight draws out there. But the ace of spades on the river. So, check mark going Matt's way. And once again, I still think we beat enough as Marius. We beat the 6x, we beat the 4x, we beat the straight draws. And the 10-7 going to be good for Matt Davenport.
Yeah, we nearly binned him. We nearly binned him, did Matt, and then realised he was winning. Last 2 levels of the day. 15 minutes to go until the last giveaway, which is a tower thinks, and Jay has got a great question.
It's a brilliant question, honestly. It's not a tough question. It's just the fact that this is a thing is like. And do you know what?
Yeah.
I actually want to try it myself as well.
Hey?
You'll see in the question in 15 minutes time. I want to try it myself to see how much I can do.
Scuba diving?
Well, you're here in 15 minutes, Tower, when we go to the final giveaway. Pocket 8s for Steve. Just open jam for 11 hit. Hijack. Gonna go for the raise call. Spicy.
So the last hour and 15 minutes, oh no, last 40 minutes and 15 minutes, last hour. Last hour of the stream.
50 minutes.
50 minutes of the stream, finished just before 11, or whatever number of hands is, so it'll be 11 because it's always the last table to finish.
It's a walk from Edge.
Yeah, it's on for the fans.
For the fans?
Yeah.
They love it.
They love it, man. See you, Jimmy. I've not seen Andy McKenzie all day.
That's probably because he's locked in, getting the lot. He had a big stack when I walked past the tables.
Well, it says on the app on Poker News that he's got 120,000. Surely he'd come and tell us and celebrate the fact. I've not seen him once.
Could it be a repeat of the Goliath on Sunday? Cries have come on, Andy, on the rail.
Come on, Andy!
King Queen for Grant opens to 55. Matt in the cut-off here. Both options available at this stack depth, can go either way. No right or wrong answer here with ace 10. Goes for flat on this occasion.
Andy McKenzie, 215k. Unbelievable. Madge with the fives. Down to 35,000.
All of it.
Could send it.
Should send it.
All of it. Thank you very much, dealer.
Grant folds, Matt calls. That is my prediction. Matt should shove some ace-x that Matt dominates, like all the suited ace-x, ace-9 for ace-deuce. He should shove some, potentially ace-9 off, king-10 suited, queen-10 suited. Even Grant's one's fairly close, king-queen off here. Like king-queen suited, I'd definitely be making the call. King-queen off seems a fairly close one. Like, yes, Magic's going to shove some king-jack, queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited, king-10 suited type stuff. Does let it go. And now over to Matt and ace-10 here tower. I'd be surprised if he let this go against a squeeze jam for 14 against a capable player. There we are.
And we're going to get some back off the same player. Hey Apocalypse, Magic's got back problems and he can't sit down, and he's been asked if he can stand up during the tournament, and they've agreed to it, which is why he stood up. Oh, and now
he won't be sitting down.
I'd like to say he's going to be jumping through hoops for that flop, but he's no chance.
Well, hold your horses. A little Broadway.
Not the Queen of Diamonds again.
Broadway draw picked up for Davenport. But it's the 4 of hearts, so Madge won't be jumping for joy, but he will be happy. Nice double up there through Matt Davenport.
Yeah, 12 hours of standing up can't be good. You're absolutely right. It's a tough one for Madge. Wants to play it, has a few problems.
Well, he's only going to be standing up at home anyway if he can't sit down. So it's like he might as well come and play poker, right? If the bloke can't sit down, what's he going to do at home? He can't sit down at home, so he might as well come and play poker.
Well, that's true.
I'd rather be standing up playing poker than standing up bored out midnight at home. I'll be honest with you. King Jack for Marius, open send in the cut-off. Healthy amount, 17 biggie Bs here. And Nicholas with sixes in the small blind. And like usually this sort of big shove from the cut-offs, 16, 17 bigs, is going to be pairs we dominate in there. Like the fives through deuces should be a thing. So there are some hands in here that Nicholas does have crushed. And then the good thing is for Nicholas, hands like 10s plus should all raise call, even 9s plus probably raise call. So it's actually one of these situations, if we're playing against someone that is playing correctly, where we crush the deuces through deuces through fives, but the 8s through aces are ones that wants to raise call, so they're also not part of the range. So it's actually good for us that we're either flipping, or we actually sometimes have Marius crush when he has some of these small pocket pairs. So Nicholas does call it off with the sixes, and Marius going to need to hit with the King Jack, and no waiting around. Jack on the flop to go alongside and up and down. 9 of spades on the turn, 9 of clubs on the turn to seal the deal. Unless we see a chop, which we do not, Marius doubles through Nicholas. And giveaway coming up in 8 minutes time, guys. Got the final $25 ticket to give away.
Interesting question, apparently.
It's a great question, because...
Can't wait. I just know I'm going to get stumped.
No, you can't get stumped. You can't get stumped. It's just, do you know what? I just don't even know how I found it on Google. I just come across it and I just burst out laughing how it's even a thing.
Music starting to get pumped up.
Ace 3 for Steve here. Against this button open, could potentially shove with the ace in hand against an aggressive opponent. Doesn't take the spot, but Billy has to take the spot here, Tower. The pair's too good against the button open. Pocket threes, all in, 24 bigs. Like, the button opening range going to be like probably 60% deck here of Nicholas, and we're just going to get so many folds. But chooses to just land on call, and the problem with call is we only flop a set 1 in 8.5 times, met by overcards always with threes. Now how do we approach this spot? Speak of the devil.
Oi, oi. Speak of the devil, onto the feature table, Mr. Andy McKenzie.
How'd you do it, Tao? You call the Queen in, you call Andy McKenzie in to the featured table. I'm just opening. You can call me Euro Millions numbers in.
160 million tonight.
It's mad, ain't it? So this is the problem. Nicholas now just c-bets king high. We're bluffed off our hand as Billy. It was a really good chance to just shove for 24, big set. 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. It's hard.
Here she is, the lady on her holidays.
On her holidays.
She's on her holidays.
Holiday drinks later.
Might have had one or two already.
Oh, there you go.
We noticed it weren't just Diet Coke at the table, and it was filled with rum. What would you like? PK's got the bag.
I've got to see the satellite. Good luck, guys.
Good luck, Mel. So 2 minutes time, guys, the blinds are going to go up. 5 minutes time, we will be going to the final giveaway of the day. It's going to be a Tower Finks. He's got his pen and paper ready.
I have my my paper and my pen. So Andy McKenzie back at the tables on the feature.
Five for his suit for Billy. Completes in the small, and Grant with the ace jack, wanting to raise call this one for 24.
So the last level on its way in a minute's time.
Ace 10 for Madge, should be opening from +1. Raises to 5k. Could shove this one as Billy. 22. Yeah, very nice. Does find this one. Missed the freeze, but finds this one. And match with the ace-10 off. Shouldn't be able to call off here for this amount. 22 bigs. Going to be slightly too much for ace-10 off once we open from +1. However, Sir Davenport has found ace-queen suited here in the big blind. And we will dominate a hell of a lot of stuff that Billy can shove here. The ace-10s, the ace-jacks, the king-queen suiteds, the queen-jack suiteds if he's taken these. So there is the reshove from Matt. So unfortunate there for Billy. Love the shove, but we can never account for someone waking up with it behind us.
Jack high flop, Jack 6-5. Five on the turn. Billy needing to hit a king. And does not. So Bitcoin Billy out the building. Mark Davenport up to chip leader on the table.
King 10 suited for Nicholas.
This is the final call for all players remaining in the turbo flight of the main event. You have 1 minute remaining on your break.
Raises to 6k.
Especially my favourite dealer, he always gets me in trouble. That's why we made eye contact before when Matt turned a gut shot. It's not Raise 18k.
So Grant 3 bets to 18. He is a legend in the Dundee scene, is our Grant.
There, and King 10 suited. Starts the hand fully effective. Could come along here as Nicholas. Come along he does.
The power, Grant Power Poker.
Goes for a quarter pot here on the King 6-7. As the three better with his top pair. Nicholas, top pair of his own, not going anywhere. Wow.
Whoa, there are multitudes of outs for Nick on the turn. A 10, a 6 and a 7 will chop. A 10 will win it. A spade will win it.
Kind of a nice card to see for Grant here as well, because King Queen suited definitely a part of Nicholas's range, and with this Queen rolling off on the board and the King of clubs in our hand, there's only one combo left, the King Queen suited, King Queen of diamonds specifically. So it's actually a good turn to see, just blocking up some of these hands that are ahead of us on the flop, and 9 of clubs river Gives King Jack the check mark here. And as Nicholas here, we expect Ace King on two-tone turns to always go for another street. We expect Aces on two-tone turns to always go for another street. We expect all the 2-pair plus and sets to do exactly the same. So unless our opponent's got pocket nines or a check back King Jack, we have the best hand. Jack 10 suited is another one that always barrels turn. Probably doesn't 3-bet as much at this stack depth, but could be in there at a small frequency. So I'd go for value here as Nicholas, just taking all those variables into account. I wouldn't go too big. I'd target stuff like Ace Queen, Jacks 10s, this type of stuff, Tower. I'd probably go half. That does look chunky. I feel like I'd go around half pot here as Nicholas, but does go for the 2/3. But just like assessing the situation, Ace King Aces, 2-pair plus, always bets turn. So we only actually lose to King Jack and rivered pocket nines that have to 3-bet pre, that aren't always going to 3-bet.
Making the call.
Yeah, once we check back turn, Grant's hand has to call. Of course it does. Everything's whiffed out.
King Jack wins. Grant up to 200k.
Grant.
And over 60 bigs.
With a lovely pot with Nicholas. Bit of a shake of the head there because he knew that was the one hand that he was worried about. The potential King Jack 3-bet pre.
You know it's 20 past 10.
So we're going to the final giveaway of the day. Quick rundown of the rules, guys. If you've never played before, we're doing a Tower Thinks. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He will write his answer down on that piece of paper. The closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a $25 ticket for 888 poker. Few rules. First rule, you get one guess. One guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. We are doing this on YouTube 888 and Twitch 888. Please do not guess until we say go. Please don't give Tower any clues in the chat box, and I believe that is about it. You're looking for Tower's answer, not the correct answer. So Tower,
yes,
all I
YouTube 888 and Twitch 888
would like to know,
yes,
is what is the most amount of socks on a single foot at any one time recorded? So the most socks, imagine you went home, you got your sock drawer out and you started putting on your socks. How many socks do you think you could put on before you couldn't get another sock on your foot? So I am looking for the most amount of socks on a single foot at one time.
Nylon socks, because nylon socks are right thin.
Just don't look at the chat box, whatever you do not look at the chat box. He's not looking. Wait a minute!
Oh, it's all bad! Stay a minute!
He needs about a minute, this man.
No, I'm putting it down because it can't be that many. Okay. But unless the nylon socks, because I like nylon socks. Got it here, got it. I've nailed it. Nailed it.
Tower's guess is in. Go, everyone. Last $25 I have got to give away today.
Where on earth did you get that from?
I don't know where I got it from. I'll be honest with you. You're going to jump back to it because Steve's all in with a King 10 against the Ace Queen of Matt. It's only a small plot. 20 bigs in the middle. 10 on the turn. Looking like we're going to be losing Steve unless he can go run up. No, he cannot.
.888poker on Twitch or 888 YouTube. What a question.
We are looking for the world record for the most amount of socks on a single foot at once. How many do you think you could get on? You'd start with trainer socks, and then you'd move to like suit socks, and then you go to football socks, and then you'd have ski socks. Like you'd start with the smaller socks first, wouldn't you? And then you start.
Yeah, but you still can't get any. I would say that My answer is based on nylon socks. That's it. Because they're the thinnest socks that there is. So by the time you do 1, 2, 3, 4, right, I'm not giving any more clues.
So one more hand, guys, and I'm going to give you the correct answer, but that won't mean anything. We're looking for the Towers answer.
Only YouTube on 888 and Twitch on 888. They're the only 2 channels. Everybody's trying to count how many times. You do realise now everybody's upstairs in the sock drawer, don't you? Everybody is now up in their sock drawer counting.
So,
yes,
the most socks on a single foot at once, according to the Guinness Book of Records, is
in the Guinness Book of Records.
184 socks.
I'm not having that.
Camille Kalik got 184 socks on one foot at once.
No, he didn't.
Could you imagine after his foot, after taking them all off? How hot would it have been?
Did he get his shoe on?
I don't know. I doubt he got his shoe on, Tower. But that is the correct answer, somehow. 184 socks on one foot. I don't even think I could get 20.
I don't even own 184 socks.
That is very true. Well, you only need to own 92 pairs, don't you?
True. Anybody in the world own 92 pair of socks?
I reckon I've got about 92 pair of socks. I reckon I have about 92 pair of socks. I reckon I actually have about 92 pairs of socks.
182 pairs of socks?
No, I'm 92. I don't have 182.
No, I mean,
no, he got 184 single socks on his feet. 184 socks.
I'm going to try it when I get in.
And the fire department had to remove them. Says Bug on Twitch. So Towers answer coming up in a couple of minutes, guys.
Oh my god.
This is for a $25 ticket for 888 poker.
No way is that the right answer.
Any tells from the tower there, guys. Any tells.
No way. Hey dear. Straight after the next hand we will close the comp and somebody will win themselves a $25 ticket. Unbelievable.
I would have loved to watch that live. I would have paid to go and see that.
Hey?
Mate, he putting all these socks on his feet. When he gets to about 50, it must have been starting to get interesting.
Do you start with size 1 socks and then end up with size 82 socks?
I have no idea how it works.
Because every sock that you put on's got to be bigger than the last one.
Not necessarily,
because it's
no.
fatter, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to
Your
be bigger.
foot's fatter.
I could get a normal sock over a football sock.
Well, that's 2.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like
Yeah,
the little
trainer
trainer
socks
socks.
first.
Yeah, you'd probably do 20 trainer socks, and you go to like.
You wouldn't be able to get 20 trainer
I
socks.
reckon you could get 20 trainer
Not
socks.
a chance. I'm going to Sports Direct tomorrow morning.
All right, yeah, yeah, all right. Good luck
I'm
with
off
that.
to Sports Direct tomorrow morning, and I'm buying 92 pairs of socks. Unbelievable. Who's coming into C5? Who's this week? Two trays of chips. Is that our high roller champion?
It is our high roller champion. Won the big shot, won the high roller, and searching for a main title. Could it be a hat trick?
Unbelievable week if he actually gets to an FT.
This should be working for Andy. Marius can't call ace 10 off. Nicholas can't call 10-9 suited. Off we go to the next hand.
Well done, Andy.
Ready, Lime, because we're going to close the comp. We'll give you 20 odd seconds and then Lime will start the countdown.
How many socks do I think? What was his name?
Camille.
Camille. Put on his foot. Same foot. How many socks?
184.
108. No way.
Yes,
Come on,
way.
I
It's
wanna
there.
watch
It's
it.
in the,
I need to ring him up and ask him.
Matey had to be stood there with his Guinness Book of Record clipboard going 1, 2, 3. It had to
Hello,
happen.
is this the Guinness Book of Records? Yes. Can you come round to my house? Because what I'm going to try and do is put as many socks onto my foot as possible. And they went, yeah, okay.
No, they probably went, yeah, give us a few grand and we'll be there. That's probably what happened. That's probably what happened.
Oh my God.
So,
not having it.
Countdown, get it on Lime. After this hand, we have to close the comp and concentrate on the last 30 minutes of the day. Nicholas with the 4s just sends all in for his 12 bigs, and Matt Davenport keeps waking up with monsters behind.
Jacks this time.
So 7 seconds.
The countdown is on.
Oh my word, and Marius has got ace king. We're going to have a three-way all in.
It's a beauty.
And I'm not sure what. There we go. I thought Marius was having a dwell up, but there's no dwell up going on here. We have to put it in as him with the ace king. Matt with jacks, Marius with ace king, Nicholas with 4s. The giveaway is closed, so we will be going to Tower's answer after this hand, but first we get to cover this one. So Nicholas, in a world of hurt, needs a 4, needs to find a 2-outer. It's a flip situation between Marius and Matt Davenport.
Queen, 2, 3, clean for the jacks.
Nice start for Matt. As long as we don't see an ace or a king, Matt can't lose money on this hand.
That's not one.
Even if the 4 comes, we still make small profit from the side.
Do we lose 2?
So close for Matt Davenport to probably be chip leader in the room, but it's Marius Cech, who's been on some form as of late, who finds the cowboy on the end, and now he's up to 181.
It's got more chips than socks.
Sick river. No, it's 184. He hasn't. Oh, he's 3 away. But the comp is closed, guys.
Yes.
No more guesses.
Correct.
I asked Tower how many socks is the world record on a single foot at one time. Over to the Tower.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. What I thought were they had to be nylon socks, because nylon socks are the thinnest socks that there are. And by the time you get to a nylon sock and you put 10 on, your foot's that big. So you put 20 on, it's that big, and you can't put anything else around it. So it couldn't be any higher than 50.
Have you ever put 20 socks on one foot?
No, because
so
you can't.
So how do you know this? Have you ever put 10 socks on one foot?
I've tried 3.
You tried 3?
I've had 3. Listen.
How do you know?
Listen, I have had 3 socks on one foot in the winter.
Yep.
And I thought, by God, my foot's big.
Well,
and I wouldn't be able to get my shoes on.
Well, believe it or not, the way it works, the science of it. So when you actually start putting when you start putting more socks, when you start putting more socks on, what happens is, because the socks get tighter, the socks actually get smaller. So the socks actually get thinner and thinner. I've just made that all up. I just made that all up. I'm joking. I had you in the first half for sure. There's no science.
So by the time I put 3 socks on,
yeah,
I couldn't put my shoe on because I couldn't fasten my laces.
Okay.
So I knew it wouldn't be that many
because
you can't do it. But then obviously doing the world record where you don't have to put your shoe on, you'd be able to put 10 on, and then maybe 20, and then probably 30 at a push. So then I always had a few. So I went for 36.
36, only 150 odd off from the Tower.
I reckon there's nobody out there can put 36 socks on one foot. Try it tonight.
I might actually
Somebody try it tonight for me and come back tomorrow afternoon when we're on the live stream and tell me how many you did. 36 on lots.
36 was Tower's guess, guys. But what we are looking for, I don't think anyone put 36. You know what? I totally forgot to track the chat the last 5 minutes, so I'm assuming me and Lime had someone guess about 10 minutes ago that I'm assuming has won because Lime hasn't told me no one is closer than that.
Oh, Noob Frost said he's going to be close.
I'm just going to give it 10 seconds. I'm just going to wait for Lime to confirm that is the winner before we have a stewards.
Did we get anybody bob on?
We had someone that I was going to say. We had someone that guessed 35, and obviously the first guess plays precedent as always.
Like it.
On the 888, someone also guessed 37, but we always take the first guess in the chat box. That is the rule that we have for the 888.
So,
and the first guess that guessed 35 was hi. What? Hi was the winner. How do you say that? Hi. 35. So, hi. Lime will be in touch. She will let you know how to claim that $25 ticket. And we will have more giveaways tomorrow, guys. Hi. I weren't making it up. I didn't just make a random sound for no reason.
Well, I actually can't see it because it's red writing on a blue background.
Okay.
And I'm colourblind. So I actually can't see that name.
Do you want to go snooker all after for a bit of money? 10-7 suited for Grant. Got the chips, so could potentially open here in the hijack. Does make it 6.5k.
Somebody please try it before you go to bed, please. We've got 18 minutes of the live stream left. Somebody please try and put as many socks out your sock drawer on one foot tonight, please, and let me know how you get on. Somebody's going to do it. Please.
King 8 deuce rainbow. Could go for the quarter pot C bet here. Around 4.5k as Grant. Goes even smaller, finds 20% on the nose. Oh no, it does go for 4.5k. Thought it was 3.5k there, my mistake. And a Malchen clear call with the Queen 8 of clubs. He's had it on all day, he's not taken that hat off. He's had the hat on more today than he's had it off his head. Could lead this turn if we wanted to as Malchen.
Is he a live band just started?
I saw someone walking down with a speaker, so potentially there's going to be a live band coming soon. But we should be finished by then. We're going to be done in about 30 minutes.
17.
I'd say about 30.
Okay.
I know, we saw. James McCauley letting us know he found a bag from his spin. He didn't realise that the spin happened on the feature table and we got to witness it. So Grant, this is optimistic tower. This is a bit of a puntity punt. Double barrel in the 10-7 here. Does actually pick up, well, picks up showdown but doesn't pick up showdown. Yes, we river a 7, but we don't beat anything. When someone calls on King 8 deuce, we actually don't have showdown here because our opponent either has a king, an 8 or a deuce once they call turn. So a 7, although catching a pair on the river, always still going to be behind versus our opponent's range. Bit of an optimistic turn barrel there from the man. Not even an overcard in sight. loose for Andy. Got the chips, but still slightly too loose from gun specifically. Let's it go. $7-5 off for Marius, can't really do much. Maybe just slowing things down, knowing we're approaching the clock pause. Should be getting paused in about 2 minutes time, 2-3 minutes. Usually see it paused around 12 and then draw for 4, 5 or 6. King Queen suited for Madge, 21 bigs. I would raise call here. Would raise with the intention of calling a jam from the blinds. Malgen not going to do anything with Jack 8, we hope. And King 10 of clubs for Chris, and this is one that potentially can send it into the middle here, Tower. Button versus big, and as I say, Madge has a hand that should be raised calling. Button versus blinds. Is Chris going to take it? Fold out some ace highs. Very nice shove from Chris, and as I say, Madge's hand has to raise call. Button versus blinds. Going to be take nothing away from the jam. I always say, just because you run into it, a hand that dominates you doesn't mean it's a bad play. It's a very nice find from Chris. Not everyone finds these shoves. They just call and see a flop, not recognising how many hands the button will fold that they've opened. Oh, wow, Madge not pulled just yet. Wow! Is that back end of the day stuff going on there?
That could very well be.
Like, it's like, I don't know. It's just the fact that we're bagging in 15 minutes. That was a strange one. It was a strange one because the idea of King Queen suited raise calling button is that we dominate the King Jack, the Queen Jack, the King 10, the Queen 10 suited, and then we have 45% versus these Ace Jack through Ace Deuce jams, and then flip versus the pairs. It's a strange one from Madge, really strange, but he would have had his reasons. We know that.
Minutes of the day, or whenever they pause the clock, whatever time that will be, and a certain number of hands.
Yeah, should get paused any second now.
Yep. Usually 2 minutes a hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's normally 4, 5 or 6, normally 2 minutes per hand.
Yeah, just globally. 10 minutes on the clock, 3, 4 or 5, 12, 4, 5 or 6. Just a jam from Andy here. Very good, very nice. Stay tuned as well, guys. In about 10 minutes time when we finish, gonna have chip counts for the flight.
Well, the clock's not been paused yet.
It should be 4, 5, or 6 then.
Might not pause it.
No, they got to pause it.
Might not pause it at all. You don't have to. It's only a thing where
it's everywhere globally, Tower. Like even some comps in Vegas, they pause it at 5 minutes, like on the clock, and do 1, 2, or 3.
One?
Yeah, 1, 2, or 3.
Do they?
1, 2, or 3.
No, I've never seen that.
You can have 1, 2, or 3. You can have 2, 3, or 4. You can have 4, 5, 6. Obviously.
No way you have 1.
You can have 1. You can have 1.
Wow.
Oh, a match. Ill-timed with the 4s.
Uh-oh. Andy McKenzie's got the Cowboys and announcers. I'm all in, baby. $51K for Madge. Pocket 4s. And hits the 4.
Oh my word.
2, 4, 6. Hits the 4. He's going to take 50K off Andy McKenzie. 2, 4, 6, 8. The Tom Robinson. And an ace on the river. The pocket 4s of Madge back up to 110K.
Yeah, not really much we can do there as Andy get it in so good. 20% equity for our opponent and pings it off for the double up. Madge up to 109.
This is the final call for all players remaining in the total flight of the event. You have 1 minute remaining on your break.
Two of these in the exact same, like, neck, but I'm saying I've got a black one, I've got a green one, but I've got a lot of brand, I've got a lot of stuff like that. Is that just a body one, man? Yeah.
Oh, clock's been paused on 8 minutes.
See? 2, 3, or 4. You watch.
So it should be 2, 3, or 4. Is
Yep,
that what you're saying?
that's how it works globally.
Okay. Missed it.
You missed it.
Yeah.
He missed it.
Missed
of
it.
course he missed it. One job, Tower.
We're chatting.
One single job was to find out how many hands we got left today, and you've missed it.
I don't know.
Well, it
had to be 3, 4, or 5.
Potentially 2, 3, or 4, but yes, I don't think we'll be playing no more. 5 maximum. Maybe they squeezed the 5 in because it was paused on 8 minutes directly, but. Well, I'm glad this man's just come to the table with a few minutes left on the clock because I would not have been enjoying pronouncing his name for the full session as the big one knew. Raises blind on blind into Andrew. Zubignew, I'm going to go with. Apologies, sir, if I'm wrecking your name. But that's a toughie. Zubignew. Thank you very much, Lime. Zbigniew, it's pronounced. There we are.
Ricky said it's pronounced Zbigniew. Awesome. How does she know?
No idea.
Okay. What are you saying?
So that was one of, I'm not sure how many.
We don't know how many hands it was at all. It has been announced. So we'll just play on until the end. And you're right in that, Jam. It's because Lime Ricky knows everything. I will not disagree with that.
So this is 2 of certain a number.
Has to be 2 of 3 or 4, in my opinion. Maybe 2 of 2. Maybe
It
2
won't
of
be
5. There's 8 minutes on the clock tower.
It's not 4 minutes per hand.
No, it's 2, 3 or 4. You start with the top number, then you go down 3. That's how it's done worldwide.
Correct.
So if it's 10 minutes, it's 2, 4, 5, 6. If it's 12 minutes, it's sorry. If it's 10 minutes, it's 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
If it's 12 minutes, it's 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
And not a lot of places stop the clock less than 8 minutes, but you will find some like 2, 3, 4 over in the States.
4 more hands.
There you go.
But 4 more hands has only just started now.
Has it?
Yeah. So this is 1 of 4.
But we just played 2 in 30 seconds. We just had 2 raise and takes.
This is 1 of 4.
What?
It's just announced it.
How? The clock's been paused 5 minutes.
That's not mine. I'm only sat here looking like
this.
Wee Jimmy.
Wee Jimmy.
So,
So,
okay.
you're telling me this is 1 of 4,
1
even
of
though
4.
we just played 2 hands while the clock's been paused.
1 of 4.
All right, you're the boss.
And he did actually say, please pause the deal, and the dealer dealt.
What, was just dealing the first card as he said pause
Nope.
the deal? Oh, okay.
No, we dealt 2 hands, like you said, after the floor said, please pause the deal. And this is 1 of 4. So there we go. So you've got us, ladies and gentlemen, for 4 more hands. So Maujan comes to the table as near chip leader. He is vying to be chip leader overall. Ian Simpson has 390,000.
Well, if he wins his pot, he's there.
Yep.
Gonna struggle though.
Here's against Grand Power Poker.
Struggle to continue against this lead. Does get out of the way with the 4s. So 3 more hands to go, guys, and that will be us shutting up shop for the evening.
Yep, 3 more hands.
Ace 10 for match should be opening here from +1. Into 6k, Chris. Jack 7 suited, can't do anything, gets out of the way. So there's a big niff. With the ace 10 here, same hand as match, either or in the cut-off here. Can go for 3-bet, can go for flat. Chooses flat on this occasion. No, he doesn't, chooses 3-bet. What am I talking about? But Grant in the small blind here, starting the hand with, yeah, just a jam for Grant here. Starts the hand with 47, 46. Feel like a nice spot to just say the words, I'm all in. There's the triangle, should be 2 folds, 1 from Madge, 1 from Savignev. And then final two hands.
In the hand. I don't think counting your chips at this stage means any difference at all, Madge. So in the bin they go. And now's the big news to ask for a count. He will not be calling. And fold. We've got 2 hands left, Stu. 2 hands left of the day. You can count them on one hand.
Been a good day though. It's flown today. I've really enjoyed today.
Yeah.
Been a good day at the office, as they say.
Thanks to Josh Manley for his couple of hours, hour and a half. Thanks to Mr. Josh. And 3 or 4.
I still think this is the final hand. Because I'm sure we played 2 hands while the clock was paused on 8 minutes. Yeah, we did.
And then Luke walked past and said, please deal 4 more hands. I know.
Well, Maljen, we saw him get aces 7 times in the high roller final table. Running bad
He's now
today.
dropped to kings.
Running bad, just kings. Makes it 6.5. And going to be raise and take. So final hand of the day for us, guys. 1 to go. We are back tomorrow. Still got that hat on.
You got 1 more hand.
Yeah, I know, but you still got the hat on. Tomorrow, guys, stream starts at 5:30 p.m. There's the turbo flight early on, and then we will be in situ at 5:30. Sleep. I'm going to be at the. I don't care. I'm letting my hair down tonight, not my ginger hair, because I won't be wearing my hat like you will at the bar.
You go to sleep at 2 in the morning. You wake up at 10. That's 8 hours.
Yep.
You then go for a walk.
I won't be going to sleep at 2 tonight.
Oh, okay.
How often do we get our 5-star?
No, whatever.
I'm making the most of it.
You know the king in Shrek?
Lord Farquaad.
Lord Farquaad.
Lord Farquaad. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. He's a little bit smaller than you.
Hold on a minute then.
But I can see it. There we go. Last hand of the day. We are nearly there. Pocket 4s for Maljan opens to 6.5. Andy here could go for free bet King 10 suited if we wanted to. We're at that stack depth. We get some free bets with these suited broadways. Decides against, going to take his bag into tomorrow. But Andrew here, Ace King.
Oh, I like it.
Should be a free bet. There it is.
Not Andy McKenzie.
So Madge.
Andy Hawksby.
Oh, last hand of the day. We have the classic. Queens for Madge. Cold 4-bet send for 33 big blinds. And the Ace King of Andrew will have to call off. So we're going to have some entertainment on the final hand, because I can't see a world where these 2 hands don't get in.
Has to get in.
Yeah, of course.
Has to. Just has to be all of it. I can't see how we 4-bet at all. All of it. There we go. Madge says aye, all of it. And Andy Hawksby just come to the table. He's like, boom, that'll do. Oh, we're freezed. That's good.
So a race to finish for us this evening. We will have chip counts after this flip, but is it going to be GG Madge or is Andy Hawksby?
Whoa, the windy card, baby.
Oh,
Andy
look.
Hawksby.
Yeah,
Andy, the king.
Andy Hawksby. Not going to be left short. Looking
Madge,
good.
Madge needs a 10 or a queen to survive, or he's oot.
Oh, last hand of the day.
Deuce of
Madge
hearts.
has suffered all day. He's been on his feet for all of the
that's
days.
grim
Had a
as well, ain't
proper
it?
bad injury with his back. Allowed to play stood up because of his injury, and the very, very last hand of the day.
That's actually filth when he's been standing all day as well. Just last hand we bust and
wow,
we head to the rail. So that is it from us today, guys. We are finished tomorrow. We are back 5:30 p.m. Don't forget, we got another $15, $25 tickets to give away.
We have indeed.
We will have another free roll. We will have bubble coverage, and we will have that confirmed prize pool for the main event. And we are raiding.
Yeah, so we're raiding.
But before we raid,
how do we know we raid?
There are the chip counts. I'm guessing we are raiding A Baroni as he is streaming this evening.
Oh.
So I'm guessing Mr. Baroni is going to have a fair amount of viewers coming to his channel.
Hello.
So there are the chip counts, guys, at the top of the shop. Francisco Flores.
508,000. Where did they come from? Ian Simpson, you're not chip leader anymore. Poor effort. Mao Zhen, what a week he's having. Unbelievable.
He's bagged. Finally, he's bagged.
Jack Harcastle!
Jack Harcastle! What an effort. What an effort.
7 bullets, 7 pints. Bag this chip.
15 bigs, let's go.
Unbelievable.
Good to see Elaine bagging too. Rob McNeil up there.
Well done, Elaine. What did Andy finish on? Andy McKenzie, 171. 171.
The Lord, Willie.
Yes, Willie Hawkey.
Nice little stack for him.
228,000.
So, guys.
Well done, Matt Davenport.
That is going to be it from us this evening. It's been a great day. It's flown by for me. I've had a lot of fun. Good banter in the booth. Great coverage as well. We've had some really good hands today on stream, and we are back to do it all again tomorrow. We'll have the prize pool. We will have the bubble. It's all going to happen tomorrow on Saturday. Remember, 5:30 start.
Lord Farquhar and the Shrek. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. That's the only one. That's the only person I can think of in the game.
I might not be here. He might not be here tomorrow after that comment.
We will see you tomorrow. Don't forget, 5:30. But if you do want to play and you're in Glasgow, there is a turbo at 11 a.m. for the last chance to get into a prize pool that will head towards £300,000. So please come and join us. We've got all the chip counts. We've had a really, really good day. Thanks to Lime. First in the chat, last out of the chat, as always. Well done, Lime. And we've got, as James just said, more of the giveaways tomorrow. We will see you 5:30.
Good night.
I don't even know what to do till tomorrow.
I don't know. I'll be sleeping. Alarm's going off at 4.
5:30. Watch the stream. Catch you later. Ta-ta.
Good night, everyone.
Yep. Put it in a bag. Okay guys, well done for making day 2.
Tournaments, which form of poker works best for your personality? Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how the person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of